Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The King's Traitor by Jeff Wheeler, performed by Kate Rudd. To Scott and Sierra. Dear Owen, thank you most ardently for news of my grandfather's seizure. The latest letter I had from him held no reference to any complaints, mild or serious. When I received word from you that he was dying, I persuaded my husband to come with me at once to Dundrennan. It grieves me that my children have not known their great-grandfather as I knew him. A visit home is long overdue. I pray it will not be awkward between us. I still consider you a dear friend and long for you to find happiness as well. Dear Owen, I hope you will come to Dundrennan. My grandfather looked to you as his own son. Yours with loyalty, Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer Llewellyn, Queen of Adabirion. Chapter 1. The Winter of the North. The mountain road leading north was coated in ice, and Owen Kiskaddon was cold and saddle-weary as he made his way to Dundrennan. He was used to the feeling. Steve Horwath had finally begun to show his mortality over the previous few years, and Owen had inherited most of the unpleasant tasks that had once fallen on the grizzled Duke of the North. More often than not, he was traveling, riding from one end of the kingdom to the other on behalf of his master, Severn Argentine, King of Ceredigion. But Owen was grateful for any excuse to stay away from court. Watching the king's degradation had soured his outlook on life and the world. More than once, he had regretted his decision to support a king who eventually turned into the creature his enemies had once only feared him to be. Years before, he could have allied himself with Severn's enemies and deposed him. If he was going to do that now, he would have to do it himself. Though Owen was 24 years old, he felt like an old man. His cares and responsibilities were an unshakable burden. He was sick at heart, sick in his soul, and the only force that kept him going was the slender hope of escaping the daily misery his life had become. The thought of seeing Evie again. No, seeing Elizabeth again. Both worried him and rekindled sparks of warmth inside his cold iron heart. He had not spoken to her once since the day they had said goodbye at the cistern in the king's palace 7 years ago. He occasionally received letters from her, flowery prose talking about the wonders of Adabirion and the antics of her 2 children. He never answered. He could not bring himself to. But he had finally written to tell her of her grandfather's failing health. He owed her that much, a chance to see her grandfather before he passed. Besides, Owen felt a debt of duty and gratitude to Duke Horwath, enough for him to summon the courage to face the girl he had loved and lost. That she was happy in her marriage to Iago made it worse somehow. The trees opened up to the grand vista of Dundrennan, and Owen reined in his horse so he could take in the view. The mountain valley was thick with snow-capped peaks and gigantic avalanching waterfalls that roared off the jagged faces of cliffs. The scene never failed to fill him with wonder, but this time it was bittersweet. She would be there, and he could not look at nature's incredible display without summoning memories of walking along those cliffs as a boy when he was a ward of the old Duke, hand in hand with his former love, the Duke's granddaughter. "Impressive, my lord," said one of the knights who was part of Owen's escort. He kept his expression neutral and only nodded in agreement. Within the hour, they were dislodging chunks of ice and snow on the bridge to the city, watching the banners of the proud pierced lion, the sigil of the Horwath line, flutter in the gentle breeze. The courtyard teemed with visitors who had come to pay homage to the beloved Duke of the North. After dismounting, Owen handed the reins to a servant and took a deep breath, preparing for the whirlwind of emotions about to be unleashed inside him. More than anything else, he wanted to curl up on a pallet in the stables and hide from everyone. But he had made this pilgrimage for many reasons that he could no longer avoid. He was a little surprised that Elizabeth had not met him in the bailey in a rush of words and enthusiasm. Of course, her husband would not have approved of that. As he entered the vast castle, hand on the hilt of his sword, he thought briefly of the scabbard belted to his waist and how he had discovered it in the palace cistern at Kingfountain. The treasures hidden in the cistern waters could only be seen or touched by the fountain blessed. It was as if they existed in another realm, until claimed by those who had been bequeathed that right by the magic of the realm, the fountain. He had taken other items from the cistern over the years, a brooch that he always wore fastened to his cloak, a dagger he had fancied, with the symbol of the drowned kingdom of Leonias on the guard. There was even a chain hauberk, completely rust-free, which he'd found in a chest that had been submerged for centuries. He wiped his mouth, feeling the bristles across his chin. He rarely shaved now, finding it more bother than it was worth. He wasn't trying to impress anyone anyway, least of all the Mortimer girl. He was greeted by the Duke's steward, the son of the man who had served Horwath for so many years. His name was Johns.
"Lord Owen, I bid you welcome in your return to Dundrennan," the man said, falling into stride with Owen. "It has been many months since we have seen you here."
"How is the Duke?" Owen asked, following Johns as he led the way to the Duke's bedchamber. That surprised Owen, for he had expected to find his old mentor in the solar.
"He is old, my lord. His strength is failing."
The steward's eyes shined with emotion.
"He'll be grateful you came."
Owen frowned, trying to steel himself.
"I thought you should know that his granddaughter has come from Adabirian."
The steward looked pained as he said this. It was no secret to anyone living in the castle that the Duke himself had longed for a match between Owen and his granddaughter. Only the king had dissented. Owen kicked aside the memory as if it were a piece of clutter.
"Yes, I was aware of that. Would you make sure my men are given something to eat? We had to stop by Kingfountain on the way here, and they deserve a rest." "Of course, my lord. I have your room ready as well."
Owen gave the steward a dark look.
"It's not my room, Johns. I am a guest here, like any other."
The gloomy hall was lit by a few mounted torches that hissed ominously in Owen's ears. When they reached the door at the end, Johns tapped twice respectfully before opening it. He glanced inside, took in a breath, and then opened it for Owen to enter first, giving him a look of compassion that Owen didn't feel he deserved. And there she was. It felt like someone had struck Owen's shield with a lance and knocked him violently off his horse. That rarely happened to him. In fact, it hadn't happened to him in years. But the memory of the pain and the sudden lack of air perfectly fit this moment. She was beautiful still, her long dark hair braided and bundled into various intricate designs. She was a woman now, a mother of two. There was a glow about her, a radiance that struck him forcefully and made him ache inside. Elizabeth was sitting in a chair at Horwath's bedside, holding his hands. The Duke's hair was as white as the snow of his mountains, his breath coming in fitful gasps. The Duke's eyes were closed in sleep. It hurt to see him so still, a mighty tree fallen to the earth. Owen's eyes returned to Elizabeth as she turned to see who had entered. "Owen," she breathed. The smile that lit her face tortured him.
"Hello, Elizabeth,"
he said thickly, trying to master himself, failing. She rose from the chair and gave him a look of warmth, tinged with pity. In the years that had separated them, he could see that she had progressed. She had learned to love again, to live a full life, while he had not even tried. "I hadn't imagined you with so much stubble," she said, smiling kindly as she approached him. "But that spot in your hair hasn't changed. I'd know you anywhere, Owen Kiskaddon. I am so grateful you came. Did you get my letter?" He nodded, unsure what to say, how to bridge the chasm yawning between them. Her eyes crinkled with sadness. "Is it to be like this between us now?" she asked him softly. "Strangers instead of friends. It pains me to see you this way. You look awful, Owen."
What to say to that? The retort came easy enough. "At least you're not wearing one of those silly Adabirian headdresses. I'd feared the worst."
He'd meant it as a barb. Being with Severn so much, he couldn't stop them now. They came to him as naturally as breathing. She flinched at his tone, his disrespect. "I had hoped our reunion wouldn't be this painful, but I see now that it must be. I am sorry, Owen."
"For what?"
He chuckled, not understanding.
"It wasn't your fault. We both know who is to blame."
He sighed deeply, stepping around her and approaching the bedside. He looked down at the Duke's sunken cheeks, his grey pallor.
"Sometimes I wonder how he endured it for so long. The sniping, the invectives. I tried to let it all go. But I'm a man. I bleed. He never seemed to."
He felt Elizabeth sidle up next to him, and it made him cringe inside. "Why didn't you answer my letters?" she asked him. "I tried to prevent this distance from developing." He shook his head.
"You could not be loyal to me without being unfaithful to your husband,"
he said bluntly.
"Nor did I want to tempt myself, or you. It was best that we stayed apart for so long. And the king has kept me busy,"
he added dryly. Elizabeth laughed. "That is true. You have expanded the domains of Ceredigion extensively. I've heard about your exploits, you know. I follow each one. First, you captured several more towns in Aquitania and seized their castles. Then you subjugated Legault and made it a vassal state. The king sent you to Brugia to help Maxwell unite the land under his power, but you betrayed him to keep him from getting too powerful." Owen smirked.
"That was the king's idea, of course,"
he said bitterly.
"He doesn't want any of his allies getting too powerful."
He looked at her.
"Including Adabirian."
She blinked at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" Her eyes had always seemed to change color like the weather. Today they were green, but they were a lighter shade than the dark green gown she wore. He could barely see the tiny scar at the corner of her full eyebrow, an injury from falling off a horse during a riot.
"When your grandfather dies,"
he said in a quiet voice, a warning voice,
"you will not inherit Dundrennan. I think the king plans to give it to Catesby."
Her eyes went suddenly gray with anger. "But I am the heiress," she stammered, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson.
"Welcome to the court of Kingfountain,"
Owen said, giving her a mocking bow.
"As I said, don't be surprised. No one is secure, Elizabeth, not even me."
Owen shook his head and started to pace.
"He does this, you know, frequently. He pushes his lords, promises one something they want and another the same thing. Then he lets them squabble and rip at each other, and in the end, he'll give it to a third man instead. There is no allegiance anymore. People obey because they fear him. He is paranoid about anyone getting too much power. He hasn't forgotten your husband invaded Ceredigion, nor has he forgiven it."
She looked at him in horror. "This is news I hadn't even considered possible. Owen, how it must pain you to serve him." He shook his head.
"You don't know. There is so much you don't know."
He stepped away from her, scraping his fingers through his hair. He felt her hand on his shoulder. "Tell me, who do you confide in now? There must be someone you trust." Owen nodded, but he felt dejected.
"I trust Etain."
"The poisoner?"
The very one. She's loyal to me. She helps me deceive the king, trick him.
He shook his head again, wondering why he was opening up to her. Secrets were always trying to get out. He carried so many he felt he would burst. It was as if they had all been building up inside him until he saw her next. He clenched his jaw. She came and stood in front of him, her eyes imploring him to trust her. She was still his friend, still cared about his well-being. He had almost forgotten what that felt like. "How are you deceiving the king?" she whispered. Owen pursed his lips.
I'm disgusted with myself sometimes. When I defeated the king's nephew's attempt to claim the throne, Eric claimed to have been Piers Urbik, a pretender all along. It was a lie, Elizabeth. It was a lie, but the king has been wooing Lady Catherine ever since. According to the laws and rites of marriage, their union is null and void if they were married under false circumstances. They have not lived as man and wife since St. Penrhyn. Eric is still a prisoner in the palace, like Dunsworth. The two of them are conspiring, looking for ways to escape. I have to keep the espion watching them constantly. Eric wants to be with his wife. And so does Severn.
Elizabeth's face twisted with revulsion. "I've heard she still wears a widow's garb. That she's always dressed in black?"
It's true. The king is always making her new gowns. He's fixated on her. He wants to marry her, but she insists she is still married to Eric. He's tried to use his fountain magic to persuade her otherwise.
"That is abhorrent," she said, her emotions totally riled. He nodded feverishly.
His determination sickens me. And so I've used Attain to deceive him. She is fountain blessed herself, and has the power to look like anyone else. When the king is in one of his moods to persuade Catherine to relent, Attain stands proxy and resists him. I help her as often as I can because the king's magic won't work on Catherine when I am near. The poor woman is still faithful to her husband, but this constant pressure to yield is wearing her down. The king knows he's not getting any younger, that he needs an heir. The Privy Council is practically bullying her to accept him.
He threw up his hands.
I don't know how much longer we can hold it off. I want Eric to escape, but no other kingdom would risk the wrath of Severn by abducting him.
The look Elizabeth gave him was full of respect. She was silent a moment, staring at him. "I'm proud of you, Owen. It takes courage to do the right thing, especially when no one around you is helping." Owen sighed, grateful for her words, but hating the way they made him feel.
"If I had courage, I would depose him,"
he said frankly.
"I know the measure of the man now, and I don't respect him. I'm probably the only one who has enough power to defeat him. Yet your grandfather never did."
He glanced down as he said the bitter-tasting words.
He set the example of loyalty that we both follow. I'm torn in so many ways. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have helped Eric become king, even though I knew he wasn't the dreadful dead man.
Her eyes narrowed at the words. "You mean that old prophecy is true? The one about the great King Andrew returning someday to save Ceredigion?" He realized he had said too much. He shook his head and tried to turn away, but she caught his wrist and pulled him back. "You tell me, Owen Kiskaddon. What do you know of the prophecy? I thought it was just a legend." He blinked at her in misery.
"I know it's true. He's here in the castle,"
Owen whispered. Her eyes widened with shock. The little boy in the kitchen? The one my grandfather has been raising? Little Drew?" Owen shuddered at the word.
"He is Eric and Catherine's son. He is the reason Eric lied about being the king's nephew. He wanted to protect his wife, his son. The boy is only 7, about the age we were when we first met. He's the Argentine heir. the dreadful dead man.
Elizabeth blinked with astonishment. Then her voice fell to a whisper. My daughter, Genevieve, is playing with him in the kitchen right now. Owen nodded and looked at her seriously.
Can you imagine me writing that in a letter to you? Are you willing to keep it a secret from your husband? Atane and the Diconius of St. Penrhyn are the only others who know the truth. But do you think that little boy can defeat a grown man? In 10 more years, Severn may be too powerful for anyone to stop.
Chapter 2. The King's Command. Being back at Dundrennan was both a balm and a torture. The castle was steeped in memories that followed Owen as ghosts. Occasionally, he would turn a corner and see Genevieve tug Drew down the hall ahead of him, trailing giggles, and he would see himself and Evie doing the same. It hurt to be there, to be reminded of those memories. But at the same time, he found them soothing. Watching Steve Horwath die was especially agonizing, and Owen spent as much time as he could sitting beside the old Duke's bed, watching the irregular rise and fall of his chest, hearing the rattled sound of his breathing. Horwath's death would usher in the end of an era. The days of the sun and rose of Eridur, of battles fought and won, fought and lost, glory fading like a sunset. Owen feared that when the Duke finally stopped breathing, the last glimmer of daylight would be gone and night would descend. Owen would not be surprised if the Duke's life was the last bulwark standing against Severn's fullest depravity. He stared at the man's sunken cheeks, wishing he would heal and knowing he would not. He took the old Duke's gnarled hand and sighed with despair.
You're leaving me, old friend,
he murmured.
You're leaving me alone to fight for a future worth saving.
Horwath's eyelids fluttered. His eyes opened, and a look of pain crumpled his brow.
Still alive,
he said darkly. His head turned, and he looked at Owen.
You're still here, lad,
he said, a fragile smile on his bearded mouth.
I'm glad you came in time. Wasn't sure you would.
How could I not? Owen answered, grateful to have a moment alone with the Duke. Evie's children had been in and out of the room, but the stale confinement of a deathbed was not an enticing environment to the young.
How are you feeling?
Horwath grunted.
Old.
He shuddered beneath the blanket. Owen smiled.
As old as the yews on the road to Castle Beestone,
he jested.
Not that old,
Horwath said gruffly. His sharp gaze turned to Owen.
Would you heed some advice from one with more wisdom?
Owen already knew what he would say, but he patted Horwath's hand and nodded.
Get you a wife,
the old Duke panted. The touch of the old man's hand was growing colder. His skin was like ice.
That is counsel I receive constantly,
Owen said with a tug of bitterness in his throat.
Every month I get an offer of marriage from the father of some lass or other in realms as far as Genevar. If I stay at Tatton Hall longer than a fortnight, they start lining up their carriages.
He shook his head.
The best wives are already taken,
he said thickly. Horwath's eyes crinkled.
I'm sorry I failed you in that, lad. You didn't fail me,
Owen answered, shaking his head. One of the Duke's nurses peeked into the room, summoned by the sound of voices, no doubt, and Owen surreptitiously gestured for her to fetch the rest of the family. The Duke's moments of lucidity were growing increasingly rare. No one knew when the last would be.
We all followed our duty, did we not? I can't imagine your journey has been any less fraught with heartache.
Horwath gave him a weary smile.
Loyalty binds me. Only death," he stiffened with increasing pain, "will release me from its bondage." His eyes blinked rapidly, and he stared up at the ceiling beams, his breath coming in little bursts. Bondage. What an interesting word to describe it at such a moment. "Do you ever regret?" Owen asked in a low voice. The Duke suddenly clenched his hand. The pulse was strong, but then Owen felt the grip slacken. "Aye, lad. I have many regrets. Too many. But I don't regret befriending a frightened boy. I don't regret bringing my granddaughter to meet him. And I cannot regret having ambition for my duchy." His teeth clenched together as another wave of pain struck him. "I did what I thought was best. I led men. I was fair." "You served with integrity," Owen said hoarsely. "Even if it wasn't always deserved." "I did," Horwath grunted. "I've asked the king if he will let my granddaughter inherit Dundrennan." He licked his chapped lips. "I don't know if he will. He never promised." He sighed deeply, uttering a small groan. Owen glanced at the door, willing Iago and Elizabeth to come quickly. The Duke started shuddering. "Duty is a heavy burden, lad. My knees ache from the load. It is time I set it down." He turned his head again, his eyes full of pain and suffering. He pierced Owen with his gaze. "It's yours now. I bequeath it to you." A shard of torment dug into Owen's heart. He didn't want the burden. He loathed it. But he could see Horwath would not die in peace without handing off his duty to someone else. He felt tears prick the corner of his eyes. "I will take it," Owen said miserably. "Be at peace, grandfather. You've carried it long enough." Steve Horwath closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Owen thought it was his last breath, but the wave of pain had passed and he was breathing easier. His hand was limp against Owen's. "The duty I give you," the Duke whispered softly, "is found in the ice caves." Owen stared at the old man in shock. The Duke had a tranquil look on his face now, an expression of calm. Owen heard the susurrus of the fountain coming into the room. "What did you say?" Owen asked, leaning closer. His heart started to burn. "The maid's sword," the Duke murmured. "I know where it is. One of my people, a fountain-blessed lad by the name of Carrick, can lead you to it. He's one of the castle hunters, so is his father. He found the maid's sword in the ice, the sword of King Andrew. I have forbidden my people to wander the ice caves, to keep the secret safe." Owen stared in surprise. "Why have you not spoken of it before?" The Duke blinked. "Because we already have a king," he said in a hoarse whisper. "But Severn has no heir, no child. It is the sword of kings. Do not tell the Aquitanians. If they get it, they will conquer our kingdom. They want revenge for the past. This duty I lay on you. Be true." Iago and Elizabeth came rushing into the room, each shepherding along one of their children. Iago seemed quite comfortable in the role of father. Owen had seen him interacting with his children, sweeping them high into the air and making them laugh and squeal. He was especially close to Genevieve, very patient and indulging, even when she had interrupted one of Iago and Owen's conversations about trade and their dealings with Brugia's ambitious ruler. Owen could not deny a certain grudging respect for Iago, both the ruler and the man. It was as unexpected as it was unwelcome. Now, though, the entire family looked disconsolate. Even little Genevieve, who was constantly prattling, seemed at a loss for words as she stared at her great-grandfather's wheezing body. "Thank you for telling us," Elizabeth said, squeezing Owen's arm as she rushed past him to her grandfather. "Grandpapa, the king is here. He just rode into the bailey and is coming shortly. The king is here." Owen felt a wriggle of doom at the words. Horwath blinked at her, then smiled. "He came," Horwath said in surprise. Iago scooped up Genevieve in his arms and nudged past Owen to get nearer. He gave Owen a look that was difficult to interpret. Was it smugness? Exaltation? Or did he simply pity Owen for losing the woman they both loved, for not having a family of his own? Elizabeth and Iago's younger child was only too young to understand matters of death, and he was tugging on his mother's skirts, pleading for something to eat. Owen left the chair and retreated back to the door, allowing the family to crowd in around the Duke. He saw the nurses dabbing tears from their eyes. The people of the North loved Duke Horwath. He was treated with the honor and deference that was owed to a man who had proven his integrity throughout his life. Owen wrestled with the dilemma seething inside his chest. Could Owen make a mockery of that memory by deposing the king? As he leaned back against the door, he spied Drew standing on the other side of the awning, peeking into the room, his boyish face full of pain as he watched his guardian gasping for air and murmuring words to his relations that the two of them couldn't hear from so far away. Owen stared at the boy, struck again by the memories of being that age. For a moment, he was back at Beestone Castle, lying on his bed as Anchoret Treneowy, the woman who had saved Owen's life more than once, lay dying at his bedside, bleeding to death from stab wounds inflicted by the espion. The boy didn't even know his true identity or importance. Drew was tall for a boy his age. All the Argentines were tall. The hint of red in his blonde hair came from his mother. He was a handsome boy disguised in the garb of a servant. The lad believed he was destined to become a knight, and he loved practicing in the training yard with wooden swords. But he also had a fondness for watching games of Weiser. Whenever he spied Owen playing, he would slip up unnoticed and stare at the pieces as if they were the most fascinating thing. He looked so much like an Argentine that Owen did not want the king to see him. "Go play in the kitchen," he said to the boy, wanting to get him out of sight quickly. Drew looked instantly crestfallen. Owen could see he longed to be at the Duke's bedside, grieving the loss of the great man who had watched over him. His face frowned with potential rebellion, but he obeyed and skulked down the corridor. Owen felt guilty, but he had to conceal the boy from notice for as long as he could. His mind was still whirling with the news Horwath had given him about the sword. Evie had always mentioned the ice caves in the mountains, and they had both longed to explore them. Now he understood why it had been forbidden. Had the sword been trapped in the ice for decades, waiting for someone who was fountain-blessed to retrieve it? Owen had found another powerful relic in the sanctuary of Our Lady of Kingfountain, a Weiser set with mysterious powers, and he had hidden it for safekeeping in the fountain of St. Penryn, sequestered at the very edge of his land. The waters would help keep it hidden from all but the fountain-blessed. The sound of Elizabeth's weeping captured his attention, and he watched as she pressed her face into Iago's shoulder for comfort.
a twisting sensation unleashed inside Owen's gut as he watched Iago hug her. They were each other's comfort now. The only person Owen had to confide in and offer him comfort was Etain, who loved him and despaired that he would never return her feelings. With Etain's magic, she could look like anyone, deceiving anyone except for Owen. He had kept their relationship limited to friendship, though he knew she longed to be his mistress. He cared about her, but he didn't love anyone. He wasn't even sure if he could anymore. Nor was the king's poisoner a suitable marriage partner for a duke. No, Etain's job was to keep Owen from falling in love with anyone else. He had tasked her with that assignment years ago, for his heart was still loyal to one woman. A woman who grieved at her grandfather's passing. A woman whom he could not comfort. From the corridor came the shuffling gait of the king. Owen would have recognized his approach blindfolded. He knew the king's walk, especially when Severn was weary or saddle-sore. Owen tried to compose himself, to keep his face from revealing the true depth of his bitterness and resentment. Elizabeth lifted her head, hearing the sound, and looked to Owen for confirmation. His expression said the words for him. "The king is here," she whispered to her husband. Iago scowled instinctively. There was no love between the two sovereigns. There was only grudging dependency. Owen turned to face the king, and his heart quickened with panic. Severn was holding Drew's hand and leading him back into the room. The flow of the fountain emanated from the king, who relied on touch to fully transmit his power of persuasion. As they approached, the king's power began to wane and subside. He glanced at Owen in annoyance.
"The lad tells me you banished him to the kitchen," he said curtly. "He's grieving over his fallen master. I thought you'd have more compassion than that."
Owen accepted the barb without even pursing his lips. He had gotten quite adept at masking his expressions when the king was around. Suddenly, Genevieve came rushing up and took Drew's hand. "Do you want to see him?" she asked, tugging the boy toward the bed. "He's very still now. He's gone to the deep fathoms. It's nothing to be scared of, Drew. You'll see. Don't be scared." "I'm not scared," Drew countered, affronted. But he followed her into the room, giving only half-hearted resistance to her pulls. The king sidled up next to Owen in the doorway, watching the two children as they approached the bedside.
"Those two remind me of breakfast in the Great Hall," he murmured. "I remember. She wanted to build a fish pond. Now look at her. So poised and motherly."
His voice was just above a whisper, pitched for Owen alone.
"She saved Iago's life. I hope he's grateful to her. But they won't be pleased when I give the North to another, someone who has fully earned the right of being a duke."
"Gatsby," Owen said blandly.
"Indeed," the king said with relish, and then sighed. "They'll be bitter. Aren't the disappointed always bitter? But you see the wisdom in my decision, don't you? I can't give Iago that much power." "I see the wisdom," Owen replied. "But no man likes to be kept on the ground with a boot on his neck." The king stiffened and frowned, giving Owen a sharp look. "Well, my outspoken young friend, it is easier to kick a man while he's down than slog through a battlefield against him. Or perhaps you want him to invade Ceredigion, so you can have the pleasure of killing him." It was a brutal thing to say, and it was said deliberately. Owen had long endured such provoking comments. Although it rankled him, he didn't let it show. He found sarcasm to be an adequate defense in such moments. "I could have killed him at any time, my lord," he said knowingly, his eyes bright. "But it would grieve me to make Elizabeth suffer, so I patiently wait for the man to get the pox." Severn chuckled at the dark humor and clapped Owen's back, which was especially annoying.
Then he heaved another sigh and stared at Horwath's lifeless body. Despite his posturing, he almost looked relieved that he had arrived too late.
Well, Catesby will be content, and I'll get a moment of peace. If you'd fancy a remembrance of the Duke, you'd best take it now. Catesby counts the coins, you know. He won't give up a florin without a fight. Not that you are in need of coin. I've rewarded you amply, and am about to reward you further.
Owen crinkled his eyebrows.
How so? You're going to start another war,
Severin said with a grin of enjoyment. He looked positively devilish when he schemed. His black hair was riddled with streaks of gray, each one a testament to the troubles he'd endured since seizing the throne of Ceredigion. His slight deformities were draped in the costliest of court attire, all black with jewels, and he still wore a chain vest beneath his tunic as an extra layer of defense.
With whom this time?
Owen said, controlling his tone so he didn't sound as exasperated as he felt. The king was always tweaking the noses of the other realms, putting them in fear of an invasion. His dominion had expanded relentlessly over the last 7 years, with more and more cities and areas allying themselves to the badge of the White Boar. Years before, Anchoret had helped fool the king into believing Owen had the gift of precognition. Although he did have powers from the fountain, reading the future was not one of them. Still, Owen sometimes interfered with the king's riskier plans by claiming to have had a dream from the fountain. As the years passed, his visions seemed to convince the king less and less, almost as if the king were losing his belief in the guiding force of the fountain, something Owen did not understand, since the fountain was the source of the king's own preternatural abilities. Owen had become more judicious in his use of the dreams, especially when common sense said the risk was too great.
Brithonica,
the king said. Owen turned to look at the king.
They've been our ally for 7 years. What would we gain?
Severin chuffed.
They've enjoyed immunity long enough. Besides, I need their land to wage war on Occitania. Chatrion has been fortifying the borderlands each year, making it more and more difficult to conquer new cities. But he's exposed on his flank, Brithonica. We take that duchy and Chatrion will cave like those tiles you used to play with.
Owen's childhood pastime of stacking tiles had always helped him focus, and it also replenished his natural supply of fountain magic. Now that he was older, he found the same benefits by playing wiser, reading history, and plotting strategies with the Espion. The king gave him a smug look.
You're the one who has taught me to be devious, lad. You're blessed with a cunning mind.
The thought of betraying the Duchess disgusted Owen, and he was not eager to face Lord Marshal Roux, her advisor and protector, on the battlefield. Owen and Roux were allies, but uncomfortable ones, and had danced around each other for years. The Lord Marshal had an uncanny knack for showing up places unexpectedly, a trait that set Owen on edge.
My lord,
Owen said,
Brithonica is full of valleys and woods. I've explored the borders between Avaranche and Cannes, but no farther. They also have a strong fleet. Not as strong as ours,
Severin said reprovingly.
It's not your place to question my commands, Lord Kiskaddon. It's your place to fulfill them.
It was a tone of voice he had started using with more regularity.
With Steve dead, I must count on you more than I ever have. Now, I've made this conquest simple for you.
Owen wanted to vomit. He knew something else was coming. He could see it in the gleam of Severin's eyes. His mouth went dry.
You are to go to the capital of Brithonica. Plamur, I believe, is the name. And you will finally meet this elusive duchess that Marshal Roux has been shielding for so long. The most eligible heiress of all the realms. Her name is Cinia, after that breed of butterfly, or so Polydoro tells me. She's a pawn. Roux's been using her to hold on to power himself. Well, You tell that scheming Lord Rue that I insist the Duchess and you should marry at once. When they refuse, and I know they will, that gives us the pretext we need to invade and open up a new front against Aquitania."
He clapped Owen on the back again. Then he looked back at the view of the room, his mood becoming more somber.
"Brithonica used to be our duchy, and I mean to make it ours once again. I want it all, lad. Every town. Every village."
Chapter 3. Deep Fathoms. It would have been a more fitting send-off for the Duke if clouds had come and threatened rain or snow. But the sky was a blindingly bright shade of blue. The jagged mountains capped in snow stood out so starkly against it, it felt as if it were a vivid dream. Even with the sun blazing down, the air was sharp enough to cut, and everyone assembled on the bridge was bundled up in fur cloaks and hats. The stone bridge overlooked the falls in the canyon past Dundrennan, and the waters were roaring so loudly it was difficult to hear the shrill notes of the pipers and the steady boom of the drummers. Waterfalls had always fascinated Owen, and he had been at this location many times in the past, had stared at the endless flood of waters rushing through the rocks and boulders, building into a snowy white churn before leaping off the cliff into the valley below. Turning his neck, Owen saw Evie sidled up next to Iago, his arm wrapped tight around her shoulders. Their two children were straining against the bridge, staring down at the rapids rushing beneath them, their eyes full of wonder. Owen had been to the falls at Edinburgh and Adabirian, which were impressive, but they paled in comparison to the size and force of the waterfalls in North Cumbria. This was Evie's true home. This was the place where he had hoped to kiss her for the first time years ago. Almost in defiance of this thought, Iago brushed his lips against her hair in a comforting way. Owen forced his eyes to look away. The bridge was full of spectators awaiting the launch of Duke Horwath's body back to the deep fathoms. In the distance, farther upstream, Owen could see the black-garbed knights preparing the body. The smoke from the torches they carried mixed with the mist coming up from the waters, and Owen could smell a hint of it in the air. The knights were saying their final respects as the music played on. Owen felt the king's shoulder butt against his. It would be difficult to hear over the tumult of the falls, so Owen leaned closer to him.
"Who is that lad?"
Severn asked, motioning surreptitiously to Drew. Owen pretended not to know.
"Who do you mean? There are many children on the bridge." "The boy with the flax and reddish hair," he said. "Bless me if he doesn't look a little like my nephews who died."
He sniffed, his eyes narrowing warily.
"He told me his father died at Avalanche. His mother could not care for him. I asked him who his mother was, but he doesn't know."
He smirked.
"I even used my magic on him, but he wasn't concealing anything."
Owen grew more and more uncomfortable.
"You should stop using your magic like that, my lord. It makes people even more wary about you. But why the interest in the lad?"
Severn shrugged.
"He reminds me of you, though he's not as timid as you were. I miss having children at the palace."
He gave Owen a look of suspicion.
"Assign an espion to find out who his parents were. I assume you're stopping through Kingfountain on your way to Brithonica."
"Naturally," Owen said.
"I don't plan on going there without some protection. Marshal Rue has always made me wary."
The king smiled shrewdly and nodded.
"I was going to ride back with you, but I may linger here a few days more."
He sniffed, his gaze going back to the boy.
"Something about him. Find out who he is, Owen. Have your man report directly to me."
"I will, my lord," Owen said with a neutral voice, though he squirmed with guilt. A raven squawked from atop a nearby evergreen and took to the air, flapping its wings as it swooped toward them. The king started with surprise,
his mouth suddenly a rictus of disgust and fear, and waved his arm to ward it away. As the bird flapped off into the distance, the sound of the shrill pipes became louder, and the drumbeat increased in pace and volume. Owen was surprised by the king's involuntary reaction. Severn loathed losing control, especially around others, but he soon forgot it, for Severn's gaze had once again settled on the boy. He only watched him for a moment, though, before turning his attention on the musicians. The body of the Duke had been tied into a canoe, and the knights were assembled in 2 rows, each pair holding the staves upon which the canoe rested. Elizabeth dabbed a tear from her cheek and kept one hand on her youngest, who was still peering over the far side of the railing for a better view at the waters. The knights marched to the edge of the river, the sound of their boots lost amidst the noise of the crowd. Then they stamped to a halt and angled the staves so that the canoe slid forward and landed in the river with a splash. Everyone in the crowd stopped breathing as the canoe was snatched up in the current and hurtled forward. Owen was fixated by the dark shape as it knifed through the ripples in the river and rushed toward the bridge at breakneck speed. It was a matter of heartbeats before the canoe approached their gathering. All was silent except for the clamor of the falls, so there was nothing to mask the collective gasp as the little boat came up. Owen could see the gray cheeks of the Duke, his closed eyes, and his sword fastened to his hands by straps. A deep sadness pierced Owen's heart as he gazed at the face of Steve Horwath one last time. And then the canoe tipped over the edge, plummeting into the snowstorm mist of water vapor below. A shared gasp and sigh came from those assembled as he disappeared. To the deep fathoms, wherever that was. The king clapped Owen's shoulder, his face full of respect for the fallen soldier who had given his entire life for the Argentine family. He had left behind a legacy of faithfulness and honor that was about to be pillaged and sullied by the new Duke of the North. It grated on Owen to see the undeserving rewarded, while Elizabeth, who had sacrificed her own wishes to do her duty to the king, was forced to give up the lands and rights that were her due. It was cruel, and it was wrong. Yes, it was pragmatic. Yes, it was clever. But punishing Elizabeth for her husband's previous treachery was disrespectful to the loyalty that she had shown. I've given this some thought. I share your distrust of Lord Marshal Roux, King Severn said in his ear as everyone turned and moved to the other side of the bridge. There was always a feeling of hopefulness after a boat was sent down the falls, people lingering around to see if it would survive the fall and continue on downstream. The river wound all the way to Kingfountain and, ultimately, the sea. "He won't be pleased with me, you can be sure," Owen said, chuckling darkly. "A demand for marriage won't be met with good feelings. Not when we protected her from the Aquitanian king's demands 7 years ago." "Which is why we're doing it," Severn chuckled maliciously. "It's just a pretext, Owen. An excuse to invade. But when you go, bring Etain with you." His eyes narrowed coldly. "Just in case." Owen wrestled with the conflict in his heart. He wanted Etain to stay in Kingfountain and help shield Catherine from Severn while he was gone. "My lord," he started to hedge, but the look in Severn's eyes was enough to silence him. "I insist," the king said. "If Roux gets in the way, then get him out of the way." As they stood by the bridge overlooking the massive falls, Owen had the unbidden urge to shove the king over the rail. "Yes, my lord," Owen said with a weary sigh. He wanted to be gone, far away from the ill feelings that had descended on Dundrennan like an evil shroud. Lord Catesby was only too eager to assume his new title. He did not have the grace or wisdom to recognize the offense his new position would cause to Elizabeth and her relations. Her mother, Lady Mortimer, was told in the rudest of terms that she would need to either return to her own estates or follow her daughter back to Adabirian. Catesby did not care which she chose. She was no longer welcome in the castle that had belonged to her father, a venerated and loyal servant to the king. Outspoken as always, Elizabeth rebuked the new duke for his insensitivity, but he condescendingly informed her that while she might be the queen of a backwater kingdom, she had no authority in his estate. Iago looked ready to draw a blade, so Owen tried to calm the hostilities by pulling Lord Catesby aside and reminding him that he was being a jack. Catesby might not care about giving offense to Iago and Elizabeth, but he dared not rile the Duke of Westmarch, who was the king's general and the leader of the Espion. Catesby was cowed for a while, but ill will made Owen eager to depart. The place that had always been his sanctuary was no longer welcoming. The next day, he was inspecting the girth straps of his horse in the bailey, preparing to leave, when Elizabeth called to him from the castle doors. He left the horse with a groom and strode back to see what she wanted. Her lip was quivering, her eyes full of tears. "What's wrong?" he demanded, concerned. She swallowed, clearly trying to master her emotions. "Owen," she gasped, shaking her head. I'm so frightened. I don't know how I can do this." Her eyes skittered wildly, and her hands grasped at his tunic. He looked at her with increasing alarm. "What's happened?" They were alone in the doorway, no one within earshot. "The king has asked, well, more like ordered, that we leave one of our children behind. He said he misses the days of old when you and I used to run around the palace together. But we both know, Iago and I, we know he's doing this to ensure we don't do anything rash now that Catesby commands the north. My husband is furious, as you may well imagine. He wants to force the king to accept my rights to Dundrennan, but I think that would be foolish. Not now, not when he's so powerful. I must pick one of my children." Tears coursed down her cheeks. She let out a breath. "I'm sorry, Owen, but my heart feels ripped asunder. I think of your own mother. How did she endure it? It feels unbearable." She started to sob, and Owen yearned to comfort her. He closed his eyes, trying vainly to shut out the memories of leaving his mother as a young boy, the fear and the aching realization that he would never live with his parents again. He had been sent to Kingfountain in a similar manner, so he knew firsthand what Genevieve was about to experience. He had no doubt that the daughter would be chosen instead of the son. He shook his head slowly. "Even I can still be stunned at his cruelty." Elizabeth nodded, hiccuping as she tried to stifle her tears. "My son, Iago, must return to Adabirian. He's the heir, and he's so little. The king knows I will have to send Genevieve." She clenched her fists against her chest, trying to quell more tears. "And it's worse knowing that you're going to Brithonica. I would feel so much better if I knew you were there with her, watching over her. Would you ask Attain?" she implored. Owen grimaced. "I can't. The king ordered me to take her with me in case Rue causes trouble." He rubbed his forehead, anguished by her ordeal, by this newest sign of the king's wickedness. "I will ask Lady Catherine to watch over her. She's a fellow native of Adabirian, which should be comforting to your lass, and Leona as well. She won't be gone for long, Evie, I promise." He realized he had used her pet name and flushed deeply. "I beg your pardon, Elizabeth. I will do what I can to make sure your daughter is protected. You have my word on that. I don't think that I will be in Brithonica for very long," he added wryly. "When I get back, I'll persuade the king to send her home." Gratitude shone through her misery. "You are so dear to me," she said softly, blinking away tears. "Thank you. You can still call me Evie." That name is only for you. Iago has another pet name for me. Owen did not want to know what it was. Where is he? She pursed her lips. Arguing with the king? He's a passionate man. You can be sure he's not making this easy for Severn. Owen sighed. As long as he doesn't do anything rash. He chose well in you. He shook his head, feeling hopeless and wretched. Your daughter is beautiful and curious, he said, the words rushing out in spite of himself, just like you were. I'm going to make sure the window to the cistern is nailed shut. Elizabeth smiled, a genuine warm one. Do that, she said emphatically. I'm sorry to keep you, Owen. The king thought you were already gone, which is why he announced it when he did. Safe travels. She stood awkwardly for a moment and then impulsively wrapped her arm around his neck and hugged him. Before she pulled away, she brushed a small kiss on his cheek. Her eyes were very green. I want you to find love, Owen, she blurted earnestly. I don't care if she's a duchess or a waif. I want you to be happy. Promise me you will try. He stared at her, caught off guard by the hug and tender kiss, very aware of the surging emotions that raged in his dilapidated heart. He had resisted the allurements of other women for 7 years, clinging to the dwindling and perverse hope that Evie's husband would somehow manage to die. It had happened to Severn with his wife. But each year had diminished the hope and convinced Owen that waiting for her would be foolish. Sourly, he wondered if he'd waited too long. Perhaps Severn would force him to act, if not with the Duchess of Brithonica, another woman. As Owen mused on these dark thoughts, he decided he was glad he'd come back to the north after all. He was grateful that he and Evie had reconciled at long last. They would be friends again, if only friends apart. He was a better man for having her in his life. The sun warmed all that it touched. He gave her a courtly bow. I must do as my king commands me, he said with a mocking tone. I must order a powerful woman to marry me. What could possibly go wrong? With a wry smile, he turned away and walked back to his horse and slung up into the saddle. He looked back at the castle, Dundrennan, and wondered when he would next return. It would have to be soon. There was a sword in an ice cave that he needed to find. Suddenly, the first stirrings of a plan began to shape in his mind. The plan required a boy and a sword. My Lord Kiskaddon, we have apprehended a plot to smuggle the pretender Piers Erbic and the wretch Dunsworth out of Holystern Tower, where they are presently confined. We intercepted a communication from Duke Maxwell of Brugia offering a sizable sum for the capture of these 2 men. There have been 2 attempts in the last fortnight to bribe the guards for access. The second attempt was intercepted by the Espion, and we are now holding the man who instigated the plot in the city. Guard over Holystern has been increased. We await word from our spies in Brugia as to the motives behind Maxwell's interference. Sent with all haste. Kevin Amrian, Kingfountain Palace. Chapter 4. Prisoners in the Tower. While Owen was still weary from the ride south to Kingfountain, he had little time to rest. He had received a note from an Espion courier about a Brugian plot to free Eric and Dunsworth, so he immediately met with his second-in-command, the Espion he always put in charge during his absences from the palace. Kevin Amrian was a capable man, adept at reading both court subtleties and the people around him, and he had proven his loyalty to Owen again and again despite being 20 years his senior. Owen and Kevin walked through the Espion tunnels honeycombing the palace, heading toward the entrance to Holystern Tower. They moved with haste, for Owen knew the king expected him to leave for Brithonica as soon as possible. That's a sizable sum, he told Kevin, watching the bob of the lantern illuminate the tunnels they passed. They had a dank smell that made Owen wrinkle his nose. No wonder they were tempted. What's the name of the man you captured? His name is Dragon, Kevin said. It's not an uncommon name in Ceredigion, but there are records of a man with that name in Mancini's books. A sanctuary man before the king cleared them all out. He skulks in the city now, trying to stay out of the way of the sheriff. And his motive was purely greed? Owen asked. Seems to be the case. I don't think he has any loyalty to any man. He's loyal to gold. The sum offered was hefty enough to entice him to risk his neck. And no doubt it will entice others as well, Owen reported. Well, if Duke Maxwell wants to stir up trouble in our domain, we can easily accommodate him. While I'm gone, I want you to have someone consider how we can pay Maxwell back in kind. I'm sure there is a nobleman or two in his country who would love to see him fall. Kevin smiled cynically. I imagine there are, my lord. His gaze narrowed. You have read the reports about Duke Maxwell, though. He seems a bit strange. An odd fellow, obsessed with the legends of the Fountain Blessed. He claims to be Fountain Blessed himself. Owen chuckled. Oh, yes. Their equivalent of the Espion is called the Secret Instruction. The head of it is a poisoner named Descent. According to our friends in Brugia, Descent calls Maxwell by a different name. Time. They say his special gift with the fountain is the ability to travel through time itself. Owen chuckled with disgust. The man is daft and overly ambitious. I didn't think he would be fool enough to poke at Severn, but if he wants another war, he's welcome to one. We still control Calais and can bring in an army quite easily. Kevin's smile stretched wider. I do enjoy working for you, my lord. And I'm not trying to wipe my snot on your boots, either. You're unpretentious. I'm a bone-weary soldier, Owen said, brushing off the compliment. And I grow wearier by the day. Ah, here we are. They arrived at the locked door of the tower. There were 3 men guarding it at all times. They recognized Kevin and Owen immediately and snapped to attention. One of them fumbled with a keyring and hastily unlocked the door. Anything to report? Kevin demanded, folding his arms and projecting an impatient air. Nothing new, my lord, one of the guards said, tipping his cap to Owen as well. We changed their schedule as you instructed. Good man, Kevin said, nodding to him. The door opened and Owen began to ascend the tower steps. As the sound of their boots echoed up and down the shaft, he thought about the misery of these 2 prisoners' existence. It was the king's will that Eric and Dunsworth be thrown together as companions of misfortune. Owen still remembered the day when Severn had humiliated Eric in front of his wife, Lady Catherine. It was a dark memory that made Owen squirm with antipathy. Catherine had been persuaded to leave the sanctuary of St. Penrhyn with the promise that she would be able to see her husband again. But their reunion had been a form of torture for both of them. Owen recalled how Catherine had sobbed at the sight of Eric in chains, his princely garb exchanged for that of a commoner. The king had provided her with an assortment of widow's attire, a cruel jest on his part, and she had worn nothing but black since that fateful day. 7 years had passed since they had been together as man and wife. 7 years since the birth of their son. They only knew that Owen had taken the child somewhere to be raised as a knight. Neither parent knew where Drew was or who was raising him. Such dark thoughts reminded Owen of his own parents, whom he had not seen in 16 years. They had been exiled from Ceredigion for their role in an attempted coup at Ambion Hill. Rumor had it they had taken refuge in Aquitania, where they lived in a small manor on a meager stipend. He had tried to make arrangements for them, to contact them, but his messages had always been returned unopened, the couriers unsuccessful in tracking their location. Perhaps they had changed the spelling and pronunciation of their last name so they could disappear into obscurity. He thought about them on occasion, yearning to know what they were doing, how they had fared. His sisters would be married by now in all likelihood. Were his parents still living? He imagined so. They were getting older, but there was no reason to think they weren't alive somewhere. Did they still think about him?
The son they had sent away to live as the king's ward? He was out of breath by the time they reached the top of the tower. 2 more guards stood at attention in front of the door, both of whom Owen recognized, though not by name. They greeted him formally and then unlocked the door. Owen turned to Kevin, holding up his hand.
"Fetch Atane. I need to speak with her. Wait for me outside Dragon's cell. I'll only be a moment with these 2.
Kevin looked a little taken aback, especially since Owen had waited until they were at the top of the spiral staircase to convey his message, but he sighed and nodded and started back down the steps. Owen nodded to the soldiers and they pulled open the door. The stench inside was almost unbearable. Owen gritted his teeth and stepped into the stink. He saw Dunsworth lounging on a chair, his eyes bloodshot and full of enmity. There were a few books in the room, some on a shelf, some on the small table. The pallet was just wide enough for 2, but Owen saw a blanket in a heap on the floor and he imagined that Eric had chosen to sleep elsewhere. Eric was sitting at the desk, a book in his hands, and his eyes lit with a desperate hunger when he saw Owen. His jaw started to tremble. His eyes were haunted with despair.
"Hello, Kiski," Dunsworth drawled, using the old pet name like a bludgeon.
Owen barely gave the man a look, for what he saw made him depressed. This was a man who had grown so complacent and lazy they had to cut his rations. He had a beard, pox on his cheeks, and soulless blue eyes full of hate. Eric leaped out of his chair.
"What's happened, Lord Owen?"
he demanded, his voice a little feverish.
"We're only allowed to walk the grounds once a week now. No exercise. Is the king trying to kill us with boredom?"
His cheeks grew flushed as he spoke.
"My father was permitted to drink himself to death,"
Dunsworth said irreverently. He rocked the heels of his boot back and forth.
"I would gladly accept that fate. Can our dungeon be moved to the wine cellars, please?"
Eric gave Dunsworth a look of pure annoyance, but he had learned long ago not to spar with him. He turned back to Owen imploringly.
"My lord, what have we done to deserve such punishment?"
"Nothing," Owen said flatly.
"It's not your fault at all. Someone tried bribing the guard to rescue you."
Dunsworth let out a spluttering laugh followed by some unspecific grunted syllables. Eric's eyes widened with hope.
"Truly?" "I would not get my hopes up,"
Owen said, shaking his head.
"It will come to naught." "Then why are you here?"
Eric asked. He started to pace anxiously.
"I wanted to see you with my own eyes," Owen said with a smirk, "to be sure no one had tricked me. And I brought you another book."
He pulled out the small book wedged into his belt.
"I see you've been through this collection. This is a book of legends of King Andrew and Myrddin. I read it as a boy."
Dunsworth hawked and spat on the floor, the glob landing dangerously close to Owen's boot.
"You didn't bring me a bottle of wine, did you?"
Owen seethed internally, but he remained calm. He tossed the book onto the table.
"What were you reading?"
Eric glanced surreptitiously.
"That one?"
Owen shrugged and sauntered to the table. The room reeked of filth. He picked up the book and thumbed through some pages.
"I haven't read this one in a while. Did you like it?" "I enjoyed it very much,"
Eric said meaningfully.
"Thank you."
Owen nodded his indifference and folded the book under his arm.
"I'm leaving the kingdom for a fortnight or so. If the risk of escape shrinks, I'll authorize more time in the training yard." "Thank you,"
Eric said with relief. Dunsworth looked at Owen with utter loathing, his lazy eye twitching.
"You never bring me any gifts,"
he grumbled.
"He does,"
Eric answered flatly.
"You just don't take advantage of reading them."
Dunsworth rolled his head and then gazed up at the timbers propping up the tower.
"This was the cell that Tunmore jumped from to his death. I can see why he did it. Take away those bars, and I would try flapping my wings as well. Farewell, Owen said, nodding brusquely.
Eric stepped forward earnestly.
How much longer, my lord?
He said with agitation bordering on hopelessness. He gazed hard at Eric.
We all make choices, and we live with the consequences.
Then he turned and rapped on the door with the book spine. As the soldiers opened it, he heard Dunsworth spit again. Then he felt the wad strike his back. The soldiers' faces turned red with rage, and they looked ready to barge in to pummel Dunsworth for his insolence and disrespect. Owen held up his hand in warning. He left the tower and motioned for them to lock the door.
How dare he?
One of the soldiers snarled. Owen shook his head.
He wanted a beating, he said softly. He was trying to earn one. He can't feel anymore. Even pain is something he misses. Have pity on them, but do not hurt them. They endure enough torture.
Owen hurried down the tower to meet Kevin and Atane by the cells where more common prisoners were detained. Atane gave him a curious look as he came into view. It was unusual for him to summon her to the dungeon for a meeting. The dankness was slightly offset by the prettiness of her stylish and form-fitting gown. The corridors smelled of rot and filth, and the air shivered with groans and wet coughs. Kevin brought them to a cell and inserted a key into the lock.
My lord, meet our latest guest, he introduced.
Owen ducked through the opening and took the lantern from Kevin, who waited outside. The man in the dank cell shielded his face from the light and flinched, backing away from the glare. He was an oily man with a hawk nose and a handsome, squarish, pocked face with long sideburns that matched the color of his dark hair. His clothes looked like they had been worn by a nobleman and then discarded after too much use. There were splits at the seams, and some of the stitching threads were loose. A surge of fountain magic filled the cell, startling Owen because it was so unexpected. He dropped the book cradled in his arm and reached for his dagger. He felt Atane's hand touch his shoulder, and when he jerked his neck around to face her, he saw she was in disguise. Her face had been distorted to look like Evie's maid, and her blonde hair had gone long and dark.
Who is that?
Dragon grunted and growled. He was still shielding his face. Owen had never seen him before, but his expression did look somewhat familiar. It's not him, Atane said in Justine's voice, shaking her head vigorously. She turned and left. Owen stared after her and then turned back to face Dragon. He slowly crouched and picked up the fallen book.
What does she mean I'm not him?
Dragon said with a croaking voice.
Who was that lass? Do I know her?
It came together in Owen's mind like a puzzle. He gave Dragon a sharp look.
Who hired you to abduct the prisoners?
I'm not saying nothing, the man said firmly. What's a man to do, I ask ye, now that the king thrust us out of sanctuary? I tell you. I ask you, he huffed. I don't mean nothing, my lord. I just want a few coins in my sack, eh? Can you blame a man for trying, eh, my lord? Can you blame me? I can't blame myself. You would have done the same in my place, sure as milk you would have.
The man's shabby clothes were proof enough of his ill-kempt condition.
You knew what you were doing when you went against the king, he scolded. You're the kind of man who'd steal coins from the fountains at the sanctuary.
The man grinned sheepishly. One of his teeth was missing.
You can't blame me, eh?
Owen shook his head and left. He felt the churning of the fountain magic dwindle in the cell. Kevin shut and locked the door.
Do you want him tortured, whipped, drowned, or set loose, my lord?
Kevin asked with a chuckle. Owen glanced at Atane, who looked like herself again despite her pale cheeks. She wasn't looking at either of them. Her face was composed, but he could see she was reeling inside.
No, let him stew a few more days. Then release him with a threat and have him followed. See where he leads you. Aye, my lord. Is there anyone else you wanted to see before leaving? Anything I can fetch for you before your trip?
Owen shook his head no.
I'm leaving you in charge while we're gone.
He glanced at Etain. While we're gone? Etain asked with sudden interest, her eyebrows lifting. Kevin bowed.
Understood. Let me know if you need anything further.
Then he started away, leaving Owen and Etain alone together in the corridor. They walked in silence until they reached the espion's secret star chamber. Owen slid the bolt in the door, trying to shake the ominous feelings that were making him ill. When he turned, Etain was pacing and wringing her hands. She was agitated.
So that was your father,
Owen said softly.
Dragon.
Her head shot up, and she nodded.
You startled me,
Owen laughed, shaking his head.
When you summoned your magic like that, I thought we were being ambushed. You chose Justine? Of all your disguises, her?
Etain gave him a wry smile. She was on my mind at the moment, and I needed something quickly before my father saw me.
Do you think he did?
I don't know. He wouldn't have been expecting to see me, especially not dressed like this. She looked disturbed. Why did you bring me to see him?
I knew you grew up in the sanctuary, Owen said. I wanted you there in case you recognized the man. As it turns out, you did.
There was something in his eye, a glimmer of knowing. I know he thinks I'm dead, and I make it a point not to visit the sanctuary because I don't want to be recognized. When I do, I always use a disguise. Owen saw she was trembling.
Bad memories?
She looked at him again in surprise. Her mouth twisted into a scowl. There is no love lost between us, my lord. She looked even paler than before, and he could only imagine what childhood trauma she had endured.
Is he dangerous? Should I keep him jailed?
Owen came up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. The trembling melted away at his touch. He's a thief, and I'm a thief's daughter. I wasn't prepared. It startled me, that's all. She looked at him boldly, her courage returning. I'm not that girl any longer. I'm not defenseless. She changed her expression, looking more at ease. So where are we going, my lord? Who does the king wish killed this time?
There are many he wishes were dead,
Owen said with a snide laugh.
No, we have a unique assignment, you and I. He's ordered me to go to Brithonica.
Etain looked interested. Indeed. For what purpose? Owen dropped his hand and shook his head.
To start another war.
Chapter 5. The Prince's Widow. Severn had spared no expense in indulging Eric's disenfranchised bride. Lady Catherine had her own private rooms in the palace, furnished with the best couches, sitting-room chairs, and tapestries that the king's prodigious coffers could bestow. She had handmaidens, although she regularly dismissed them to attend to more important things. She also spent as little time as possible in the private rooms, always seeking opportunities to minister to the lowlier castes. The people had taken to calling her the Prince's Widow for her persistent widow's weeds. Owen arranged the meeting for her sitting room, and had Etain join them. The poisoner quickly opened and inspected the secret doors and spy holes where the king could covertly watch the meeting. That was another reason Lady Catherine did not enjoy spending time in the rooms. Although she knew about his penchant for watching her secretly, she had to pretend otherwise. After Etain nodded that the room was secure from eavesdroppers, Lady Catherine's expression wilted with anxiousness. "How is he?" she whispered nervously. He wasn't sure who she was referring to, her husband or her son.
Your husband is enduring as bravely as he can,
Owen said dejectedly. Being with her always made him uneasy. He was the one who had deceived Eric into leaving Sanctuary and had arrested him. Lady Catherine had never forgotten that, and while she appreciated his intercessions, her look was always wary and distrustful.
I brought this for you.
He dropped the book on the table. It was the one he had taken from Hollister Tower. Eric left her little messages scribbled in the margins of the book. To someone picking it up, the words were crafted in a way to make it look like he was making notes or commenting on passages that were meaningful to him. But when he underlined words about love and affection, they were the jailed man's only way of expressing his feelings for his wife. Catherine's eyes filled with emotion, and she reverently lifted the book and pressed it to her breast. "Thank you, Owen," she said sincerely. "I know you risk a great deal helping us." He shrugged and sighed, watching Etain as she examined one of the globes on the table against the far wall.
"I do what I can. I've also come from North Cumbria. The boy is healthy. He's a strapping lad, very guarded and serious. He has your eyes."
She blinked quickly, trying to master her emotions again. "When can I see him? Is there any way you can arrange it? It might kill me, but I would give anything just to tousle his hair." Owen shook his head.
"That's not likely to happen anytime soon, Catherine. Lord Catesby has been named Duke of North Cumbria."
Catherine blanched. "You cannot be serious. That is dreadful news. What does that mean for the Queen of Adabirian? I thought she would be the heir."
"So did she," Owen said darkly. "But Severn won't trust one person with too much power. Even though she's Horwath's heir, she's also Iago Llewellyn's wife, and the king would rather enrich his own supporters than bolster a potential rival."
Catherine's eyes narrowed with anger. "It is unjust."
"As you've already learned for yourself, the world has been that way for quite some time. There is little I can do about it. The decision was made before I even arrived. Catesby is already making an oaf of himself. But I came here with a particular favor to ask of you."
She gave him a startled look. "Whatever can I do? I'm a prisoner here."
"Trust me, you should prefer this cell to the one in which Eric sits."
She flushed and shook her head. "I would rather stay in that drafty tower with him." Owen believed she meant it.
"It's not drafty, Catherine. It's not like it was with Tunmore. If there were a way to bring you both together, you know I would. Some of the Espeon are loyal to me, but I can't trust that they all are."
"What is this favor you spoke of?" He swallowed.
"The king fears that Iago may be a risk in the short term, following his decision. So he's bringing another hostage to join the palace. Iago and Elizabeth's eldest, their daughter Genevieve. She's taken a fancy to your son,"
he added with a bittersweet smile.
"They have been playfellows. Severn will bring her to the palace. I was wondering if you would look after her. She may be frightened being so far away from Edinburgh."
Catherine's expression changed to one of sympathy and delight. "Of course I will. Dear child, of course I will do all that I can to help her. Thank you, Owen, for thinking of me. It would help me endure the loneliness better." Owen smiled, pleased by her reaction.
"Thank you. Now for the bitter tidings."
He started to pace, as he usually did while mulling through all of his problems. How best to introduce the next bit of news? "I don't like your countenance," she told him worriedly.
"You shouldn't,"
he said with a grunt.
"The king has ordered Etain and me to leave the palace. In fact, we'll be leaving the kingdom shortly on a mission of... Oh, how should we put this?"
He gave Etain a pleading look. "Diplomacy," she supplied with a smirk.
"That's as good a word as any other. I'm going to threaten the Duchess of Brithonica. Etain was ordered to go with me."
Catherine's face blanched, and then she started to tremble. "You're leaving me alone with him," she said in a subdued, terrified voice. The look on her face made his stomach twist into knots.
"Yes, I'm afraid that's true,"
he said softly. Catherine walked a few steps to a table and planted her palms on the flat surface, her shoulders quivering. "Both of you must go?" she asked pleadingly.
"The king orders it," Owen said helplessly. I do not think we will be gone for long. You must be strong, Catherine. You know the king has power in his voice. You must not let him touch you, even for a moment.
Her eyes were squeezed shut.
You don't know what it's like,
she whispered thickly.
It's all I can do to keep my wits about me when he's near. Etain is so much better at deception.
She opened her eyes and turned, looking pleadingly at the poisoner.
I'm not as strong as you are.
Etain looked at her sadly. You must be, Catherine. You must stand up to him on your own. Catherine looked as if she would collapse on the floor.
The only thing that keeps me from succumbing, she whispered, is imagining my son with the crown on his head.
Her breath started to quicken.
I can't do this. I can't endure it.
Etain shot Owen a worried look as he stood there helplessly, and then she gave him a look that said he was being about as helpful as a brick. Etain walked up to Catherine and held her, gently stroking her back, the black silk fabric rustling softly. You can deceive him, Etain said soothingly. I know it's against your nature, but you must do it. You must practice. When he comes to visit you, you always stiffen up and become so distant. Be courteous. I'm not asking you to flirt with him, but smile. Stop looking at him as if he's a beast.
He is a beast, Catherine whispered desperately. Even though the Diconius pronounced the marriage invalid, I told the king it was valid to me. Yet he persists in lavishing gifts. He's determined to conquer me. I can't endure much more of this.
She gave Owen a pleading look, her cheeks wet with tears.
I'm breaking apart inside. I don't need wealth. I don't desire to be queen anymore. I miss Atiberian with all my heart. Can you not just find a little cottage somewhere, a place where Eric and Andrew and I can be a family together?
She broke away from Etain's embrace and gestured to the opulent chamber.
I do not need any of this. I'd be happier as a fisherman's wife in Brugia than here. Please, Owen, can you not make us disappear?
Every time he met with Catherine, it pained him more and more.
Do you think there is anywhere I could hide you that Severn wouldn't discover?
He asked her coldly.
There is always someone willing to wag their tongue when there is sufficient coin. Don't you think your father wishes to ransom you? He's tried 4 times. But the king doesn't want money. He wants you. Your unwillingness to yield only inflames him more.
Owen rubbed his eyes.
I'm doing the best I can, Catherine. But I understand a little about your suffering. Don't imagine I'm enjoying this.
She gave him a wary look, drying her eyes on her sleeve. She patted Etain's shoulder and then shook her head.
Thank you for telling me.
For warning me you were leaving. I'm frightened of how Severn makes me feel. He's twisted me with his power so that I feel compassion for him, that I even believe I love him at times. But I belong to another man, and it's not right for him to hunt me this way. It's not right. Owen eyed her with pity.
No, it isn't. 7 years ago he could have been toppled with a breeze. Now he's like flint.
He sighed, disgusted with himself.
If he knew we were talking like this, he'd kill me. If he knew only a part of what I do behind his back.
Owen shook his head, not daring to say more.
I must leave for Brithonica. I have a duty to perform, even though I find that duty distasteful. Bear yours the best you can. Hopefully when I come again there will be more cheerful tidings. Farewell.
He gave her a small bow. Lady Catherine smoothed the black fabric over her lap. She was 25 years old, a beauty even in black, but much of her bloom had faded with her imprisonment. The king showed her constantly that he, not her husband, controlled her destiny. He controlled her sleeping arrangements, he controlled her wardrobe, he controlled who visited her. But he could not control her will. Owen saw the strength in her eyes.
in the determined look forming on her pouting lips. She stood regally and gave him a formal curtsy.
"Thank you for all you've done, Lord Owen," she said in a firm, clear voice. "I will bear this patiently."
Owen admired her for it.
He turned and went to the door, Etain following silently save for the swish of her gown. As they exited into the hall, Owen's heart burned with unspent emotion.
"You look like you want to hit someone,"
Etain said. He glanced around before answering. There were no servants in the hall, no one nearby to hear them.
"I don't know how much longer I can endure this either,"
he muttered under his breath.
"The solution is simple and always has been,"
Etain said, keeping stride with him.
"I could do it so secretly no one would ever know, especially now that we're both leaving for Brithonica. Some powder in his gloves, a bit on his pillow. Owen, stop making this harder than it needs to be. He has become a tyrant."
Owen knew she was right, but he could not bring himself to commit murder. All of Owen's power had derived from King Severn. How could he convince the people that a young boy from North Cumbria was meant to be the next king? He had the beginnings of a plan. The original King Andrew had been raised in the household of another nobleman, unaware that he was the son of a king. A fountain-blessed wiser had put a sword in a fountain after professing that whoever drew the blade from the water was to be the new king. He had then used his powers to arrange for young King Andrew to draw the blade. According to Duke Horwath, that very sword, which had gone on to transform a young fountain-blessed girl into the legendary Maid of Domremy, was concealed in the ice caves. If he managed to retrieve the blade and secretly bring it to the fountain of Our Lady, he could say he'd had a dream that the new king would draw the blade. Of course, Severn was fountain-blessed himself, so he could ruin the plan by taking the sword himself. Owen would have to approach the situation carefully.
"You're ignoring me,"
Etain said with a hint of injury to her tone.
"What you're offering, you've offered before,"
he said under his breath.
"But I can't do that."
"Then I'll do it," Etain said darkly. "It will solve all of your problems in one stroke. Why should you be so squeamish about it?" she sniffed. "If I need to kill Marshal Roux, what is the difference?"
"The difference," Owen replied, "is that you're the king's poisoner. He's ordering it done. And believe me, I don't feel right about it either. I'm going to try and find a way to threaten the Duchess without killing her chief protector. Besides, Roux will not be as easily toppled as Severn assumes."
Etain let out her breath slowly.
"You are obstinate."
"This is like a game of Wiser," Owen said. "You can't always predict what will happen. How many other pieces are waiting to invade our side of the board? The lad is only 7 years old. He's not ready to become a king."
"He may not get another chance,"
Etain said knowingly, giving voice to Owen's own thoughts.
"You are the one calling the moves. Your dreams tell the future, do they not? Haven't you deceived the king for years into believing that? But sometimes trickery isn't enough. Sometimes there just isn't a good move to make on the board. You have to sacrifice pieces."
Owen laughed at that.
"In Wiser, one doesn't sacrifice the king. That's what ends the game."
Her lips pursed. Her eyes narrowed slyly. She looked quite pretty, and it distracted him.
"But then, doesn't a new game start?"
Owen was only too grateful to leave Kingfountain behind, though he worried what might happen in his absence. Catherine was a strong and courageous woman, but he could see the cracks in her, the weakness of the constant stress on her soul. King Severn was nearly twice her age, but she was young enough to bear children, and the king was ever patient. Owen and Etain reached Tatton Hall 2 days later. He had sent word ahead to his herald Farnes to assemble an escort to ride with them to Avaranche, and from there to Brithonica. Owen had never entered the Duchess's lands before. He had heard reports that some of the most fertile valleys and farmlands existed in Brithonica.
The mildness of the weather was famous, and the sea air purportedly made the crops more plentiful. The duchy was renowned for growing berries of all sorts, and some had jokingly dubbed past rulers the Duke of Berries. There were ships coming and going constantly from her ports to carry the delicate fruit to the far reaches of other kingdoms. Despite the circumstances, he looked forward to finally meeting the Duchess, Lady Cinia. Although they had been neighbors for many years, she never left her domains for fear of abduction. Owen wondered secretly if the Lord Marshal also played a part in her reticence. Was he truly the power in Brithonica as Severn supposed? Was she living in an opulent prison, much like Catherine? If that was the case, then perhaps disrupting it would be a strategic move. After dismounting in front of the manor doors, Owen handed his reins to a groom. Etain was wind-blown, but they had oft-travelled together, and he was accustomed to seeing her this way. His servants knew her true identity and treated her with wary respect. Farnes waited at the head of the column of servants standing to greet the Duke upon his return.
"I told you I don't like the formalities,"
Owen said in a grumbling tone, looking at everyone standing idle and attentive.
"I know, my lord,"
Farnes said with a wheezing rasp in his voice. He'd had trouble with his throat in previous years, but he was determined to continue serving. His eldest son, Benjamin, was being groomed to take his father's place. Unfortunately, the son was only 12.
"But we have guests, and I thought it proper to greet you more formally this time." "Guests?" Owen asked with concern. He had not received any messages about these guests, and as the head of the Espion, he hated surprises. He had the sudden impression that Marshal Roux was there. The man had a nasty habit of anticipating Owen's actions. "Who?" "Lord Tidwell," Farnes said, "and his daughter, Ida. Lord Bascom and his daughter, Prynne. There's also a wealthy merchant from Geneva who stopped at Avranches first and then came to Tatton Hall when he heard you were returning. I think he has a daughter in tow as well. And then there is an heiress from Brugia who is staying in the village. She's 40 years old and quite determined to meet you."
Owen stared at Farnes in disbelief.
"You're letting them stay in the manor?"
Farnes looked helpless.
"It would be the height of rudeness not to offer hospitality."
Owen wanted to throttle his herald.
"It's the height of rudeness to show up uninvited."
The look Farnes gave him was scandalized.
"You're not going to send them away?"
he hissed under his breath. Owen shook his head.
"No, they can stay as long as they like. I'm the one who will go."
He turned back to his groomsmen and whistled, startling the young man. He turned to one of his captains.
"The men can rest. Etain and I are riding on to Avranches. Join us there."
Etain's eyes were alight with amusement. Wisely, she said nothing. Chapter 6. Poisoner's Gift. Owen was so exhausted when he reached Avranches that he fell asleep on a small couch with a goblet of wine still in his hand. His dreams of Anchorette were so vivid he could smell her scent of faded roses. In them, he was a child again, feeling safe because she was watching over him. He imagined her stroking his hair and then realized that the sensation was not part of the dream. It was real. When he blinked his eyes open, he saw Etain sitting at the edge of the couch, gazing down at him tenderly, her fingers slowly stroking his hair. For a moment, he forgot who she was, where he was, or how he'd come to be there. But the hard ride from Tatton Hall came back in a rush.
"I fell asleep, didn't I?"
he mumbled, remembering the goblet. She had set it on the table next to the couch. "I would have tugged off your boots, but I didn't want to wake you," Etain said. He looked so peaceful. He rubbed his bleary eyes on the back of his hand and sat up, feeling the warmth from her sitting so near. She glided her fingers through his hair one last time, and then nestled her hands in her lap.
The look of yearning she gave him made him deeply uncomfortable.
"How late is it?"
he asked, chagrined. The curtains were closed, but the room was dark. It was still the middle of the night. He scooted back until he was sitting up, but she did not give up her seat on the edge of the couch. "I made sure the room was secured," she said, looking over at the curtained window. "The latches are all fastened and set with traps. The bed looks infinitely more comfortable than the couch. There's some cold capon and cheese over there from the earlier meals served by the castle staff. They didn't expect you to arrive unannounced, so they're staying up late to make sure things are ready in the morning." She smiled at him. "I would have left you, but the door cannot be barred from outside. I didn't want to leave you so vulnerable." That was a good word to describe the way he was feeling. He was exhausted from the long ride from Kingfountain. He'd anticipated a quick respite at Taddon Hall, but was in no mood to humor rich heiresses. Etaine's eyes narrowed. "You haven't told me how your trip to the north went." She reached up and smoothed hair from his brow. "Was it as painful as you suspected? You made it before Lord Horwath passed away?" Owen let out a pent-up breath. The room was lit by an assortment of thick candles offering a small glow. He pinched the bridge of his nose, closed his eyes, and thought hard about the question.
"It was painful, to be sure,"
he told her honestly.
"She's happy with her life, with her children. Even her husband wasn't too intolerable,"
he added wryly.
"She's moved forward, that's clear. I feel as if I'm stranded on a foreign shore now."
Etaine nodded sagely. One of the many things he appreciated about her was that she was an excellent listener, and even though he knew she cared about him, she never tried to push her feelings on him. "You weren't tempted to make her forget, Iago?" she prodded.
"By the fountain, no," Owen said with a frown of disgust. "I could never do that to her. Nor could I look her in the eye afterward."
He gave her a solemn look.
"She wants me to be happy. To find someone else to love."
He shook his head.
"It's not so easy as that."
Etaine nodded sympathetically. "Your marriage will be commanded by the king, it seems. As hers was. Do you think this duchess could win your heart?" Owen scowled.
"I'm pretty confident she'll hate me for what I'm about to do. The king doesn't expect us to marry. He made it patently clear that we're going to Brithonica to start a war, not form a marriage alliance. I'm supposed to offend her, not woo her. I'm more than capable of that." She gave him a knowing smile. "Oh, you are quite adept at spoiling hopes, my lord." She fussed with the front of his tunic. "There are no espion working in Brithonica, so we are going there blindly. What have you heard about it?" "Most of what I know is from the mayor of Avranches. The fashions in Aquitania are quite different from those in Ceredigion or Adberian. I've heard she's a pretty lass, but it's well known that she rarely gives audiences. You'll be studying her closely, I am sure,"
he said with a conniving smile. Etaine dimpled. "You know me so well."
"I'm expecting trouble from Marshal Roux. Facing him on the battlefield may actually prove a challenge."
"Not for you, surely," she said teasingly. Owen shook his head and chuckled. Feeling restless, he started to rise from the couch, and she stood to let him up.
"How long was I asleep?"
"An hour, perhaps. I thought you'd sleep longer. Aren't you tired?"
"I am," he said, stretching his arms. "I'm not going to Brithonica without an escort. 100 men will do, I think. I don't want to appear too aggressive or distrusting."
She took a step toward the door before stopping abruptly. "In the game of Wiser, sometimes there are no easy moves left," she said. She gave him a knowing look. "Each one requires a sacrifice. Let me be blunt, Owen. You intend to topple the king." Her voice was very low and serious. "We've discussed this for years. Severn hasn't named an heir yet. You believe his heir should be Catherine's son. He's the dreadful dead man. How can you make that happen without deposing Severn Argentine?" Owen stared at the bed, longing to drop into the oblivion of sleep.
I'm still working on it,
he said vaguely. His ideas were still not fully formed. How he wished Anchorette were here to advise him. She would have had it all figured out by now. Etain shook her head. Your loyalties are conflicted. I can see it on your face. You are compelled to obey a king that you no longer respect, out of duty. But your mind tells you that he's not the man you once served, and your support of him only strengthens his malice. The other leaders of the realm look to you to act first.
Hardly,
Owen countered.
They look to their own interests. Catesby is now the Duke of the North, and he will plunder everything Horwath built up. He'll strip Dundrennan to its bones. Evie and Iago may eventually persuade the king to give it up, but what they'll end up with will cost them more than it benefits them. I've seen the same thing happen to other lords of the realm. Even if I were to marry the Duchess, do you think the king would allow me to keep so much power?
He snorted. Then what are you waiting for? Etain pressed with growing frustration in her voice. The king to grow old and die? Owen, he's barely 50. He's still as strong and hale as he was 20 years ago. Why do you wait? Owen stared at her. She had asked an honest question, and it deserved an honest answer. He sighed wearily.
Sit down on the couch, Etain. This may take a while to explain.
I'm not tired, she said, but she promptly obeyed. He went to the table next to the couch and fetched his goblet. He took a sip of the currant wine and winced. It was a bit tart. He set it down and then perched on the edge of the couch, looking down at the poisoner.
Have you heard the story of the Duke of Bollinger?
He asked. Etain frowned and shook her head. No, was he from our history? Owen nodded.
Bollinger is the name of the royal castle in East Stow. That's where he was born, so it became his common name. Until he became king. From then on, he was known as Henricus Argentine.
Her eyes widened with understanding. Yes, I do know that name. Owen continued.
Elizabeth told me this story years ago. She loves history more than I do. Henricus was the Duke of East Stow. The king at the time, much like Severn, was a brash man who pitted his nobles against each other. His marriage was childless, so he had no heir. You can imagine the infighting that occurred as the many Argentine cousins sought to be named his heir. One of these was Bollinger.
Etain looked thoughtful. He was banished from the realm, wasn't he? I do recall something about that. Owen was impressed.
It was over an argument he had with another duke. The two of them were snarling like hounds for scraps, so the king banished them both. The Duke of the North was banished for life. Bollinger was banished for a set time. While he was gone, the king plundered his lands to support a war against the island of Legault. The king was still embroiled in that fight when Bollinger returned, demanded his rights as duke, and proceeded to topple the king. The kingdom rallied behind him, and he was named Henricus. He spent the rest of his life trying to hold on to the power he had seized.
Owen rose from the couch and began pacing.
Do you ever get the feeling, Etain, that history plays itself over and over? Like some sort of farce where actors assemble and assume different roles? I feel like I'm Bollinger, that events are trying to force me to play a certain part.
He rubbed his jaw, feeling the untidy whiskers there. He hadn't shaved in weeks. He didn't care. You feel you should claim the throne? She asked him softly, almost eagerly.
No,
he shot back, dousing the flame before it struck the tinder of his ambitions.
But I see why Bollinger was tempted to do it. It's the same reason Severn took the seat. He worried about losing his wife and son after Eridur died. He was the Duke of the North, a powerful man, and he feared it would be stripped away from him so that the Queen Dowager's children could inherit. Of course he fought for it. And I feel the same destiny dragging me toward the same course. But I want to fight it, Etain. He looked at her, his eyes blazing with energy. I don't want to be told what to do. I don't want to be swept away on a current that transforms me into another Severn. His voice fell to a whisper. I fear that most of all. Losing myself. I already talk like him, he said dejectedly. Etain rose from the couch, her look serious and contemplative. She touched the side of his face. You are not Severn Argentine. Yet, Owen said. But I feel it inside me. I feel the anger, the frustration, the helplessness. The role of the conniving uncle will next be played by Owen Kiskaddon, he said passionately. Have you ever felt that you don't have a choice? That the fountain's current is too strong? I'm trying to swim against it, Etain, but I'm so tired already. I'm already weary and I'm still a young man. Will there come a day when I gather children around me for fear of poison? He gave her a pleading look. Her demeanor was serious. His words had struck something inside her. That's why you won't murder him, she said, nodding. Because that's what he would have done. He shook his head. No. Because it's wrong. I know all the kings use poison on their enemies, but I believe a king should be a protector, not a destroyer. When Eridur died, Anchoret was gone. She was away on some sort of assignment. I never knew that. I think she was in Aquitania, but I can't remember, to be truthful. Why was she sent away? What would have happened if she hadn't been gone? I shudder to think of it. I might be a feckless young nobleman in my father's house, wishing one of those simpering girls I left back there would notice me. I'd be gibbering in fear. I would never have met Evie. He shrugged. I wouldn't have known you. She smiled at the gallant comment, her expression so pleased he regretted saying it. She shook her head. Her wig was blonde. He had seen her wear so many disguises, so many faces, he wondered if she even knew who she was anymore. So you are swimming against the current, she said succinctly, trying to avoid a fate you may not be able to. To do otherwise would make me into a monster next, Owen said. I would avoid that if I could. He turned away from her and walked over to the bed, feeling so weary. After telling me the story of Bollinger, Elizabeth said she wondered what would have happened if he hadn't assumed the throne after all, if he had completed his exile. Who knows how long the king would have ruled? But I can imagine how furious he must have been to watch his duchy be gutted, his inheritance surrendered to others. I can imagine how Elizabeth is feeling right now. She's in a similar position. He felt Etain come up behind him, but he nearly flinched when her fingers began massaging his shoulders. You have enough worries, Owen. You'll need your wits about you when you meet the Duchess of Brithonica and her marshal. Can I stay with you? To watch over you while you sleep? He knew her offer was simply that, an offer to watch and protect him. He found her loyalty refreshing, for many of the espions strove for personal glory. But she could not stay. The same soft touch that was easing the tight muscles in his shoulders was also invoking stirrings of pleasure. His body was rebelling against him. He knew everyone thought he and Etain were more than merely friends. It would be so easy to surrender to others' expectations. She would never betray him. But he couldn't do that. He shook his head slowly, no. Etain's eyes crinkled a bit as the rejection came. But she was an excellent actress. She walked slowly to the door and then twisted the handle. Don't forget to bolt it, she reminded him. After she was gone, he slid the bolt into place. He could still sense her standing on the other side of the door. Owen felt a growl of selfishness unleash itself inside his heart. Why not find comfort and solace in a willing girl? She knew he didn't love her that way. She didn't care.
He kicked the thought in his mind to silence it. When he was a young boy, old Steve Horwath had told him a story that he had never forgotten. That inside each person lives two wolves. One was full of evil, jealousy, anger, resentment. The other wolf was kind, benevolent, generous, and dutiful. Owen had asked how someone could survive with two such beasts inside them. Would not one of them eventually win? Duke Horwath had given him a crinkled smile.
"Which wolf wins?" he had asked. "The one that you feed."
It was clear which one Severn was nourishing. He walked away from the door.
Chapter 7. Lady Cinia. Owen summoned his host, and after a much-needed day of rest, prepared to depart for Plemure. He carefully pored over the Espion maps of the realm, growing frustrated by the vagueness he found there. Brithonica was much smaller than Westmarch, and he could only name 3 cities, 2 rivers, and the main road. There were several densely wooded areas, game parks, as the mayor of Avaranche had once explained to him, several of which bordered his own lands, but as to their size and borders, the map was empty. Giving it some thought, he decided it would be best to meet the king's expectations quickly and ruthlessly. He ordered his men not to wash their tunics, and he himself wore the most travel-stained outfit he could find amongst his possessions. He intended to arrive dust-spattered and ill-kempt. Surely the Duchess was accustomed to being courted by those intending to impress her, and Owen had no intention to follow suit. His goal was to offend her as quickly as possible, laying bare Severn's machinations for her duchy, and then retreat back to Westmarch to work on his plan to make Eric and Catherine's son the heir of Ceredigion. The weather could not have been more perfect, which made for a pleasant ride through the countryside. The air had the salty tang of the sea to it, for Brithonica was a jagged inlet along the coast of Aquitania, full of grottos and lagoons and sweet-smelling eucalyptus trees that were towering and ancient. Etain rode at his side, hooded and mysterious, as they crossed the border between Avaranche and Brithonica. Shortly after entering the domain, they were hailed by warriors bearing the raven tunic of Brithonica, but the border guards were totally outnumbered by Owen's men. When they learned Duke Kiskaddon was coming to meet the Duchess, they blanched, let him pass, and undoubtedly sent riders dashing ahead to forewarn their ruler. The land was full of rolling hills and valleys, lush parks, and manors with sculpted gardens that reminded Owen of Tatton Hall. The roads crisscrossed through spacious fields full of line after line of thick green berry bushes. There were strawberries, thimbleberries, honeysuckle, currants, and bilberries. The variety of colors and smells was pleasant and inviting, and Owen was impressed by the industry he saw. Everywhere he looked, foragers were working their way down the orderly rows, gently collecting the berries into small boxes strapped to their bodies. At the edges of the fields, yet more peasants stacked crates of berries into wagons for shipment to the port cities. Despite all the work, there was a calm, comforting feeling in the air. Several leagues into the countryside, they came across a road running alongside one of the game parks. The forest was thick and overgrown. It would have been difficult for horses to pass. Owen felt a strange sensation as he stared at the majestic eucalyptus and redwood trees, almost as if the forest were alive and gazing back at him. He saw squirrels rushing through the undergrowth, some climbing the trees and perching on limbs, their huge gray tails swishing as they moved. There was a ruckus from the birds lodged in the high branches. After passing the woods, they reached another valley filled with even more farms and lush fields. These were more heavily populated than the ones Owen had seen earlier in the day. There were beautifully built villas occupying each hilltop, but no fortifications could be seen, and their walls appeared to be made of wood and plaster rather than stone. They were retreats,
not structures intended for safety. Owen hadn't seen a single castle along the journey, which gave the land a vulnerable feel. It would be easy to march an army on the packed earth roads. The only natural barriers were the occasional woods, but those wouldn't be suited for soldiers. A heartsick feeling struck him at the thought of this beautiful place being trampled and ravaged by war. As they traveled deeper into the country, Owen felt the unmistakable sensation of the fountain all around him, but there was no obvious source. There were none of the massive rivers and waterfalls that marked Ceredigion, and while each villa appeared to have a fountain in the courtyard, they were too distant to be heard. The lapping of the canals was so gentle it was almost unnoticeable. The gentle murmur of the fountain seemed to be coming from the land itself, which he had never experienced before. He sensed it in the peasant farmers working joyfully in their gardens. He heard it in the air of music coming from the small villages. He saw maypoles and flowered garlands. There were many children dashing around, playing games. Their voices seemed to conjure the magic of the fountain. In his mind's eye, he imagined what it would have been like to grow up here, playing in such a carefree way, basking in the magic of this land. Owen turned to look at Atane, only to catch her gazing longingly at the scene. "Do you feel it?" he whispered to her. Her eyes were serious, almost sad. "I feel it everywhere," she answered softly. "What is this place?" Owen shook his head, not certain what to make of it, a sensation that only heightened as they continued to ride into the land, intent on reaching the capital of Brithonica by nightfall. The valleys and hills were so idyllic it almost felt sacrilegious to ride hastily past them. Peasants working near the roads lifted their caps and waved at the strangers as if totally unconcerned by the foreign soldiers in their midst. Owen spied an old man resting against the trunk of a eucalyptus, surrounded by sunny-haired grandchildren, one of whom was peeling long strips of bark from the tree. The grandfather tickled a squealing girl, which made Owen smile despite his desire to appear stern. The peasants weren't dirty and unkempt. They were cheerful, hard-working, and exuded a sense of calm and safety that didn't make sense considering the apparent lack of protection. Ahead loomed another wood, but this time the road went through the middle of it. It would be an ideal place for a trap, and Owen's gut began to clench with wariness. He gave orders for 10 men to ride on ahead and 10 to remain at the edge of the woods to alert them of an ambush. There were ravens in the trees, their black plumage stark against the silver bark and green glossy leaves. Several cawed and fluttered from branch to branch. Owen had the unmistakable feeling of being watched. "So many ravens," Atane muttered curiously. At her words, about a dozen lifted into the air simultaneously. Owen felt a sudden, piercing dread that the birds would attack them, but they flew away instead, their path hidden by the upper boughs. As Owen entered the woods, he felt a shudder pass through him. The sense of the fountain was incredibly strong in the woods. The feeling was ancient, implacable, powerful. It was like being in the grip of a shadow. The hair on the back of his neck and arms stood up with pronounced gooseflesh. His men seemed to be infected by his mood, their eyebrows scowling as they began searching the trees on each side of them. "The feeling is thicker in here," Atane said with worry. "But it's even stronger that way." She nodded toward the left side of the road, the woods so dense they couldn't see far. Owen gave her a short nod. While the presence of the fountain was overpowering, it was particularly strong to their left. He felt it drawing him, beckoning him to leave the road, to learn its secrets. Atane looked in that direction as well, then glanced back at him with a quirked brow. She was offering to explore it. Owen shook his head no. But he fully intended to go there on his way out.
Something was hidden in the woods. Something he didn't understand and craved to. Something that might help him in his rebellion. One of the advanced scouts came riding back around the bend, his face flushed. He reined in hard in front of Owen.
"My lord, Marshal Roux is ahead with 20 riders."
He was waiting for us, Owen realized again, frowning at the thought. He knew we were coming. He wasn't surprised, but it was another sign that Roux was not an enemy he wished to make.
"How are they armed?" "Like knights," the soldier said. "More polished than we are."
"Thank you," Owen said. He knew the confrontation was inevitable. Best to get it over with quickly. They rode ahead and found the marshal's knights blocking the road. Their tabards were clean and tidy, the white field with the black raven sigil on it. They held lances with banners as well, each knight armed for battle. Owen grit his teeth as he approached, slowing the horse to a trot. He glanced at the woods on each side of Lord Roux, hoping to discern movement. There were only more ravens, a whole unkindness of them. He smirked at the thought. Evie had once told him about the various names used to describe groupings of birds. It had taken her nearly an hour to recite them all.
"My Lord Kiskaddon, I'm surprised to see you,"
Marshal Roux said. As always, he looked wary, proud, and suspicious.
"Are you truly?"
Owen answered with a snort of disbelief.
"It seems to me as if you were expecting us. Word does travel quickly here." "I imagine it does," Owen countered. He tugged on the reins, stopping his horse in front of Roux's. "Why have you come?"
Marshal Roux demanded.
"We received no message from you. Nothing to state your business." "I come with a message from my king," Owen said evenly, "and I am to deliver it to the Duchess in person. Be so kind as to escort us there. As you can see," he added, gesturing to his unkempt soldiers, "we're simple soldiers on a mission for our king. There was no time for preamble."
The Lord Marshal's eyes narrowed. He seemed to be sizing Owen up, trying to discern the true reason for his visit.
"This is highly suspicious," Roux said. "I can imagine why it would be seen that way," Owen replied. "We are allies, are we not? Is it not proper for us to discuss matters without a formal invitation?" "You brought soldiers with you," Roux pointed out. "As did you. Why should that concern either of us?" "And who is she?" Roux asked, looking guardedly at Etain, his eyes full of distrust. Owen hesitated before responding. Then he chuckled. "You don't think I would have come this far out of Ceredigion without suitable protection, do you, Lord Marshal? Do you intend to talk until sunset? It is still a fair journey to the city, is it not?" Lord Roux frowned at the comment, at Owen's evasiveness and insinuation, all of which were deliberate. Owen would not give away the purpose of his visit until they were in front of the Duchess. This put Roux at a disadvantage. "Of course you are welcome," Lord Roux said flatly, with no hint of the sentiment. "The Duchess herself ordered me to bring you to her as her guests and allies. She is anxious to meet you, Lord Kiskaddon. Come with me." He turned his horse with a sharp tug on the reins, and the pennant-bearers hoisted their javelins and rode in organized columns. The capital of Brithonica was built into a cove off the coast, and had expansive quays and docks and ships bearing many flags, especially that of Genevar. The cove was crested by hills on which sat an array of villas and gardened manors. The royal castle was built on a rocky crag at the head of the bay, and the road leading to it was so steep that switchbacks had been dug out of it, making it possible to ascend, but incredibly difficult to assault. It was obvious the location of Plimur had been chosen carefully, for it was the most defensible structure Owen had seen in Brithonica. It reminded him of Kingfountain Palace, only much smaller and more difficult to reach. Riding up the switchbacks was an arduous affair, and the air soon filled with chalk-white dust from the constant tramp of the horses.
As they ascended the rocky hill, Owen could see the beautiful estates stretched out below them, and the fading sunlight and shadows filling the bay lent a purple cast to the stones of the hill. When they finally reached the castle, Owen was exhausted from the ride and growing concerned that he had blundered into a trap. As he gazed at the structure, he tried to examine it critically, wondering how an invading army could besiege such a place. Even with all of Severn's sizable resources, it would be no easy feat. The castle could be held for a very long time with minimal guardians. The Duchess could defend from the heights, while Chatrion's army, once the Aquitanian king learned about the siege, could ravage the countryside and attack at their rear. It was beginning to look like a foolish venture. The Duchess had well-dressed grooms waiting to take their horses and offer refreshment to the men. Lord Rue dismounted and immediately made his way over to Owen, tugging off his gloves and stuffing them into his belt.
Your men need time to wash and dress. I would advise a breakfast meeting with the Duchess. The view of the bay is quite exquisite in the morning, and I'm certain. The news I bring is urgent, my lord,
Owen interrupted, clapping his dusty gloves together and letting a cloud plume before him.
It cannot wait.
Rue's eyes hardened even more.
You are filthy,
he said angrily.
I'm a soldier,
Owen replied with a shrug. Then he gave Rue a stern look.
I didn't come all this way to be trifled with.
Rue bristled at the choice of words.
Why are you here, Kiskaddon?
He said in a low voice.
As I told you, my business is with the Duchess. Shall we?
He gestured mockingly toward the castle. Lord Rue tried and failed to conceal his displeasure. He started marching across the bailey at a quick pace. There were decorative urns arranged before the entryway, and Owen stopped when he saw the symbol carved on them. He had never seen it before, but it evoked the feeling of the fountain. How best to describe it? The symbol was like 3 interlocking horseshoes, the ends facing east, west, and south. In the east-west crescents, 2 faces in profile had been carved into the stone. One face looked pleasant, well-proportioned. The other face looked sharp, frowning, and angry. A third face pointed down with a neutral expression.
This way,
Rue scolded, noticing Owen had stopped to gawk at the urns. As he entered the palace, Owen noticed the symbol everywhere. The floor was decorated in black and white tiles, but unlike the sanctuary of Our Lady of Kingfountain, the tiles weren't arranged like a wiserboard. Instead, they formed a repeating hook design like waves, all the white ones symmetrical to the black ones. He felt the presence of the fountain strongly in the palace, but as he'd noticed elsewhere in Brithonica, it was everywhere, not anchored to a specific person. The palace servants were all dressed in fine clothes, not opulent, but pleasant and colorful. A few servants gave him curious looks and wrinkled their noses slightly in response to his dirty tunic and boots. The interior corridor was quite long, but they eventually reached a pair of open doors guarded by 6 men. Lord Rue nodded to the guards as he passed, and the men responded with dutiful nods. Owen felt his chest flutter with unease as he prepared to face the ruler of Brithonica. He dreaded fulfilling the duty Severn had given him, suddenly self-conscious of how condescending and provoking the ultimatum would be. The Duchess immediately captured his attention when he entered the room. There was no wondering who she was, no misunderstanding. The mayor of Avranches had said she was beautiful, and he clearly was not blind. Her name was Cynia Montfort, and she was the scion of one of the ancient noble houses of Aquitania. She had wavy gold hair that went all the way down her back, but part was braided and coiffed behind her head. The crown she wore could hardly be called a crown. It was a circlet of gold with ornamented leaves dangling from the band, one just touching her forehead. She had on a pale blue gown studded with small pearls on the front and a surcoat of even paler fabric. Her eyes were blue, even more so than the gown, and they welled with worry. She wasn't seated on the throne, but pacing near it, her fingers fidgeting with a ring on her right hand. There was a light flush on her cheeks, as if she felt extremely unsettled. She reminded him a little of Princess Elise when he had first met her as a little boy. Although she was an undeniable beauty, there did not appear to be any haughtiness to her. When she noticed them enter, the fidgeting with her ring ended, and she stood in a regal pose, gazing at him with an expression that was difficult to describe. Not anger, but almost as if she were nervous to see him in an excited way, as if she had been wanting to see him. Oh dear, he thought with dread. This is going to be awful for her. The Lord Marshal approached halfway into the audience hall and then dropped to both knees, bowing his head reverentially. All of the servants mimicked him and dropped down to both knees. That was an unusual custom. Owen, on the other hand, did not kneel. He was a duke, his station equal to hers. He did incline his head to her. "You are most welcome to Plumeur, Lord Kiskaddon," the Duchess said. She inclined her head to him. "Our allies are always welcome. Let me be the first to thank you for rendering aid when we were being invaded." Owen felt the irony of her comment like a stab to the gut. At the time, he had helped her avoid a forced marriage with Chatrion, the king of Aquitania. Now the king of Ceredigion had sent him here to press his own proposal.
"No thanks are needed, my lady,"
he answered with a shrug of no concern.
"You may want to keep your thanks for a better time. I have come on the king's errand, and he is not known to be a patient man."
Lady Cinnia gestured to Lord Rue and the others to rise, which they did in a uniform manner.
"Lord Kiskaddon would not reveal the nature of his urgent summons to our lands,"
Rue said, giving the Duchess a sharp look.
"It may be best to dismiss the servants ere he—" "That won't be necessary at all,"
Owen countermanded, deliberately goading the Lord Marshal.
"I don't intend to stay very long."
Owen began to saunter in the throne room, eyeing the tall columns and decorative vases. He walked up to one and picked it up as if it were his own, noticing the triple crescent symbol was there as well. He set it back down and glanced at Lord Rue, who was turning red with anger and resentment. Etain had positioned herself among the servants, close enough that she could watch the proceedings and intervene in case things became hostile. "Why have you come?" Lady Cinnia asked politely. Owen could only imagine how he looked in her eyes. She looked so beautiful, polished, and regal. And here he stood in his dirty boots and sweat-stained tunic, with a scraggly half-beard and smudged eyes, his odor clashing with the vase of fresh flowers.
"Well, my lady, it's really a simple matter,"
Owen said offhandedly.
"King Severin wishes to enhance the relationship between Ceredigion and Brithonica."
He paused again to admire a curtain, deliberately adding to the suspense. He nodded approvingly, then turned and faced her. He hated himself. He hated what Severin was making him do, what he was trying to make him become. Get this over with, he chided himself. Owen let out a breath and then marched up to the Duchess. Rue's hand went for his sword pommel as if he feared Owen might attack her. The servants gaped at his rudeness and effrontery. Etain reached for a dagger. He dropped to one knee in front of Lady Cinnia and took her dainty hand in his dirty one, causing a gasp of shock from some of the observers.
"I have come to Plumerie,"
he said, deliberately butchering the name of her capital,
"to offer you my hand in marriage. My king commands me to wed you, and I must obey. Loyalty binds me, just as it will bind our duchies under the throne of Severn Argentine. What say you, my lady? I must bring my king your answer."
He stared into her eyes, gritting his teeth, loathing himself for what he was doing. He couldn't see Lord Rue's face,
but he could imagine his expression from the tone of his voice.
"How dare you?"
he growled with barely suppressed outrage.
"You, sir, have exceeded all propriety. How dare you speak to her thus?"
Owen tried to look abashed, to give Cinia a helpless shrug to communicate that none of this was his own choice, but he was surprised by the pleased look on her face, the delight in her eyes. This was not the reaction he had expected.
"Yes, my lord," she said, squeezing his hand. "Yes, I think I will have you."
"My lord Kiskaddon, the king has arrived back at Kingfountain from the north. There is much ill will between the new duke and the population of the duchy. Catesby has occupied Dundrennan for not even a fortnight, and he has already shipped many of the treasures of the palace to his manors in East Stowe and Southport. I thought you'd want to know. While he tries to do this secretly, the servants are appalled and outraged at his blatant plundering. He has also dismissed many of the loyal families who have served the Horwath line for years and brought in his own men. He may not listen to reason, but I implore you to speak to him, as you are highly regarded in this corner of the realm. His actions are stirring the bitterest enmity. One final note. The king has requested companionship for the daughter of King Iago and Queen Elizabeth. There is a foundling at Dundrennan that was requested, a lad about her own age by the name of Andrew. He'll be sent to Kingfountain shortly. When do you expect to return from your visit to Brithonica? Kevin Amrian, Kingfountain Palace.
Chapter 8. Secrets. A pit opened up in Owen's stomach. He had the queer sensation that he had finally been outmaneuvered, though he had no idea how. Her response had so surprised him that he found himself momentarily rendered speechless, his mouth partway open. He shut it, still at a loss for words, and slowly rose, staring at Cinia incredulously. It did not take long before Marshal Rue rushed up to his side.
"It takes some gall, my lord,"
he said, his voice raw with anger and accusation,
"to come hither with such tidings. My lady, I implore you to reconsider such a blatant attempt at extortion. We have not defended Brithonica these many years to surrender it to another king without a fight."
Owen watched the Duchess's reaction closely, looking for a sign that his hunch was correct, that Lord Rue was the true power behind Brithonica. Perhaps the Duchess saw marriage to Owen as her only escape from the man. She still had not released her grip on Owen's fingers. But her gaze contained no fear when she turned it to Rue. It was pragmatic, patient.
"Lord Marshal, I thank you for your advice and many years of loyal service. I do not make this decision lightly, you may be sure. Long has my duchy been vulnerable to attack. We have enjoyed a long season of peace due to our alliance with Ceredigion."
She turned her gaze to Owen.
"I see wisdom in cementing the alliance. I know you wish to return promptly to your king, Owen, but may I beg you to remain for a few days? I would care to show you my domain and discuss terms of the betrothal that would mutually serve our interests. Would that be agreeable to you?"
Again, Owen was dumbfounded, and the throbbing vein in Marshal Rue's forehead told him he was not alone in that sensation.
"My lady, I implore you to heed my warning," Rue said. "If you allow this alliance to proceed, then everything we have fought for, everything your father fought for, will be ruined."
Owen felt rankled by the objection, although he had expected it all along. He pulled his hand away and turned to meet the eyes of the Lord Marshal.
"I don't think it's your place to reverse the word of a duchess, my lord,"
Owen said icily.
"Is she beholden to you in some way?"
Rue's eyes blazed with white-hot fire. Lady Cinia reached out and touched Rue's arm.
"My lord, truly, I do not make this decision rashly or lightly.
I hold your counsel in the highest respect and regard, as I always have."
"It would seem not,"
he sniffed, barely controlling his temper. Then he turned on his heel and stormed out of the chamber. Owen watched him leave. When he glanced back at Cinia, he saw a disappointed frown tug the corner of her mouth, but it was gone in an instant. "How long can I persuade you to linger in Plumeur?" she asked. Owen risked a look back at the door, where all the servants were gathered, giving him hateful looks. He had come there to alienate and offend. He had succeeded with everyone except the Duchess herself, or perhaps she was just better at disguising her true emotions. He warily reached out to her with his magic, letting the ripples of the fountain, which he had felt constantly since entering Brithonica, gently flow from him. The reaction he truly hoped to see was from Lady Cinia herself. The magic glided from his fingertips, traveling through the Duchess like a vapor. He sensed her stiffen, her eyes crinkling slightly, as if a breeze had given her a chill. Then he felt himself brushing against a huge dam of power. She was fountain-blessed herself. He could sense her power like a vast lake. Her blue eyes met his, her mouth showing neither resentment nor intrigue. She was letting him observe her, without doing anything to push away his intrusion. It felt insulting, so he drew his magic back. But not without learning her weakness. If she stopped breathing, her power would be completely severed. She was as vulnerable as a sparrow. The thought of breaking her neck filled him with utter revulsion. Her nostrils flared just a little. "Good night, my lord," she said dismissively, and turned and walked away. Cinia's steward, a man named Thierry, escorted Owen to one of the royal apartments in the castle. It was beautifully furnished and possessed a small fountain within it, a tiny one that chirped like a little bird as it bubbled. The floor was polished marble, the curtains expensive and thin and gauzy, and the colors light and festive. Several surfaces were decorated with beautiful vases filled with fresh flowers. He walked like a man in a trance, only partially aware of his surroundings. He was now betrothed to the Duchess of Brithonica. Even though he had come to Plumeur with that express purpose, he had never imagined it happening, let alone so quickly. Part of him wanted to laugh. Part of him wondered if he should break it off immediately. But while his feelings were anything but simple, he could not deny he was acutely curious about the Montfort heiress and her impressive power. He had always suspected Rue to be the strong one in her realm. He was keen to learn more about her, about this place. Owen's men were bunked in the armory, and he had given orders to Captain Ashby to spend their stay inspecting the castle's defenses and planning siege strategies. While the castle could protect the court and the chief nobles, it was far too small to accommodate the population of Plumeur. That left the majority of the people incredibly vulnerable. It would be easy to land an army in Brithonica and siege it, but the siege would be long and tedious. Owen only half listened as Thierry explained the Duchess's daily schedule. He was preoccupied with watching Etienne examine the doors, windows, and all other possible entrances and exits.
"My lord."
Thierry sounded aggrieved.
"Yes, what was that again?"
Owen asked. Thierry's face wrinkled with stern anger. He was an older man with steel-gray hair combed forward in the Aquitanian style, and a colorful doublet, but his face was lined with crags and wrinkles.
"I said, would my lord wish to join Lady Cinia at the supplicant hearing, or during the time when the artists are painting?"
Owen looked at the man in feigned confusion.
"Why would I care about either of those things?"
Thierry grit his teeth.
"She is very busy, my lord, and wishes to afford you the courtesy of her time tomorrow. It was my thinking that you would benefit from hearing about the troubles presented to her for resolution, or you may be interested in the art of this kingdom, which is one of our great treasures."
He rocked on his heels, obviously exasperated that Owen hadn't been listening.
"There is also an archery tournament tomorrow," he added. "Perhaps some of your men might wish to impress us all with their talents."
Owen sighed, wanting the conversation to be done, the ruse to be over. Thierry was assuming Owen actually intended to marry the girl, which was far from certain. He clapped Thierry on the shoulder.
"I'll let you know in the morning."
The steward scowled.
The morning?"
"Of course," Owen said cheerfully. "I'm exhausted from the ride and may sleep quite late tomorrow. I'll let you know when I'm ready to see the Duchess."
It was calculated to make Thierry apoplectic, and it worked. The steward had a difficult time remaining civil in the face of such an outrage.
"I beg your leave, then, my lord."
"No need to beg," he answered offhandedly. "You couldn't leave here quickly enough."
Thierry scowled, bowed stiffly, and then stormed out of the room. He clearly wanted to slam the door, but he remembered himself in time and shut it gently. "You almost sounded like the king when you said that last part," Etain offered slyly. Owen folded his arms and stared at the door.
"Sarcasm doesn't require much effort when you have ample practice."
The sun was beginning to set, painting the fleecy clouds a rich orange. He crossed the room to the iron and glass door to the balcony and stepped outside. The platform jutted off the cliff, giving him an impressive view of the bay and the flickering lights far below. The air was salty from the sea. Etain joined him. "One would have to be mad or quite skilled to climb up here from below," she said. "The doors have sturdy bolts. The locking mechanisms are unsophisticated. The vases of flowers could be intended to hide the scent of poison, so we might want to dump them out." Owen chuckled and turned, pressing his back against the rim of the balcony as he looked at her.
"You think someone will try and kill me now?"
She smirked. "I think everyone here in Plumeur is going to want to kill you after what you just did."
"She was expecting it,"
Owen said, shaking his head.
"I didn't surprise her at all."
"Lord Rue was surprised, that much was obvious." Owen nodded.
"He was. He reacted just as I expected he would, which surprises me, because he's usually one step ahead of me. But Cinia wasn't surprised. I don't think she's the helpless damsel I thought she was."
Etain came closer so that he could hear her whispered words. "Yes, you thought Lord Rue was keeping her on a leash."
"I did," he said, "but not anymore. I wouldn't go so far as to say he's the one on a leash, but they are close. She respects him, not fears him."
"I noticed that as well," Etain said. "I felt you use the magic when you were standing with her. What did you learn, if you don't mind my asking?" He raised his eyebrows and chuffed.
"She's one of us,"
he said knowingly.
"And her access to the magic is both vast and well-controlled. She could sense me probing her. She let me do it, but it offended her, I think."
She smiled playfully. "I remember when you did it to me on board the ship all those years ago. It does make a girl feel rather vulnerable. Did you learn her weakness? Does she even have one?" The last remark sounded a little jealous. Owen was not ready to share that information, especially not with a poisoner, friend or not.
"I pulled back as soon as I realized what she was,"
he answered evasively. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her usual sign of disbelief.
"Have you seen the symbol on the vases?"
he asked, both because he wanted to change the subject and because he wanted to know.
"It's on the gate. It's
everywhere," she interrupted. "Yes, but I don't know what it means. You should ask her when you see her tomorrow. If they'll even let you, after how vulgar you've been." She gave him another sly look.
Should we even bother disguising who I am? That you brought a poisoner with you should add to the offense you are deliberately inflicting." Owen chuckled, folding his arms. He stared at Etain, but he was thinking about Cinia. The Duchess had always intrigued him, in part because he'd encountered Rue so often without learning anything about her. Based on the mayor of Avalanche's assessment, he'd expected her to be a beauty, and she was. But his other expectations had been trumped. She was not the puppet he'd expected. The Duchess had lost her father at a young age, and her mother not too long after. As a child thrust to the helm of command, she had been guided and couched by people like Rue until she reached adulthood. That was how they did things in Aquitania and its independent duchies. The people respected the authority of the family. Uncles didn't snatch thrones from children. There was a sense of honor in that. Ceredigian's rulers were known to be more ruthless, which was part of why Owen had suspected the worst of Rue.
"When we met Marshal Rue in the woods, there was something there,"
he said, rubbing the stubble on his lip.
"I'm sure you felt it too. I want to see it. Maybe I'll ask Cinia to take me there, or maybe I'll go there without asking."
"Or I could go on ahead," Etain offered with a nod. "Why don't I do that tonight?"
Owen shook his head. "They're expecting something like that from us. I don't want to give them an excuse to hunt you. You're supposed to be protecting me."
"I could protect you better if I stayed with you," she hinted.
"No, I have other plans for you tonight. I'd like you to disguise yourself as a servant and get to know the castle. I'm uncomfortable because I don't know this place. Are there dungeons? Where is the Duchess's bedchamber?"
She gave him an arch look.
"I'm not suggesting anything, but this is a new place and we don't have our bearings. See what you can learn inside the castle before venturing out."
"Of course," she answered, nodding slightly. Owen heard an unfamiliar noise, the slight creak of door hinges being clandestinely shut. His hearing had always been especially keen. It was one of his abilities from the fountain. Then there was the soft scuff of a padded shoe on the marble floor. Etain heard it as well, and there was a thin knife in her hand in an instant. She always kept it strapped to her forearm beneath her gown. Owen had not changed out of his dusty traveling clothes, so he still had his sword strapped to him. He gestured for Etain to stay put, and she shook her head no. Owen took a hesitant step to the side of the balcony door, angling his body sideways to provide less of a target if someone had come with a bow. The drapes by the balcony concealed whoever was in the room, but he could see a shadow moving slowly, as if the intruder was searching for something hidden. Etain stepped forward, dagger behind her back, gripping the tip between her fingers in preparation to throw it. She pushed the curtain aside, and Owen caught a glimpse of the woman who had entered his chamber. He gripped Etain's knife arm to prevent her from hurling the weapon. A memory darted in Owen's mind. Recognition. He blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The woman was much older than the last time he'd seen her, probably 30. She wore the fashionable gown of a lady-in-waiting, not a servant, and it fit her well, but it was her face that jarred him. He knew that face. With the curtain flung aside, the woman saw him and Etain on the balcony. When her eyes met his, she startled and gasped his name, her hand clutching her breast in surprise. "Owen! It's you! It's really you!" His legs felt weak. The last time he had seen her was 16 years ago, when he watched her enter a boat bound for Aquitania with his parents and other siblings. She was the oldest after Jorgenen's death. It was his sister, Jessica Kiskaddon. Chapter 9. Haven. At first Owen doubted what his heart knew. So much time had passed since he had last seen his sister. In that fraught moment, he knew one thing. He hoped it was her. He could sense the fountain's whispers in the night air, but it was not coming from Jessica, and it did not reveal anything to him. His sister rushed to him and pulled him into a warm embrace. She touched him, kissed him, smearing wet tears on his cheek despite her attempts to wipe them away with her wrist, then stroked his hair affectionately, her fingers grazing the spot of white still embedded in his unruly locks.
"How are you here, sister?"
he demanded. It felt as if live coals were hissing in his chest. He had never thought to see her, to see any of them again. The wedding band on her finger winked up at him, telling him that she was a Kiskaddon no longer. His eyes feasted on her. She was family, something that had been sundered from his life for too long. She hiccuped with emotion, shaking her head as she was unable to speak. She tried to quell her tears again and then gripped his shoulder. "It was going to be a surprise. The Duchess wanted to share it with you when you arrived, but your coming was so fraught with tension." She shook her head. "Mother will be so pleased."
"Mother is here?"
Owen said, eyes widening with shock. Jessica nodded. "We are all here, Owen. You are the last. You who saved our family from extinction. But it was the Duchess who saved us from starving." His heart ached at the words.
"Tell me what happened. I've tried to find you, to make sure you were alive and well, but I've had no word for years. You should have sent me a message."
She shook her head. "We could not. You must understand, Owen. Our lives here have been a closely guarded secret. When you defended Chatrion, we had to flee for our lives. You cannot understand the depths of the Aquitanians' hatred of you. Remember Azinkeep? The shame of it still haunts this land. And then you came to Chatrion's own land and humiliated him. You weren't even a king, but a duke. They sent a poisoner to kill us, but the Duchess managed to smuggle us away. We've been living in Plumeur these last few years. We were given new names, a manor house. Papin is in charge of overseeing taxes on the goods traded in our ports. It's a position of great trust. I am one of the Duchess's ladies-in-waiting. She has been so good to us, Owen. She found me an honorable husband. Our brother, Tymond, is a knight at court. Our sister Anne is here as well. We are so fortunate. But we had to keep our identities secret for fear of us being used to harm or threaten you." Owen stared at her, amazed at what he was hearing.
"And Lady Cinia did this?"
Jessica nodded emphatically. "She is a noble woman, Owen. A generous and thoughtful soul. She's lost both her parents, but there is no trace of bitterness. She was so young when she was named the Duchess of Brithonica. Without Marshal Rue's craftiness and courage, we would have been invaded long ago. She was going to bring you to see us at our manor house, but I couldn't bear to wait. I needed to touch you and make sure you were real." She stroked his hair with a pained smile. "You are here. You look rather ragged for a duke." She sniffed and grimaced slightly. "I was expecting you would arrive in all your state. But you look and smell like a common soldier."
"I am a soldier,"
Owen said with a dark chuckle.
"Fighting wars for the king has been my task in life. We've had no peace since Ambion Hill."
Her eyes narrowed with some inner wisdom. "Nor will you, so I fear." He wrinkled his brow.
"What do you mean, Jessica?"
"It is not my place to say," she said, pressing her lips together tightly. "But this much I can tell you. There is a reason the Duchess has chosen to stay as the ruler of Brithonica. Why she refused to become the Queen of Aquitania when given the chance. Why she would refuse to become the Queen of Ceredigion if Severn were to demand it."
"And what is that reason? Jessica, you must tell me if you know."
She shook her head firmly. "I cannot, Owen. It is not my secret to share. The Duchess will, if she trusts you." She squirmed uncomfortably. "Owen, you look so old for one so young. I can see in your eyes how much suffering you have known. You cannot understand how much it grieved us to leave you behind. You saved us. We are not ungrateful. Surely you must know that. She hugged him again and planted a moist kiss on his cheek. But our family was sundered that day. There has been the ghost of pain these many years. Maman and Papan will be so happy to see you. You must come soon, Owen. It will ease their anguish to see you again. Just hearing her endearments caused an ache of pain inside Owen's bones. He was not a boy any longer, but the childhood hurts were still sore.
I don't understand why you couldn't send word. Why the Duchess didn't tell me.
Despite how wonderful it felt to see her, to be near one who shared his blood, he was suspicious of her motives. Jessica cupped his cheek.
I'll send word to Maman that you are here. I live in the castle, naturally. I heard about how you arrived and made your demands.
She looked up to the ceiling and then shook her head.
You were very rude, Owen.
Hearing it from his sister made the shame of his actions fester.
Well, I'll admit my entrance was rather unconventional.
Now that's calling a frog a goose, she teased. Owen laughed at the statement.
So I'm a frog, am I?
You are a handsome lad behind that dirt and dishevelment. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed over Owen's shoulder. Her voice dropped very low.
Is that your mistress?
She was talking about Atane. He had almost forgotten she was in the room amidst the storm of emotion.
No, of course not. She's my... How shall I put this? She's my protector.
Jessica's eyes lifted with surprise.
Very well, although that's quite a mysterious answer. I will send word to Maman and Papan at once. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm so glad you have finally come.
She hugged and kissed him again and then stole away from the room, blowing him a last kiss as she quietly shut the door. Owen folded his arms, still reeling from the revelations of the evening. He heard Atane's footsteps pad up to him. His heart still raged with emotions. He blinked quickly, feeling close to tears, and pinched a few strands of his beard below his bottom lip and tugged at them.
I'm glad you're here, Atane,
he said in a half-whisper.
My emotions are being toyed with. I'm not even sure what to think right now.
So that was your sister? Are you certain it was her? I can feel fountain magic all around us.
The endearments she used,
Owen said, nodding.
That's what I used to call my mother and father.
His heart was roiling like one of Leona's stews.
When you play wiser and start losing, it's easy to make mistakes, often fatal ones. Why have my family been here for so many years without telling me? Are they hostages? Perhaps even willing ones?
Why would the Duchess forbid your sister from seeing you? It seemed to me that she stole in here deliberately.
Owen nodded. Exactly. Was that happenstance or by design? This is an important game I'm playing. I already feel I've been outwitted. I came here to start a war, not a betrothal.
He turned and looked at Atane.
I am betrothed, aren't I? The reality is finally hitting me. I knelt down in front of witnesses and offered my hand, and she said she'd take me. That wasn't supposed to happen. Weren't we supposed to negotiate terms or formulate a treaty at the very least?
Atane smiled with amusement. Threat? She said knowingly. Owen shook his head.
Somehow she predicted it. Did you notice the look on her face?
Whose face? Atane asked.
Lady Cinnia's. She almost looked relieved when I asked for her hand. She didn't look upset at all. Why is that? Because she guessed correctly? Or does she stand to gain something from this union?
Owen started to pace, wishing he had brought his tiles with him. He rarely used them to replenish his magic now,
but this unexpected invocation of his childhood made him suddenly crave them.
From what your sister said, it's clear that you already have a reputation here. Whatever it was before has been compounded by how you acted once getting here. Let me see what I can find out tonight. What were they saying about you before you came? And what are they saying about you now?
It can't be pleasant,
Owen sniffed.
and it will not end pleasantly.
He looked hard into Etaine's eyes.
I didn't come here to get married,
He said flatly.
I can't imagine the king's reaction if he were told.
He mimicked Severn's voice.
Good work, lad. You defeated them without a skirmish. Marry her, and let's work on toppling Chatrion. He won't give 5 figs for my feelings.
Etaine's eyes narrowed shrewdly.
What? She's not beautiful enough for you? I can imagine many men would eagerly marry her to inherit the Duchy of Brithonica, even if she were a homely girl.
Owen didn't like her mocking tone.
I gave my heart to another woman long ago.
He fidgeted under Etaine's stare, and his mind would not give him peace. Yes, he had given his heart to a woman who was now a queen in another realm and had 2 children of her own. Was he going to pine after her for the rest of his life? Would he cling to the hope that Iago might stumble during his hop on the rocks by the waterfalls and plummet to his death? Or perhaps he simply needed to admit to himself that Cinia intrigued him, and he was actually considering a possibility he had never thought to contemplate. Owen slept fitfully that night. Although his rooms were spacious and exquisitely comfortable, he was not used to them. Every little noise and sound disturbed his slumber and made him worry someone was trying to enter his room to murder him. He finally fell asleep just before sunrise, and when he awoke, light streamed in through the thin veils and stabbed at his eyes. It was mid-morning, and he rarely slept in that late. His mind was muddy and confused. He unfastened the bolt on his door and found Farnes outside, pacing worriedly.
Farnes?
He asked, blinking in surprise. He had left him in Tatton Hall to handle the guests.
You're awake,
the herald said with relief.
I was debating whether I should send for Captain Ashby to burst open the door. You normally don't sleep this late. I have a splitting headache,
Owen said. He noticed several trays of food set on tables outside the door. It had been locked, so no one had been able to enter and arrange it within his chamber. Farnes followed him in and handed him a series of letters, many marked with Espion seals. He began breaking them open as his stomach growled noisily. While Owen started to read the first note, Farnes went to the door and snapped for a servant to bring in the food.
How did you leave things with all those visitors at Tatton Hall?
Owen asked, tossing the letter aside. He was adept at reading quickly and remembering the key points after only a quick look. He felt the magic inside him stir with his efforts.
You managed to offend each and every one of them,
Farnes said crisply, rocking on his heels, his hands clasped behind his back.
I'm rather good at that these days,
Owen said with a chuckle, perusing the next letter.
You didn't used to be,
Farnes said pointedly. Owen didn't care for the rebuke or the tone. He gave Farnes a sour look.
What did you expect me to do, Farnes? They were uninvited guests preying on my hospitality while I had business elsewhere. I've heard about your business,
Farnes said.
The problem is how you go about it. I apologize for being so candid, my lord, but I feel it's my duty to tell you when you are creating diplomatic hazards for yourself. People are much more willing to remember a slight than a compliment. It's like salting a well you'll need to drink from later.
He was only half listening to Farnes because the second message was from Kevin, telling him that Drew was being moved to the palace to be a playmate for Evie's daughter. It did not surprise him, but he swore softly under his breath.
Ill news, my lord?
Farnes asked worriedly. If the king saw the boy continually, it was inevitable he would notice the boy's similarities to Lady Catherine and Eric. His eyes widened farther as a new thought struck him. Lady Catherine would see her son. Would her heart tell her who he was? How would she react? The throbbing in his temples felt like the clanging of kitchen pans.
"You truly look ill, my lord," Farnes said. "I already told you I'm not feeling well,"
Owen said, gazing down at the page again in consternation and rubbing his temple with his free hand. He needed to get back to Kingfountain. He had to contrive a plan to send the lad away. If Duke Catesby abrogated the commitment to rear the boy, then Owen would have to bring him to Tatton Hall where he could trust his own people to look after him. Maybe he could send the boy to Adabirian? His mind whirled with the possibilities as implication upon implication and consequence upon consequence flooded his mind. This was a challenge that would test him greatly. He would need to come up with a way to force Lady Cinia to break off the engagement after all. Something that would allow him to return back to Kingfountain quickly, even if it meant losing the opportunity to see the rest of his family. At least he knew where they were. He had sensed Cinia was powerful with the fountain's magic. She had allowed him to see that, although he did sense she resented it.
"Have some food, my lord. It will help. When did you last eat?"
Farnes asked. He shook his head.
"Not since I arrived."
He wandered over to the trays the servants were still carrying into the vast chamber. There was tray after tray of fruit, mostly berries in a huge assortment. Little round purple ones, long bell-shaped ones. His favorite were thimbleberries, and he'd never seen such a huge platter of them in his life. There were breads baked with them, little pots of jams and jellies. Some, like the bowl of gooseberries, were dusted in sugar. He wondered if anything on the table had been poisoned. He expected that Atane had already examined the trays, but he had not seen her yet.
"Do you know where the Duchess is?"
Owen asked Farnes. He rocked back on his heels again, hands clasped.
"She left early this morning."
Owen scowled.
"I thought she was going to hear disputes from her people."
Farnes nodded.
"She is. She goes down to them. The Lord Marshal also left this morning, bringing his soldiers with them. They say he has quit the palace."
Owen's mouth hardened into a frown. He reached for one of the thimbleberries and plopped it into his mouth. It was the sweetest fruit he'd ever tasted.
Chapter 10. Sea Glass. Even Owen could no longer stand the stench of his shirt and tunic, so he accepted the trunk Farnes had brought with him and cleaned himself up. He deliberately did not shave, but he used the water pitcher, bowl, and towel to wipe away the grime from his travels and felt freshened by the change. While he was tugging on his boots, he was interrupted by the arrival of Captain Ashby and Atane. Owen squinted against the light pouring in from the silk curtains and grimaced while he pulled on the boot and fastened the straps alongside.
"What news, Ashby?"
he asked in a rushed manner. He wanted to leave the castle as quickly as possible and be on his way. Captain Ashby saluted and started to pace.
"We've scoured the castle grounds and taken note of the number of knights protecting it. The cliffs are especially rugged and steep. It would be difficult to lay siege to this place." "I saw that myself on the ride up here yesterday," Owen said wryly. "What else?" "I took some of the men down to Plemure last night. It can't really be called a city. There are manors on the hilltops all around, but very little down in the valleys. Mostly smaller shops that line the thoroughfares connecting the hills. They carry a variety of things to trade. What surprised me was how many of the merchants are from other kingdoms. There are many from Genevar, Legault, and Adabirian. Truly a hodgepodge. I don't think I've seen a place like this before. Every few blocks the culture and language changes. This is a major trading hub, my lord. I even bought a few trinkets for my wife and children. Little necklaces made of glass beads." Owen set his leg down and then began tugging on his other boot. I wasn't aware of that. How far is the harbor from here? Ashby shook his head. Not far at all. The tide comes and goes regularly, bringing with it ships from every port. I heard many languages last night. Owen continued tightening the buckles. How were your men treated? Ashby shrugged. There were so many from so many different countries, I don't think we stood out. When we got back, the palace staff looked like they wanted to spit on us, but the people down below knew nothing of our arrival. Nay, a word about it. Thank you, Ashby, Owen said, finishing his work. He stood and buckled his scabbard around his waist. So what you're saying is the kingdom is vulnerable, especially by sea. It seems they'd probably try to use the woods to block us from getting this far. Aye, the captain responded. If you don't mind, my lord, I'll get some sleep now myself. We were out a bit late last night, but I didn't want to keep you waiting. Owen nodded, dismissing him. He turned to Etain, who was dressed and coiffed in the Brythonican fashion. So they really hate us now? He asked her with the quirk of a smile. She gave him a knowing look. I think the sentiment is more directed at you right now. The people here are very generous, and they care about their duchess. There is an almost reverential feeling when they speak of her. By insulting her, you've offended them deeply. There is much gossiping and backbiting about you throughout the castle. They're suggesting you won't be the Duke of Brythonica, only the Duchess's consort. Owen started to laugh. Oh, really? I'm not worthy to be a duke outside of Ceredigion? As if Westmarch isn't 3 times the size of Brythonica. I thought you didn't want to become the duke here, she reminded him. I don't, he said, frowning. But I also don't like being told what I can or can't have. They're insulted, though, so that makes good sense. It also gives me a good way to goad the Duchess. When I talk to her, I'll ask about the history of consorts and dukes. Her father was a duke, and she holds rank in her own right. I will definitely insist that the marriage terms include the title. Hopefully she'll balk and withdraw her acceptance. He fidgeted with his belt and smoothed his tunic front. I received some news from Kevin. Drew is being sent to the palace as a playmate for Genevieve. He tried to keep from frowning, but failed. I need to get there before events unravel. Etain smiled knowingly and bowed. Then you should be on your way. She meets out judgment at a place a bit lower than the palace called the House of Pillars. That's where I would look for her. I will. Thank you, Etain. Are you going to get some sleep now? I've rested enough, she said. I'm going to learn more about that patch of woods we passed if I can. The one where we felt the fountain so strongly. He gave her a wary look. See what you can learn, but we should go there together on our way out. Be careful. I always am, she answered and turned away. Owen did not find Lady Cinia at the House of Pillars. The building was comprised of a center main tower with a dome and spire basilica and 2 lower-level wings jutting from angles on either side of the tower. As Owen approached the beautiful structure, full of windows and arches, it occurred to him that the tower in the middle resembled a piece from a wiseboard. The first floor of the tower and the wings were made of brick. The second and third levels were made of plaster and wood. The roofs were slanted and steep, and there was a symmetry in the windows and arches throughout, each one lining up perfectly with the ones above and below. The basilica was made of iron or bronze, a darker color than the rest of the structure. He was intrigued by the design and felt the stirrings of the fountain emanate from the structure itself. The Duchess had already heard cases and moved to the docks, so he ventured there next, only to find that he had just missed her. Owen was feeling impatient and thwarted after spending several hours trying to catch up to her. Her servants answered him obediently, but he could see the scolding looks in their eyes. After another delay, he was led away from the docks. He had an escort of 10 with him, and he could sense their eagerness to explore the trading stalls Ashby had described. He dismissed half of his guard after arranging for them to switch out with the others in an hour. His soldiers gratefully accepted the short furlough. The uniformed servants of the Duchess escorted Owen to a private cove along the bay,
where the surf came crashing against the rocks and sand. They had to hike down a little sandy trail to reach the basin, where he found the Duchess walking side by side with her steward. Owen's boots crunched in the sand as they reached the bottom of the steps. Having noticed his arrival, Cinia gestured for the steward to leave. There were a dozen or so soldiers in raven tunics standing back along the edge of the cove, leaving room for the Duchess to wander alone. As Owen passed the steward coming toward him, he noticed the tight frown on the man's face.
"Glad you finally caught up,"
the steward said with a biting tone.
"Glad you waited for me, Theory,"
Owen answered mockingly. The steward sniffed and shook his head, heading toward the soldiers by the path. As Owen approached Cinia, he saw she was walking barefoot, 2 sandals dangling from her fingers. His boots left large prints on the sandy shore. The wind blew some of her golden hair into her face, and she reached up and smoothed it back before turning to face him. He was expecting resentment in her countenance. How could she feel otherwise after having a day to stew on their unsatisfactory conversation? But her look was resigned instead, as if Owen were a trial to be patiently endured. The wind carried the salty smell of the sea and the crashing of the waves.
"I found you at last,"
Owen said with an almost reproachful tone.
"Walk with me,"
she said, and then she turned toward the waves and started off. She clasped her hands behind her back, the sandals still dangling in the crook of her fingers. The sun was beginning its descent and glittered off her leaf-like tiara. Today's gown matched the color of the ocean, except for the girdle and the white ruffs at her sleeves. As Owen followed her toward the pounding surf and the hulking boulders and formations jutting up along the shore, he felt a change in the texture of the sand beneath his feet. The sand became firmer and more saturated, and his boots left crumbs in the wake of their passing. The rocks were speckled with sea life, and he saw half-buried shells poking out all around them. The sun was warm, but the breeze was cool. As they approached the first crag of rock, the sand began to change again, and instead of tiny brown flecks, the shore was filled with small rocky beads of various colors. Cinia walked through it, the sticky sand clinging to her bare feet. The crunch from his boots took on a different sound. Were they pebbles? How strange that the beach would turn from sand to pebbles as they approached the waves. A particularly large wave crested and then hissed with foam as it approached them. Cinia walked in defiance of the wave, and it receded away from her before she reached it. She set the sandals down as she crouched and scooped up a handful of the tiny beads to show him. They were of various shapes and hues: pink, blue, orange, red, and green. She poked at the beads with her finger, pushing them aside to show him the full variety.
"This is called sea glass,"
she said, and offered to drop the pile in his hand. He held out his palm, and she tilted her wrist, sending the little pebbles clacking down onto his hand. The edge of her wrist grazed his, and her touch sent an unanticipated jolt up his arm.
"I've never seen the like before,"
he said, admiring the small intricate stones, trying to shake off the feelings that were stirring within him. Amidst the ebb and rush of the ocean, he heard the steady trickle of water. As he looked for the source, he discovered water running down the craggy boulder cleft that formed one of the cove's boundaries. Little rivulets had made the stone mossy, but the water was clear. An indentation had formed at the bottom of the rock, and little streams ran down the shore into the sea.
"These aren't pebbles,"
she said, picking up one from his hand. It was a misshapen red one.
"Each one is truly made of glass. The sea has broken them into smaller and smaller pieces, and then dragged them along the beaches here for centuries. This is the residue. Artisans come and fashion jewelry out of it. Just like gemstones, they take thousands of years to form, but the glass was made by men."
She stared out into the bay wistfully,
smoothing more strands of hair from her face. As Owen stood there, cupping the sea glass in his palm, he followed her gaze. An enormous feeling of recognition swept into him, as if he had stood in this exact spot before. Emotions swirled inside him, hammering against him like the waves buffeting the rocks nearby. The glass fragments he held in his hand were the remains of huge windows. Thousands of windows, from an enormous castle that had once risen from the heart of the bay. He blinked, almost able to see it. Owen had felt this sensation once before, while sailing through the cove to enter Edinburgh in Adabirion. He had sensed a city buried by water beneath them. Thousands of stained glass windows of the most majestic designs had been smashed and pulverized to become these small bits of detritus gathered on the shore. Owen's knees buckled a bit, and a sudden dizziness washed over him, making him sway. His hand dropped, and the sea glass fell back to his feet. He felt a small hand wrap around his arm. "Are you all right?" He blinked quickly, trying to quell the awful vision in his mind. How many people had died when the sea came rushing in? How many had drowned? An ancient ache throbbed in his heart.
I'm sorry,"
he stammered, his throat thick with a suppressed groan. "There are memories here," Cinia said in a peculiar way. He turned to look at her.
"What memories?"
Her eyes were wise. "Of long ago. Places now forgotten." She turned and looked back at the sea. "Like Leonaeus?" There was something she wasn't saying. He could sense the innuendo in her words.
"I've heard you collect relics from that lost realm,"
he said suspiciously. She shrugged. "I'm not the only ruler who has done so," she answered simply. "The collection in Ceredigion is vast. But, of course, that would be expected, since it was the kingdom of King Andrew and Queen Genevieve." She gave him a pointed look, a look that said so much it made his heart quake. She was toying with him, testing him. It was no coincidence that she had brought him to the seashore. Again he had the feeling that he was being outmaneuvered in a game of wiser.
"I'm surprised all the sea glass isn't gone,"
he said stiffly.
"One would think it would all have been claimed by now."
"Not so," she answered. "These beaches are guarded by certain laws and covenants. Only one chest full of sea glass can be harvested each year. It is bid upon and sold. The selling can take several months. Depending on the color, the size, and the shape, it can fetch outrageous prices." Owen pursed his lips.
"But wouldn't that drive men to come steal it at night? That handful you gave me, how much would it have been worth?"
"What does it matter? It's only broken glass. It's worth nothing, truly. But because it is rare, because it is withheld, it is worth so much more. No one comes to steal from this beach, Owen. No one would dare risk offending the fountain. I've heard in your kingdom that people steal coins from the water fountains. Is that true?"
Owen shook his head. "Not often. If someone is caught stealing from one of the fountains, the thief will be thrown into the river to go over the falls."
Cinia nodded. "For that reason, the sea glass remains here unprotected. Or should I say, it is protected by the traditions that bind us." Her gaze narrowed. "When those traditions are cast aside, there are often unwanted consequences." There seemed to be deeper significance to her words, but the meaning was veiled from him. She knew about the deep fathoms. She knew about Leonaeus,
things that could not be learned in the history books that Polydoro Urbino studied. There were things Owen could learn from her. But he still felt he was being manipulated, and he didn't like it. It gave him a sour taste. He decided to flip the game by going on the attack. His voice became colder and more detached.
I came a great distance to meet with you, my lady. I did as my king commanded me, no more.
I understand, she replied graciously.
But I'd like to make it clear what I came here to accomplish. I didn't come all this way to become your consort, not just your husband. King Severn expects me to rule Brithonica as I've ruled Westmarch. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding between us, my lady.
He watched her eyes closely, looking for anger and resentment, looking for defiance to tighten her nostrils. There was none of that in her expression. Instead, she looked disappointed, as if she had expected more of him than what he was giving her. She reached out and touched his arm again.
Of course we understand each other,
she answered almost sadly.
I would expect no less.
She sighed, and then her eyes narrowed as she saw someone approaching. Owen turned and saw Thierry marching toward them on the beach, a messenger at his heels. Cinia let go of Owen's arm and started forward to meet them. As soon as she walked away, a surge of surf crashed against Owen's boots, startling him. While they had been close to the shore, none of the waves had even come near them, but this one caught him by surprise. Cinia's sandals lifted up in the swell, and he hurried to try to catch them before they were dragged out to sea. Salt water splashed him in the face as he tried to bend over and snatch them, leaving the foul taste of brine on his tongue. With his chin dripping, he looked back as Cinia walked away from him, her skirts pulled up to her ankles as she strode across the sand. She looked absolutely beautiful in the fading sunlight, and he simply stood there and looked at her for a moment, clutching her dripping sandals in his hand, trying to understand what he was feeling, and trying even harder to control it. And that's when the next wave hit him from behind, knocking him down. Chapter 11. Betrayal. Seawater sloshed in Owen's ears as he trudged through the sand in his soaked clothes, and he shook his head to jostle it loose. Thierry greeted him with a baleful look. The messenger was from Paisan and spoke in a thick accent, but it was clearly understood. The mousy-looking fellow was wringing his hands. Owen still clung to Cinia's sandals, which were also dripping wet, and stood by her side, asserting himself as her equal.
The storm was brutal, my lady,
the messenger said in a distraught voice.
There were 4 ships in harbor, and each was smashed against the wall. The cargo is ruined.
The Duchess put her hand on the messenger's shoulder.
What was the cargo? Foodstuffs?
Aye,
he replied miserably.
All ruined by the sea. We have enough stores to last a fortnight, but without those shipments our people will go hungry. We sought aid from the King of Aquitania, but he demanded 5 times the worth of the cargo. 5 times.
Who else did you ask?
She inquired.
Most recently the court of the White Boar. He wouldn't even hear the plea in person, my lady. The Lord Chancellor was too busy, and the Lord Mayor of Kingfountain said it wasn't his king's concern. He said to blame the ill luck on the fountain.
Owen bridled at the response, feeling a frown tug on his mouth. The Duchess looked sorrowful.
It is a pity indeed. Was anyone injured by the storm?
Aye. A few lads drowned, and a roof collapsed on a family and crushed them. But it is the food that will be sorely needed, my lady. Is there nothing you can do for us?
Cinia turned to Owen.
Master Torcellini, this is my betrothed lord, Duke Kiskaddon of Ceredigion. If he were at Kingfountain, I'm certain you would have met with a different response.
She sidled closer to him despite his soggy apparel and clung to his arm.
"What say you, my lord?" she asked Owen. "I was thinking we should send 2 ships straight away to alleviate the people's suffering and prevent famine. Do you agree?"
He felt himself being maneuvered again, but he had been at the receiving end of her generosity before. She had sent ships to relieve the siege of Avaranche 7 years before.
"Let's send 3,
Owen answered, feeling water drip from his chin and the tips of his hair. She gave him an approving smile. The messenger beamed with a new burst of hope.
"I thank you. You both are magnanimous. I hadn't heard of this happy news. My congratulations."
"It's quite sudden," the Duchess said with a wry smile, giving Owen's arm a gentle squeeze. "The fountain gives and it takes. We were blessed with an abundant harvest ourselves and have food to spare. Be at ease, Master Tortellini. You have not travelled in vain. Thierry, see to it, please."
"As you wish, my lady,"
the steward said with a bow. Then he escorted the grinning messenger away. Cinia released Owen's arm and turned, giving him another approving smile, as if he had passed some sort of test.
"You were expecting me to be cruel, I suppose?"
he asked with a snort, handing her the sandals. She took them and shook her head slowly. "No, I didn't think that at all." She swung the sandals before her. "I'm always losing my shoes, sandals, and boots. I much prefer walking barefoot, even in the palace, shocking as that may sound. My servants are constantly picking them up from odd places. I don't even realize I'm doing it most of the time. Thank you for rescuing them from the sea." Then she turned her gaze back to the sea and the darkening sky. The sun was behind them, casting long shadows across the cove. Waves hissed and sighed along the shore.
"Do you always help those in distress?"
he asked her pointedly. She smoothed some hair back over her shoulder. "Why shouldn't I? We've been blessed by the fountain to live in such a temperate climate. It only snows rarely, and there is a plenitude of rain. It's ideal land for growing things." She gave him a hesitant look. "We aren't a warlike people, Owen, but we fight if we must. Marshal Roux has wearied himself protecting us from those who want our fields for themselves." Owen scratched his arm, feeling uncomfortable in the sodden clothing.
"I heard he left the castle. Is he sulking?"
She narrowed her eyes a bit. "Walk with me and I'll tell you," she offered. He nodded and followed as she started across the cove. "You must understand that Brendan Roux is very protective by nature. He was given the trust to guard and defend Brithonica when my father died. I was only a child. In your kingdom, someone in his position might have usurped the throne. Many rulers believe that he is the true ruler of Brithonica. But the people will only have a Montfort rule them. What you saw just now," she said, gesturing to Thierry and the messenger as they climbed the rocky shelf leading out of the cove, "was not a tradition I started, but one I maintain with honor. We help kingdoms in need. We may be a small duchy compared to yours, but we feel our duty strongly." Owen nodded, stifling a shiver as the wind knifed through him.
"My king has a saying, 'Loyalty binds me.' It is my oath."
"I know," she said. "I've heard it before. I'm sure it chafes you at times." He wrinkled his brow.
"What do you mean?"
She cast him a furtive glance, and he could tell she was debating whether to trust him. "Our duties and obligations can feel confining," she said after a lengthy pause. Her answer showed he had not yet earned her trust. To his surprise, she stopped walking in the middle of the beach and then sank to her knees. She pushed her fingers into the sand and began scooping up little mounds of it. He was soaked and knew the sand would stick to him if he joined her. She didn't seem to mind as she absently played with the sand, letting it glide between her fingers. They were a distance from the sea glass near the shore, but he saw occasional beads of it appear,
as if they were beguiled by her. Owen hunkered down near her, studying her face.
"Do you play wiser?"
he asked. There was a flash of a secret smile, and then it was gone. "I do."
"I would like to play you sometime,"
he said.
"I think you might be one of the few people who could actually beat me."
That earned an amused look. "I've played since I was a child. My father taught me."
"I've played since childhood as well,"
Owen said, but he didn't reveal Anchorette's role in teaching him.
"When can we play?"
She shook her head and then gave him a piercing look. "I'll play wiser with you, if you provide the set." The way she said the words made his heart start pounding. Could she know about the ancient wiser set concealed in the fountain of St. Penrhyn in Westmarch? St. Penrhyn was the vestige of the drowned kingdom of Leonaeus. This was the second subtle reference she'd made to it. They were dancing around each other, each knowing something the other did not. He hungered to know more, but he didn't think he could trust her. Not yet.
"The king gave me a set when I was little,"
Owen said, giving her an answer that he suspected she didn't want.
"I'll bring it with me next time."
"Do," she answered, her eyes more guarded.
"Why do I feel like talking to you is like playing wiser?"
he said with a chuckle. He gave her a challenging look. "Is that my fault?" It was a soft rebuke, but a rebuke nonetheless. Owen gritted his teeth and composed himself.
"No,"
he answered. He decided to take a risk and confide something they both knew.
"I didn't come here expecting to marry you, Cinia,"
he said in a low voice.
"I came because my king commanded it, and I serve him. Would Marshal Rue do any less?"
She glided her fingers through the sand with one hand, her other arm propping her up. "He is as loyal to me as you are to your king. The difference, I think, is that he is loyal because he respects what he serves. He doesn't fear me." She met his gaze, and Owen swallowed.
"Severn Argentine is not the monster everyone says he is,"
he said defensively, falling back on an old argument that had once been true. Anchorette had once told him that Severn was influenced by what people thought of him, which he knew to be true. Cinia looked down again, tracing a circle with her finger. "I think he became the monster everyone said he was." Her eyelashes fluttered, and when she looked up at him, it felt as if her eyes were seeing into him. Her expression said, "Is the same thing happening to you?" Owen squirmed with discomfort. He didn't like the way the conversation was going. She must have sensed his reaction, for she changed tack. "We tend to resemble those we interact with the most. The Argentine temper is legendary, especially in these lands. The first Argentine king married his third son to the Duchess of Brithonica. Did you know that?"
"I did,"
Owen said, grateful once again for Evie's deep knowledge of history and their endless discussions about it. "It was a tragic marriage," she said, using the flat of her hand to smooth away the circle she'd drawn. "The king was unfaithful to her. She rebelled against him and tried to put her son on his throne. Owen, do you ever have a feeling that the past keeps coming back? See how the tide is creeping up toward us. In a few hours, this entire cove will be under water. Then it will recede again, in and out, wet and dry. I feel like that sometimes, that the past is inescapable." There was a haunted sense of longing in her voice. She didn't look at him, as if she were suddenly shy.
"You're asking if I will betray you?"
he said. his insides roiling from her observation about the recurring nature of things, one he had often considered himself. She pursed her lips. You admitted that you came here to offer your troth because your king forced your hand. He will not be king forever. No one ever is. Her hands stopped moving through the sand, her fingers suddenly taut and talon-like, digging into the sand. She was struggling with some unspoken emotion. It doesn't bode well for our marriage, she added softly. Owen suspected she knew all about his past with Elizabeth. Pain stabbed his heart, and once again he cursed Severn for the poison the king had forced him to drink. It was a bitter cup still. Did the Duchess question his motives for bringing a beautiful woman with him in his entourage? Did she even know Etain was a poisoner? He felt muddled and miserable. The tendril of a wave came up to them, close enough that he watched the foamy bubbles pop and the sand drink in the moisture. We'd better go, Cinia said, sitting upright and brushing her hands together. Owen was still squatting, his knees aching, and he rose to his feet. Then, in a gallant gesture, he extended his hand to her to help her stand. She looked surprised by the offer, but a pleased smile spread across her face. Her hand was so warm, and he could feel the specks of sand still clinging to her skin. He pulled her up, and she straightened, shaking the sand loose from her skirts. Thank you, she said, and started away from the oncoming tide. The sea was flat and gray on the horizon. She had left her sandals behind again. He smirked as he bent down to retrieve them, keeping a wary eye on the waves. Though he caught up to Cinia, he didn't give her sandals back until they reached the smooth rocks, and she turned to look for them. An embarrassed but relieved smile touched her mouth when she realized Owen was holding them. Your parents and siblings will be joining us for dinner at the House of Pillars, she said, tugging on one damp sandal while balancing herself against the stone. I thought you might want to see them. I know Jessica told you they were here. She's dear to me.
I would indeed,
Owen said, feeling a flush of gratitude even though he knew she'd done it deliberately.
Thank you.
He'd come looking for her so he could make his excuses and return to Kingfountain to deal with the news about Drew. But their conversation had altered his urgency. Perhaps he could make time to see his parents after all. You're welcome, she said, smiling at him again. She was about to turn away when he caught her wrist.
Did you know why I had come to Brithonica?
He asked her pointedly. She seemed taken aback by the question. For an instant, she looked worried, frightened. The emotion was quickly suppressed, but he noticed it. She hesitated before responding, her mood becoming less playful. Isn't the point of wiser? She answered enigmatically. To anticipate your opponent's next move.
My Lord Kiskaddon, the king commands you return at once to Kingfountain. There is no mincing words on this news. Eric and Dunsworth have escaped the tower. Their guards were undoubtedly bribed or murdered, for there was no watch on them this morn. We have hounds and men tracking them, for it seems they have gone upriver. You can only imagine the state of agitation at present. Would there was a way we could contact you more directly. Hopefully they will have been recaptured by the time you receive this news. I've never seen the king so wroth. Return at once, my lord. Kevin Amrian, Kingfountain Palace.
Chapter 12. Traitor. Before meeting his parents, Owen arranged for a change of clothing since his were damp from the dunking he'd taken at the beach. He was very nervous about the encounter, not just because it was so unexpected, but also because he didn't know how his parents and other siblings would react to him after so many years apart. He needn't have worried.
The dome of his father's head was completely bald, but he still had a fringe of graying hair around the sides and back, shorn close to his scalp. His skin was marked in places with liver splotches and craggy wrinkles, but he was fit and strong. Mother had crow's feet around her eyes, but she also had aged well, and the instant Owen entered the room, she engulfed him in a fierce motherly hug. She kissed him repeatedly on the cheek, by his ear, and on the patch of white in his hair. Then, gripping the front of his fashionable tunic, she pulled him so close their noses almost touched.
"I have never stopped thinking about you,"
she whispered to him, looking into his eyes with such intensity. Her voice was thick with emotion.
"Not one day. I rejoice at every scrap of news I hear about you. But a mother's love holds true. Even though you're taller than me now, you are still my little miracle."
Jessica was beaming, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes as she waited for her turn to greet him once more. Then the entire family crowded around him, pulling him into the center of a vast embrace. And while they felt a little like strangers, he could feel memories of his childhood at Tatton Hall begin to emerge from the haze of the past.
"Welcome to Plymure,"
Papin said.
"I cannot wait to hear about your adventures."
"You must tell us all of them," Jessica implored, tugging his tunic sleeve. Owen was uncomfortable with so much attention, but it was from them, and that made a difference. Through the crowd, he spied the Duchess of Brithonica, watching the reunion and keeping to herself. She had staged the moment deliberately. He was still unsure of her motives, but he was grateful nonetheless and tipped a nod to her from across the room. "Are you really fountain-blessed, as they say?" said his other sister, Anne. She had long blonde hair that went down to her waist. He had vague memories of her constantly brushing it at the window seat while staring outside. "Tell them about the Battle of Avranches," Jessica suggested. "I don't care about battles and war," Maman said in a scalding tone. "Did you truly come here to marry the Duchess? I would blame your mother for your manners if I dared."
"Where to start?"
Owen said at last. The moon was gleaming silver in the sky as Owen and Cinia left the House of Pillars, walking side by side. They were followed by her entourage, all of whom were a little bleary-eyed due to the lateness of the hour. The air was brisk and calm, the weather very mild. Owen admired the glittering stars in the sky.
"Is it always this bright out at night?"
he asked. "The fog will come in soon," Cinia said. "It usually does."
"I'm not looking forward to the ride back up to the castle,"
he confessed.
"Do you take a carriage or ride?"
"Neither, usually," she answered with a playful smile. The hint of mischief in her eyes made him return her smile. "This way," she said, capturing his arm with a little flash of possessiveness and pulling him to the rear of the House of Pillars. At the rear, there were workers hoisting huge crates off wagons. As Cinia approached, they doffed their hats respectively. Cinia flashed them a smile and led him over to a small crowd of people, horses, and wagons. "Do you see it?" Cinia asked, pointing ahead. Workers were securing thick ropes to the crates. The ropes were connected to some sort of crane, like the kind used in the ship docks, only Owen couldn't see the top of it. He craned his neck and realized that they were at the foot of the cliffs, the palace high above them.
"You're not serious,"
Owen said, looking back at the crates. "It's the opposite of falling," she said, pulling him with her. The crew seemed to be expecting her. A few members of the entourage shook their heads and said they'd take a horse up instead, and she dismissed them good-naturedly.
"Up you go,"
said one of the workers, hoisting Cinia onto one of the crates by her waist. There were 4 ropes coming up at the corners, meeting at a metal hook and ring. Owen studied the contraption for a moment and, not to be outdone by his host, swung up onto the crate.
You have to sit over there, she said, pointing to the other end, then clasping the ropes with both hands, or it will not be balanced.
Owen felt a stab of fear in his middle, a sensation that became more acute when one of the foremen gave a signal. There was a grinding, clicking noise, followed by a sudden lurch from the ropes. Owen's insides fluttered with panic the moment his boots left the ground. Cinia laughed sweetly. He turned and saw the breeze ruffle her long, lovely hair.
Don't be frightened,
she said, her tone suddenly serious.
Nothing will happen. Do you see the docks over there?
She pointed again, and this time his stomach lurched with fear for her. He wanted to warn her to hang on, though she seemed at ease here as she had been at the edge of the beach. They were rising at a rapid pace, the roofs shrinking beneath their feet. There were the docks with boats secured for the night, having brought their cargo during the day. The ropes groaned under the crate's weight, and the contents swayed a little, making Owen tighten his grip. It was an interesting feeling, like a bird soaring.
"Thank you for arranging the dinner tonight,"
Owen told her, watching in wonder as a bank of fog rolled in off the coast. He could see the lights of the sanctuary on the distant island.
You're welcome, Owen. I thought you'd wish it.
She was thoughtful. But there was still so much he didn't know about her. It was as if he were looking at her through the haze of that fog.
Do you see Avalanche? She asked. It's that speck of light just on the horizon.
"I think so,"
Owen said.
"Do you do this often, then?"
I did it more when I was a little girl,
she answered, giving him a sidelong look, almost a knowing look.
I liked to explore.
"We have that in common, then,"
Owen replied.
Perhaps you'd care to join me on a journey across the duchy?
The noise of the machinery above grew louder as they approached the landing where the crates would arrive. He wasn't sure he wanted to refuse, but he needed to get back to Kingfountain. Etain was probably chafing, and it was his duty to protect Drew.
"I'll think about it,"
he answered. She seemed a little disappointed by his answer. It was late in the evening when Owen returned to his chamber in the castle overlooking Plumeur. He felt like collapsing on the bed with his boots on, but there was a pile of correspondence awaiting him on the desk. You saw your family this evening, Etain said, slipping out from the curtained balcony. I thought you were planning to leave earlier. Owen rubbed his eyes, his heart still raw from the emotional reunion.
"I felt obligated to spend the day,"
he said flatly, planting his knuckles on the desk by the mound of letters.
"When did these all arrive? Or did the ones from yesterday breed? Look at this stack. It will take half the night to read and answer them all, and that will delay us even more."
He grimaced at how petulant he sounded. I can stay and help you read through them, Etain offered. The ones from Kevin I put over there. Farnes brought new ones earlier this evening. He said that one came in a hurry. Owen scrubbed his fingers through his hair, frowning.
"If it's more bad news, I'm going to have him flogged,"
he muttered. Etain seemed eager to speak with him, but she seemed to sense his poor mood.
"I will accept your offer,"
he said, shoving part of the pile toward her.
"I don't have time to woo a duchess and run a duchy and the Espion."
He shook his head.
"The weight of all of this is crushing me tonight."
She gave him a sympathetic look and then sat down beside him. She looked at the vast pile of correspondence and picked out one, breaking the seal. Your parents are well? Owen snatched a letter and opened it.
"More than well, it seems. They aren't hostages, that much is clear. Everything my sister told us is true. They go by Aquitanian surnames to help hide their true identities. They have a comfortable manor on a hill to the west, and my father oversees the taxation of trade. My mother wasn't sure what to make of me," he added with a chuckle. "It's been 16 years after all, and she remembered a little lad who used to clutch at her skirts."
He sniffed, scanning the letter quickly and then tossing it aside.
I don't know why the Duchess has rewarded them with so many favors. It's certainly not something Severn would have done.
Etain murmured in agreement as she read another letter. And how goes the wooing? Owen smiled wearily at the veiled attempt to draw him out.
I suppose that depends,
he said, careful of his answer, careful of her feelings.
The king deeply believed that this suggested alliance would provoke Brithonica. In that regard, his plan is utterly failing. It seems Cinia anticipated his move and resigned herself to marrying me before I even arrived. Poor girl.
He wanted to laugh at the absurdity.
Marshal Roux has thrown a fit and skulked off to his own manor to brood.
No, he hasn't, Etain said softly. That caught Owen's interest.
What do you mean?
His men were guarding the forest we passed on our way to the castle. I came in disguise to see the place, but for all my tricks, I could not get past the sentries. They were vigilant. What are they keeping from us, I wonder? Owen looked at her, his brow furrowing.
You're sure it was the marshal?
Etain nodded. I didn't see him, but one of the sentries let it slip that he was there in person.
He knew you were coming,
Owen said angrily.
He always seems to know.
He slammed his fist onto the table, his frustration spilling over.
The offense he feigned was a ruse, a trick. I should have seen this. He must have left for the woods the very night we arrived.
Another memory struck Owen like an arrow shaft.
Hold on a moment.
What? She pressed, her eyes full of eagerness, the pile of correspondence momentarily forgotten.
This was years ago, after the mayor of Avranches surrendered the city to me. Some visitors came to find me in the north. One of Roux's knights, he was a giant of a man, and also a lawyer from Avranches.
Owen started pacing, his mind working furiously to recall the moment. He snapped his fingers quickly.
There was something about disputes. Border disputes about the hunting forests. The knight sought reassurance that I didn't intend to encroach on Brithonica's boundaries, especially the forests. I thought nothing of it at the time. I'm not all that fond of hunting and hawking, nor do I have the time.
He turned and looked at her.
Roux doesn't want us to see whatever's in those woods. I'm not sure Cinia knows what it is.
He shook his head.
Or maybe that's an errant presumption. She is far more clever than her demeanor suggests.
How so? Etain asked, walking toward him.
So many times during our conversation today, she hinted at things. Like she was trying to prompt me to ask certain questions. The Wiser set, for example.
He said, naming one of the instances.
I challenged her to a game of Wiser, and she gave me this strange look and said that I needed to provide the set.
Etain's face darkened. You think she meant the one you hid in the fountain of St. Penryn? Owen held up his hands.
That is exactly what I suspected. But her words were so innocuous she could have meant anything. I feel as if a game is being played around me. This feeling has been nagging at me for years, and I'm frustrated that I haven't learned the rules yet.
You could ask the Duchess directly, Etain suggested, giving him an arch look.
How does one have that conversation?
Owen said with a laugh.
I sense you're hiding something from me, my lady. Would you please confess while I keep my own secrets?
He tapped his mouth.
No, I'm going to ferret this out. I have to find out what makes that forest so powerful with the fountain. What we need is a way to get past the guards. What we need are...
He stopped, his eyes widening.
Disguises.
He gave Etain a serious look.
Your power might be exactly what we need. Being a local didn't help you get through. But if you looked and sounded like Cinia, they wouldn't stop you. I've spent time with her today. You can use my memories like you've done in the past.
Etain's eyes flashed with mischievous intent. And what if I were to disguise you as well? He stared at her.
Do you think you can do that?
Let me try, she said. Hold still a moment. I've been wondering if I could change others and not just myself, and this would be a perfect opportunity to test it. Rue would be able to sense the power, but if he's stationed by the forest, where there is already so much fountain magic, he may not be able to figure it out. Here, I think I need to touch you for this to work. She reached out and took his arm at the elbow, then opened herself to the fountain. He sensed it immediately and, not for the first time, marveled at how much her strength in it had grown over the years. He felt the magic wash over him in warm, gentle waves. Once again, he felt part of him resist it, a certain feeling of rebelliousness that balked from letting another change him. But he allowed the magic to suffuse him, taking care to keep the core of himself intact.
Look at yourself,
Etain breathed excitedly, her eyes delighted. Still gripping his arm, she steered him over to a large mirror so that he could see his own reflection. He was almost startled to see Lord Rue staring back at him. The image seemed to flicker under his scrutiny, but he allowed Etain's spell to cling to him. His powers from the fountain made him impermeable to the powers of others who were fountain-blessed. As far as he knew, his abilities were unique. No one else would have cause to doubt his disguise. Owen raised his hand to touch his chin and watched the doppelganger mimic his motion.
You can do it,
Owen breathed.
Can you still change yourself? Or must you hold your focus on me?
Suddenly, the Duchess was standing at his side, her hand resting on his arm as if they were attending guests at a ball. For me, she told him, the magic is like carrying a weight on my shoulders. It's a weight that grows heavier the longer I use it. Over the years, I've been pushing and training myself, but it helps when other things contribute to the disguise. See how I've made your tunic into the standard of the Raven? That requires concentration. If I stole you a tunic, it would lessen my burden. I'm strong in the magic now, Owen. I can hold this illusion for some time, and we'll only need it to get past the sentries. Of course, it won't work if Rue is still among them. She let the magic fall away, and Owen watched in fascination as the illusion shed from them instantly. She gave him a determined look in the mirror. I could do this with more than just the two of us. Naturally, the more people I try to disguise, the heavier the toll, and the less time I would be able to maintain it.
You are amazing,
Owen said, and watched a little flush creep across her cheeks at the praise. You taught me, she demurred.
I think those woods hide another clue that may help me figure out what game is being played against us. I don't like losing,
he said with a growl of ambition in his voice. No man ever does, she said, squeezing his arm. Back to the letters, then, so we can go. From the smug-looking smile on her face, he could tell she was pleased with her accomplishment. It made him chuckle to himself, but then his eyes fell to the pile of letters. Groaning, he grabbed the stack and went over to the couch, languidly draping his leg over the armrest in a casual manner. He broke another seal and read the message quickly before tossing it aside. Then he remembered the one Etain said Farnes had brought in a rush.
Where's the one from Farnes again?
It was that one. There's a stain on it. He spied it and then cracked open the seal. His stomach spun and then lurched as he read the message. He pulled his leg off the rest and hurried to his feet, his pulse quickening.
No,
he muttered darkly, feeling the calamity growing larger and larger. Eric and Dunsworth had escaped their confinement. They were missing. Owen had entrusted Kevin with watching over them. What could have happened to upset things? What is it? Tell me, your expression is frightening me. His heart hammered in his chest.
I can't believe it. How could it happen?
Tell me, she demanded.
Eric and Dunsworth escaped,
he said in frustration.
They were under heavy guard. The Espion should have been able to prevent this from happening.
He cursed the constant flood of troubles that had plagued Severn's indecorous reign.
I'm to return at once,
Owen said, glancing at the words again.
I tell you, Attain, I am heartily sick of this. To constantly defend a man who
He caught himself, frowning and swallowing the bitterness to keep treasonous words from spilling out of his mouth.
By the fountain. Why must we go through this again and again? This is because of Brigia. This is Maxwell's hand. I can see the smears. He wants to be lord and master of all. Severn is the strongest ruler, so he gains the most enmity. This constant fighting and scheming. This unending intrigue, it makes me want to retch.
He sighed, shaking his head.
The Duchess tried to persuade me to spend the next few days visiting other towns in Brithonica. I wish I had the freedom to do just that, but we must get back at once.
The words tumbled out before he had a chance to consider them.
The look of hurt that formed on Attain's face made him wince. He rubbed his eyes.
What is it?
Only that you seem to be breaking your vow, she answered. You swore you'd bar your heart, Owen. You told me to remind you in case you lost your senses. He did not appreciate her reminder.
Go wake Farns,
he told her, trying to curb the tone of resentfulness that threatened to make things worse.
Get him in here. We'll need to beg our pardon and leave tonight.
He snapped his fingers.
Actually, you and I will ride on ahead like we normally do so we can make our stop in the forest first. He can stay behind and soothe any hurt feelings, make our excuses.
Plan my wedding. He caught himself in time before saying it aloud. I'll get him, she said, her eyes narrowing as she left. When the door shut, he read Kevin's note again. I've never seen the king so wroth. Owen couldn't be sure how to interpret that statement. But queasy feelings sucked on his insides like leeches. What would Severn do if the missing princes were finally caught? What had Eridur done to those who posed a threat to his throne? Owen turned and stared at the closed door, imagining he could hear the poisoner's footsteps fading down the hall. He grabbed the next letter on the pile. It bore the king's seal. He blinked with surprise and cracked it open. The words were scrawled in splotchy letters, but he recognized the king's handwriting. The hastily crafted message addressed to Owen, Lord Kiskaddon, Duke of Westmarch.
I know. You've betrayed me.
Chapter 13. Threat. That brief, hand-scratched note in the king's own style had opened up a pit inside Owen's stomach and filled it with terror. He was a child again, a helpless creature trapped inside a prison of fear. His throat seized up, and sweat began to trickle down his cheeks. Slumping onto a nearby couch, it was all he could do to keep his supper inside his body. It was a battle he soon lost, and a few warning pangs later, he rushed to the privy and vomited noisily into the guard-robe hole. He crouched there, humiliated, and then sank to the floor. It felt as if his bones had turned into paper. He sat there a long while, pondering the king's message. He wasn't a child anymore. He wasn't a helpless boy. He was a man now and needed to act like one. Even though his heart felt weighed down with despair, he rallied his wits to try to think of what was happening. What could the king be referring to? Had he finally learned about Anchoret's role in saving Owen when he came to Kingfountain as a young child? That was a secret Mancini had carried to his watery grave. He and Attain and Elizabeth were the only ones who knew the truth. He wrinkled his brow. No, it was unlikely that the king knew. Did that mean he had discovered the truth about Andrew, the boy Owen had rescued and hidden? The king had asked him to investigate how the boy had come to the north. Owen had gone through the motions, ensuring all the while that the search would be in vain. But maybe something had happened at court. Perhaps Catherine had indeed recognized through her mother's intuition that the child was hers. His stomach twisted more violently still. That was entirely likely. Catherine had been so distraught before they left, perhaps she had discovered the truth and revealed herself in some way. Then the king could have used his magic to persuade her to reveal the whole truth. Yes, that was the most likely possibility. He stiffened when another implication struck him. Eric's escape from the tower. Was that related as well? Had Catherine helped her husband escape? Was the tiny family trying to flee together? He knuckled his forehead and began counting off curses under his breath. I know you've betrayed me. What to do about it? How to respond? In one letter, he'd been summoned back to Kingfountain to help deal with the missing captives. In another, he'd been accused of treason. Had both letters arrived simultaneously? There was no date affixed to the king's note. Squeezing his hand into a fist, he slammed it onto the floor, full of frustration. What were his options? Well, he could refuse to obey the king's summons, but that was tantamount to confessing his guilt. He doubted he'd find any welcome in Chatrion's court. He knew the Aquitanian king both hated and feared him, which Jessica had confirmed. The thought of fleeing made him sick with shame. That was a coward's answer. He thought of the tawny-haired lad whom the fountain had entrusted him to protect. He could not step down from that duty. One option would be to throw himself at the mercy of the king, to admit to the lies and deceptions, to attempt to persuade Severn that he needed to step down and give the child his crown. No king of Ceredigion had done that before. In all the tales that he had heard Evie tell about the history of their country, kings had always been forced to yield their thrones, and it was usually a rebellious duke who made it happen. Another role played over and over again. A water wheel spinning in a river. He sat there for a long time, plucking at the strands of hair from his unkempt beard, staring into the void of his festering conscience. The question that had tormented him for years reared its head again. Could Owen rise in rebellion against the king? None of the other dukes had the power. Catesby was new and untested, and besides, he had been plundering Lord Horwath's dominions. He'd find no one willing to die for him. Jack Paulin of East Stow? Laughable. Lovell had been loyal to Severn since their early friendship, and while he was well-meaning, he was totally incapable of rallying men. Owen knew Severn well enough to guess the king would not have sent such a note without making precautions against a possible rebellion. In fact, Owen imagined there would be soldiers waiting for him at Taddon Hall. Was the king trying to force him into rebellion? So many possibilities. He continued to stack up the various possibilities and weigh them against one another. It was his primary gift from the fountain. Owen? He had not heard the door open, but he recognized Etaine's voice. He had lost track of time in the privy and was only faintly aware of his surroundings. He tried to stand on trembling legs. He must have made some noise because Etaine came rushing in after him, and when she saw the look on his face, her eyes widened with fear. "Are you sick?" she demanded, rushing to his side. She touched his face and examined his eyes, his mouth. Obviously, she feared he'd been poisoned.
I'm not sick,
he said, warding off her efforts.
Well, not in that way.
I noticed you hadn't bolted the door, so I waited outside, she said with agitation. Then when I came in, I didn't see you. I thought you'd gone. Her voice was sounding more desperate by the moment. What's wrong? He did make it to his feet finally, and she looked so concerned it made him wonder about his own appearance. Not wanting to say the words aloud, he thrust Severn's note into her hands. She blanched when she read it. After walking past her out of the privy, he noticed the small fire had burned low. The only light came from a single candle Etaine had brought. It was probably after midnight. He stretched his arms, weary from the exhausting day, but his mind was too thick with the dilemma to rest. A foot-scuff came up behind him. "I won't let him hurt you," she whispered in a low, threatening voice. He turned and saw the fierce eyes, the serious expression that told him she'd murder the king if he tried. It gave him some small measure of comfort that someone cared that much about him.
"I won't ask you to."
"You don't need to ask me," she said passionately. "We both know that he is not worthy of the loyalty you've shown him. It's been in your power all along to rid the kingdom of that tyrant. I will ride ahead. They won't even know it was me. Why am I even asking you? I should just leave now and do the deed."
"No,"
he said, shaking his head.
"If Severn is going to die, it will be on a battlefield, not in a bedchamber. There is a deep tradition, Etain. I even think the people would rally to me if I did rise up."
"They would," she nodded fervently. "Do it, Owen. For the fountain's sake, do it. Claim the throne for yourself and then give it to the boy. You can become the protector. The people would accept you. They love you." She stopped short, but he could sense the words she hadn't said. The air sizzled with them.
"I have to go back and face him,"
Owen said. She looked at him aghast. "No, that would be foolish. When you next ride into Kingfountain, it should be to siege the castle." He shook his head.
"No. I'm going to return and face him."
She came up and gripped his arms, her fingers digging into him. "He knows how to kill someone who is fountain-blessed. I won't let you do this."
"Let me do this?"
he said, grabbing her arms and pushing her back slightly.
"Etain, I'm counting on you to get me out of it. I'm going to face him. He's not going to throw me into the river. There will be a trial, there will be the assizes. Maybe the truth finally needs to be let out into the open, the truth about Eric and the boy, the truth about Catherine, that she's still another man's wife. If the king won't see reason, if I must compel him through force, then I will need you to rescue me. I don't think—"
He paused, shaking his head.
"I know he's cruel, but I don't think he'll just kill me, especially if I come and submit to him. He's expecting a rebellion. He's undoubtedly preparing for it. He will not expect this."
He breathed out a sigh.
"I have to trust my instincts. I have to trust my gift from the fountain. This is the right course."
Her look was beginning to soften. She pressed her fingers against her lips and started to pace. "I'll go ahead of you. In disguise, of course. I'll find out what's happening, what the espion knows." She looked at him with a burning gaze. "If he's already preparing your death, then I won't let you surrender to him." He chuckled.
"Fair enough. Did you tell Farns we were leaving?"
She nodded briskly. "I have horses and disguises waiting for us. We'll change after we ride out."
"I have neither the intention nor the ability to sleep right now," he said with a laugh. "You must keep me alive, Etain. I need you."
She looked mollified, some of the danger ebbing from her eyes. "You still want to examine the woods on the way out?"
"I do," Owen said darkly. "They are hiding a secret, and I grow weary of secrets."
The vales of Brithonica were quiet in the night. A haze of fog had rolled in from the sea, giving the air a mysterious aspect, while also concealing them from the gaze of others. There were no stars to be seen, and the roads looked different in the fog, but Owen had help. He could sense the fountain drawing him to the woods. It was like the tower bells of a sanctuary pealing, pointing his mind in the right direction. The dew from the mist clung to his eyelashes, and he could feel the wetness when he blinked. The earth was loamy and rich, the smells drifting on the cool breeze. He wore his chain hauberk, but it was topped with a tunic bearing the black raven of Brithonica rather than the standard of his own duchy. Etain kept pace with him, and he could sense her brooding. She was probably plotting a dozen different ways of saving Owen from his sense of duty. He was grateful that Steve Horwath was dead. He could not have borne the look of disappointment in the old man's eyes. He had no doubt, however, that Iago would gladly join in a rebellion against Severn if it meant reinstating Evie's rights to her grandfather's land. They rode in stillness, the mists getting thinner as they left the coast and moved deeper inland. They rode until the first flushes of dawn began to smudge the sky. He didn't know how many leagues they had crossed, but he felt they should be reaching the woods soon. He felt them drawing closer. "There," Etain said, pointing. The horizon showed the hills and woods, which were blacker than the brightening sky. As they came closer, he spied movement on the road and discerned the white tunics of knights blocking the way. Owen lifted the chain cowl to cover his hair. His sword was strapped and ready, but he hoped he wouldn't have to fight his way through. As they came closer, he felt the magic start to flow from Etain as she concocted their disguises. He didn't look at her, but he used his thoughts to feed her magic with the small details from his memories that would make the illusion more believable. They reined in before some startled troops who were holding lanterns and hailing them as they approached.
"M'lady,"
the knight gasped in recognition, seeing the Duchess of Brithonica ride up in the dark.
What are you doing here in the midst of the night?"
He looked absolutely startled. Etain looked down at him imperiously.
"I do the Fountain's will," she said, her voice perfectly matching Cynia's.
"Blessed be the Fountain,"
the knight said, bowing reverently. They pulled aside, asking no more questions. Owen concealed a smirk as they rode past. He wanted to compliment her, but didn't know who might be listening. None of the soldiers guarding the road followed them, though he could hear them talking in low voices amongst themselves, gossiping as soldiers always did. They took the road, and the sky began to brighten more rapidly. Owen's heart began pounding as they drew closer to their destination. He could feel the presence of the fountain magic coming from the woods on the right. The cluster of trees was especially dense there, which would make riding difficult.
"Leave the horses here."
The whisper was unmistakable and startling. Owen jerked on the reins, stopping. It had been some time since the fountain had spoken to him directly. "What is it?" Etain asked, her voice full of dread. He dismounted and she followed him. Owen led his horse to the edge of the road and secured the reins on a tree branch. She did the same.
"We go the rest of the way on foot,"
he said.
"It's not far. The fountain told me to leave the horses."
"It spoke to you?" she queried.
"It did."
They started into the woods together, the ground suddenly uneven and full of treacherous footing. Instinctively, he sought her hand to prevent them from getting separated in the shadows. A few birds trilled to welcome the imminent dawn. Etain let herself be guided, and he felt how cold her hand was from the long night ride. She gave him surreptitious looks that he pretended not to notice. Ahead, Owen could hear the lapping noises of a fountain or small waterfall. His sense of curiosity grew with each step, as did the worry and fear welling in his gut. Branches clawed at his face, and he used one arm to ward them back and clear a gap for the two of them to pass. He was trying to be quiet, but it sounded like they were marching with an army for all the noise they made. The woods encircled a small clearing centered around a huge mound of massive boulders that towered as big as houses. The trees were ancient and huge, and some younger ones grew from cracks and seams in the rocks. Moss and lichen riddled the stones, barely discernible from the fading gloom. Water was coming from the rocks, little rippling waterfalls that pattered in endless drips. Looking more closely, Owen saw a shaggy oak tree growing amidst the stones, pregnant with leaves and acorns and mistletoe. The trickling water seemed to be coming from the tangled roots of the tree. The ground had gotten relatively steeper as they crossed the woods, and a small trickling stream tumbled from the boulders and oak tree and disappeared back into the woods. "Look," Etain said, squeezing his hand and pointing with her finger. At the base of the rocky terrain, there was a marble plinth, a flat altar-like sheet of rock that was definitely human-carved. It was set away from the mass of boulders and strewn with detritus from the trees. On the flat marble sheet was a silver bowl. An iron chain fastened the bowl to a ring driven into the side of the marble. The chain was loosely coiled. It was the source of the magic. Owen sensed power coming from the bowl. It thrummed inside his skull and filled his reservoirs of magic to the brim. Despite his lack of sleep and anxiety, he felt alive, quickened, and alert.
"What is this place?"
Etain whispered in awe, staring at the boulders, the trees, the naked sky. A single star seemed to burn in the sky above them, a pinprick of torchlight.
"Fill the bowl with water from the fountain."
Owen blinked in astonishment, his mouth suddenly dry. Releasing Etain's hand, he approached the marble slab. She followed at his heels, casting her gaze around for a sign of danger. The caw of birds clawed the air, and Owen saw several ravens come and land on the branches. They were different from the birds he'd heard earlier, their tones darker and more ominous. That they were ravens, the standard of the Montforts, made him deeply suspicious and gave him the sense he was being watched.
"I don't know,"
Owen said. But he knew what he needed to do. He marched up to the silver bowl while his courage lasted. It was not heavy when he hefted it. The chain rattled slightly.
"What are you doing?"
Etain whispered. Owen looked at the waters tumbling from the roots and down over the rocks. It was a curious sight, and he found himself breathing hard. Then, carefully, he crossed several larger broken stones with the bowl until he reached the small waterfall and held the bowl under the stream. It filled quickly, and he pulled it back carefully, worried the weight of it would cause a spill. The sky had turned a faint blue overhead. He could see Etain's worried eyes on him, but he couldn't explain what he didn't understand.
"Pour it onto the plinth."
Cautiously, Owen carried the bowl to the plinth, letting the chain drag beneath it. He caught himself from tripping, breathing in deep gasps as the magic tingled against his skin. The waters in the bowl rippled, reflecting his image back at him. He looked terrible. When he reached the marble slab, he stood by it, cradling the bowl. He'd trusted the whispers of the fountain so far. There was no turning back. He upturned the bowl and splashed the water onto the plinth. As soon as he'd done so, a crack of thunder boomed from the cloudless sky overhead, so loud and deafening that Owen dropped the bowl to shield his ears. Though he had been in thunderstorms before, he'd never heard a boom so loud that it felt like the sky itself was shattering. The sound frightened him out of his wits, and he looked at Etain, who was holding her ears as well, staring up at the sky. It started to rain. Heavy, fat droplets began to gush from overhead. Wind kicked up and sent the desiccated leaves whirling into his face, little pricks of pain that made him shield his eyes. The rain turned into hail. Icy chunks began to crash into the plinth and the detritus all around, growing bigger and bigger by the moment. Etain shrieked in pain as they started to strike her. Owen's heart beat wildly in his chest, and he felt he'd made a terrible, life-threatening mistake. The hail hammered down on them relentlessly, but strangely, Owen did not feel the wetness strike him. In fact, none of the ice struck him.
"We need shelter!"
Owen bellowed amidst the deluge. The woods were farther back, and they'd find some protection there. The boulders behind him were all curved and rounded. He didn't see any pockets or small caves that would offer them shelter. A walnut-sized chunk of ice struck Etain on the head, and she crumpled to the ground. The hail beat down on her mercilessly. Owen bellowed in surprise and rushed over to her, watching the pelting stones hammer down on her body.
He knelt by her side and scooped up her legs, intent on running into the woods for protection, but the ground was full of pebble-sized hailstones, and he heard a rushing noise coming from the sky that made him shudder and quake. It was as if a waterfall of hail had opened above the plinth, and they were caught in the rapids. Owen pulled her tightly against him and covered her body with his own, waiting to die. Death was the only outcome. He had tampered with magic beyond his ken. He had opened up a flood that would destroy all of Brithonica. The hailstorm came down on him, but somehow he was protected against it. He was freezing and trembling, with water dripping into his face, but the chunks of ice did not strike him. Was Etain even alive? Her face was crushed against his chest as he clutched her tightly to him, shielding her from the devastating storm he'd unwittingly summoned. He would protect her for as long as he was able, but he felt certain he would drown. They were both going to die. And then the storm ended as suddenly as it had started. He shook with cold, unable to believe that somehow he'd been reprieved from death. The magic swirled around him, and he noticed his scabbard was glowing. The raven etched into it was made of livid fire, a fire that slowly faded and could only be seen by the user. That whisper of insight had come from the fountain to his mind. His scabbard, which the Maid of Domremy herself had used in all her famous battles, had protected him. He had found it in the cistern at the palace of Kingfountain, one of the lost treasures of a bygone age. Etain! Etain!
He pleaded, pulling her away. Her face was pale. There was blood coming down her ear. Then the trilling songs of birds filled the air. Owen jerked his head up and saw that the oak tree near the waterfall was completely barren of leaves. It had been stripped clear by the violent storm. Some of the branches had crashed down as well, but birds were alighting on the bare limbs, singing the most beautiful song he'd ever heard. These weren't ravens, they were songbirds. And as he hugged Etain to his chest, his heart wanted to weep from the purity of their music. The song melted the ice in moments. Owen blinked, watching the heaps of sharp-edged ice vanish. Amidst the song, he heard the clomp of hooves coming from the woods. Owen bent his ear to Etain's lips, listening closely for the sound of her breath. She was breathing. Thank the fountain, she was breathing.
Etain, someone's coming. Etain!
He tried to jostle her shoulders, but she remained limp. Turning his head, Owen saw a horse as black as night coming from the woods. The rider was garbed in black armor and a matching helmet that concealed his face. Fixed to a spear on the horse's bridle was a pennant, also black, with a white raven on it. The spurs on the knight's boots poked the horse's flanks, making it snort and start up the terrain directly toward Owen. The knight drew his sword with his right hand, steadying the spear and pennant with his left. Owen wanted to get Etain to safety, but he could sense the knight's ill intent as he charged up the hill. Gently, Owen settled Etain onto the muddy ground, cradling her head on her arm. He rose, grimacing, and stepped away from her as the knight closed the distance between them. Owen unsheathed his sword.
I have no quarrel with you,
Owen said, summoning the magic of the fountain to him. His reservoir was full of power. He sensed, however, that his words were utterly futile. A mist of steam snorted from the horse's nostrils. And then the rider charged at him, his spear lowering toward Owen's heart. Chapter 14. The Night at Dawn. The ground shuddered from the charging mount, its nostrils flaming with white mist as it raced toward him. Owen blinked rapidly, drawing upon the fountain's magic. His eyes narrowed on the mystery knight's spear, and he tightened his grip on his sword, angling it slightly forward. If he parried wrong or misjudged, he would be skewered.
It was no longer time for thinking. It was time for instinct, for survival. He moved away from Etaine's limp body, forcing the knight to change position. The spear wavered slightly. His magic revealed much about the man's weakness. This knight was battle-hardened with expert reflexes, but his left ankle was a source of pain. Owen could sense it throbbing now, even from this distance. The horse had weaknesses too. It was experienced, but it was nervous about Owen and his magic. The steed's natural trepidation would be an asset, so long as the beast didn't collide with him. Owen brought his sword up to an overhanging guard, both hands twisting the pommel fiercely, one over the other, the blade poised above his head. He walked crossways, moving slightly downhill. It was much easier to strike a stationary target, and Owen had no intention of being easy prey. The knight suddenly lunged with the spear, trying to catch Owen off guard. Dipping the sword, Owen deflected the charge effortlessly, spun around, and sliced the war horse's flanks as it rushed past him. The animal screamed in pain. The black-garbed knight reined in hard and then flung himself off the horse, landing well but with an obvious favoring of his left leg. Owen had not dealt the horse a killing wound, and the animal stamped and seethed, thrashing its mane wildly. The knight stood solidly. He'd exchanged the spear for a sword. Owen could only see the man's eyes through the visor, but his own face was revealed to his opponent. At least the helmet would limit the knight's ability to see. The two began squaring off, circling each other warily, swords at the ready. Owen's senses felt sharp and alert. The magic of the fountain pulsed inside of him. Strangely, he did not sense it coming from his opponent. Then the Black Knight came at Owen with a whirlwind of blows, his dark sword coming at his head and then his chest. This was not the training yard of Owen's youth. Even with the weak leg, the knight was formidable and very experienced, and Owen was forced to retreat and defend himself. A sting cut against his arm, shearing through the hauberk links, then his thigh. The pain shot through him, but his heart was beating too wildly for him to feel it. He sensed blood, torn skin, and then he felt something peculiar. The scabbard at his side began to glow, the raven sigil igniting once more with magic. The wounds in his arm and thigh were soothed. Owen deflected another thrust at his throat, and then kicked the knight in his weakened leg to break off the attack. The man grunted with pain and limped slightly, but he shook off the discomfort and came at Owen again, hobbling just a little. Their boots crushed through the twigs and shards of leaves, threatened by the unstable footing and broken stones. The Black Knight butted his shoulder into Owen's chest, his superior weight nearly sending Owen onto his back. But the young Duke caught his footing and swung his sword down against the other man's breastplate, sending up a shower of sparks. The men began circling each other again, panting heavily. Owen went on the attack next, driving fast and hard, hammering away on the knight's left side, forcing him to defend, to use his legs to move and react. Owen kept at it, drawing around him in a narrower circle, thrusting and blocking, looking for vulnerable spots where he could nick his opponent. The man was wearing gauntlets, so he wasn't likely to drop his blade. The young Duke forced him to spin around in circles, hoping the extra movement and the weight of his armor would dizzy him. It seemed to be working. The labored breathing of the Black Knight was growing more pronounced. Most battles rarely lasted this long. Owen was younger, had more stamina, and was driven by the need to survive. "Yield!" Owen said, bashing away a feeble attempt at a strike. The man was starting to wobble.
"No,"
answered a gruff voice, echoing strangely in the helm. With that, the Black Knight charged him, swinging high and then low. Owen did not catch the feint in time to avoid a shallow cut, but the hauberk absorbed the blow. Then the knight's elbow struck Owen's jaw, spinning him back and making his eyes dance with pricks of light. Owen went down hard, unable to see, so he cleared the way with his sword, swinging it indiscriminately like a scythe. He felt a shadow loom over him, saw the tip of the knight's blade rushing down toward his nose. Owen twisted his shoulders and heaved himself to one side, thrusting his blade out. The knight collapsed on top of him, and Owen felt his blade shearing through metal and then skin as the Black Knight impaled himself in his fall. The weight of the knight came down on Owen like anvils, knocking him flat onto his back. He squirmed and wriggled to get free, and saw with horror the tip of his blade appearing from his enemy's back. It was a death wound. His magic revealed the truth instantly, as blood began to well through the slit in the man's breastplate. Shoving the gasping knight onto his side, Owen saw the man's legs twitch with spasms. His life was fading quickly, his heart as wild as a bird's. Owen scrambled backward in shock, weaponless. The Black Knight's sword was on the ground next to him. Owen hadn't intended to kill him. He had defended himself as best he could, and his wounds still hurt, although the pain was lessening by the moment. The knight groaned in agony and began tugging off his helmet as if he couldn't breathe. Owen knelt by his side, dismally aware of the pool of blood leaching into the ground. His heart was struck with remorse. Then the helmet came free, and Owen found himself staring at the face of Brendan Rue, the Lord Marshal of Brithonica. Blood dribbled from his nose and lips. "My lord," Owen gasped in sudden despair. "Why did you attack me? I didn't mean for this to happen." The Marshal gritted his teeth in obvious and excruciating pain. He looked at Owen not with accusation, but with mercy. "My turn is done," he gasped, his lips in a rictus. He panted, trying to speak again. Owen knelt closer, his heart ripping in pain. "Your turn now," he groaned. "You must protect her. Now, the Duchess, you are her protector." Owen felt as if he'd been struck. The Duchess? She would hate him for killing Marshal Rue. But the man's words implied this terrible combat had been inevitable, that he had known all along he would die. It felt as if they were part of a giant Weiser set. Two pieces had clashed, and Owen emerged as the victor. "Let me heal you," Owen said desperately, grabbing Rue's shoulder. He tried summoning the magic, but it fled from him. He'd felt spent after healing Justine, Elizabeth's maid, but that wasn't the way he felt now. The magic was abandoning him, its purpose complete. He tried to draw it in, but it was like trying to clutch water with his arms. Frustration and fury battled inside him. Why had Rue attacked him? Owen stared into the man's waxy face, which grew paler and paler as his blood ebbed away. "I am done," the older man said slowly, his eyes growing vacant. "I've done all I could." Then his eyes sharpened and hardened. He stared at Owen with a look of desperation. "You are the only one who can save her, or kill her. Only you. Your gift by the fountain, so rare, so is hers. Protect her, or they will all drown." "Who will drown?" Owen pleaded in fury, tears stinging his eyes as he knelt next to the crumpled knight. The faint puffs of air from Rue's mouth became shallower. "On my hand is a ring. It is yours. You are master now. Master of the woods." Owen watched his chest fall, and this time it did not rise. Marshal Rue stared vacantly, lips slightly parted. A trickle of blood welled from his eye like a tear. The young Duke knelt in the mushy ground, casting his gaze around in wonderment and confusion. There were the stone altar and the silver dish. The strange tree that had shed all its leaves, he saw Etain lying still. And the fallen knight and his wounded horse. A horrible sense of guilt settled across him like a blanket. He had summoned the conflict by pouring water on the stone. Somehow that had prompted Rue to fight him. He hadn't known it would happen. But he was beginning to wonder if Cinia had known all along. A small fire crackled in the woods, and an owl hooted somewhere in the night. The two horses were tethered nearby, both eating from sacks of provender slung around their necks. It was an ancient grove of yew trees, similar to the ones Owen had seen as a boy riding toward Beestone. Etain finally stirred while Owen was feeding another stick into the fire. "Where are we?" she asked groggily.
"The woods bordering Brithonica and my lance,"
he replied.
"You've been unconscious all day."
He had laid her out on a blanket and covered her with his own. She tried sitting up and winced in obvious pain. "The last thing I remember was a noise. A terrible noise, louder than thunder. And then something struck me." "Hailstones?" Owen nodded, feeding another small stick into the fire. He was fidgeting inside, swollen with secrets and mysteries and unfathomable conflicts. His thoughts were so desperate, he wondered if he were falling into madness. He needed someone to talk to, someone to help him piece together the clues. He had discovered that the scabbard he wore held special healing properties. All the wounds from his battle with Marshal Rue had been miraculously cured, and Etain's head wound had healed before his eyes after he strapped the scabbard around her waist. "I'm wearing your sword," Etain said, as if reading his thoughts.
"The scabbard healed you,"
Owen said, looking into her eyes.
"I've often wondered why my wounds at the Battle of Avalanche vanished so quickly. I gave your training credit all these years."
He let out an anguished sigh.
"Rue is dead."
Etain blinked in surprise. "How? Where?" Owen picked up another stick and snapped it in half with his hands.
"After the hailstorm, the tree limbs were bare. Then a flock of birds came and sang away the frost. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. Before they were done singing, a knight garbed in black galloped into the grove and fought me. I didn't know who it was until after I dealt him a mortal wound."
He tossed away the broken fragments of wood and stared into Etain's eyes, letting his anxiety pour out of him.
"Something is going on. I need to tell you something. I must say it out loud for fear I've gone mad. Help me see reason, Etain. Help me see if I'm understanding the situation."
He wiped his mouth, grateful for the solitude of the night. All day he had battled with himself whether he should return to Plemure and tell the Duchess what had happened in that grove. Owen had slain her marshal while defending himself. But there was something more to it than that. It felt as if the fountain was summoning him back to Kingfountain. In the grand Wiser game, a piece had fallen. It was only one move, and more were to follow. "I haven't seen you this distraught in a long time," Etain said worriedly. "Tell me what's troubling you, Owen."
"This may come out all jumbled,"
he said with a half-chuckle.
"Forgive me. I've been wrestling with my thoughts all day. As you know, we can't go back to Avalanche or Taden Hall. So I thought we'd camp here tonight. This is my forest now."
He gazed up at the trees towering above them.
"They're all mine."
Etain waited patiently, saying nothing.
"When we sailed to Adabirian, do you remember entering the Cove of Edinburgh?"
She nodded.
"When we were crossing the bay, the fountain told me that the city had drowned. I could sense beneath the waves that the castles and houses and manors of Adabirian had long been destroyed. I was horrified by the scale of the devastation. It's happened before, you know.
St. Penrhyn is all that's left of the kingdom of Leonaeus. It too was drowned. After I fought Marshal Roux, as he lay dying, he said I was the Duchess's protector now, and he warned me that if I did not protect her well, another kingdom would drown.
He stared into the flames, lost in thought again. But he didn't say who would be destroyed? Etain asked. Owen shook his head.
I'm assuming Brithonica. Have you noticed that all the residences are on the hilltops in Plymouth? The Duchess's castle is on the highest ground of all. I think she knows of the risk. I think she's prepared her people to survive if the flood happens again. But it wouldn't be the sort of flood caused by nature, Etain.
He clenched his fist and quelled his desire to hammer something.
It's part of the legend of the deep fathoms. When I poured the water on that stone, there was not a cloud in the sky, not a single one. And yet it deluged on us. A violent hailstorm unlike any I've ever experienced. It nearly killed you.
She looked at him with amazement. I remember you shielding me. I thought we were going to die, but I felt safe when you were there. The warm look in her eyes made Owen squirm.
For some reason, the magic doesn't affect me. I have this strange... what's the right word? Immunity? The Duchess is fountain blessed. I learned that the first night we met her. She has a vast power that surpasses even Severn's, even my own. I've wondered how that power manifests itself, but now I think I know. I cannot be sure, but I think she has the gift that I've been pretending to have all along.
He looked at Etain with a wild feeling of helplessness.
I think she knows the future, like the wiser Myrddin did. Think on it, Etain. I've never been able to surprise her. When the king sent me and Lord Horwath to defend Brithonica, we attacked Chatrion's army in the middle of the night, and Marshal Roux was there. When we went to Adabirion to confront Eric, who came? Marshal Roux. When Chatrion began sieging Avaranche, who helped us? Marshal Roux. I've thought all along that he was fountain blessed, yet when we fought this morning I sensed nothing from him. Not even a little trickle of the magic.
He hung his head.
Tell me I've mistaken all of this. Tell me I'm a muddled fool. I've tried all day to sort this out, to make sense of it.
He took another stick and flung it into the trees. When he looked at Etain, he saw her eyes staring into his. She didn't look baffled. She looked impressed. You're not mad, Owen, she said. You're bloody brilliant. The Duchess wasn't surprised when you came demanding she marry you. Everyone else was, even Roux. But she knew. And that's what troubled Owen the most. Why had she not prevented it? Chapter 15. St. Penrhyn. Owen and Etain separated at dawn. Her injuries had sufficiently healed for her to ride. She returned the magical scabbard to him and started off for Kingfountain Palace to try to determine the danger he would be facing upon his return. They agreed to meet at a popular tavern called the Coxcomb, on the bridge to the sanctuary of Our Lady of Kingfountain in 3 days' time. He would rent a room under the name Owen Satchel, which would alert her of his arrival. There was a stop Owen wanted to make on the return trip. He intended to go to St. Penrhyn and draw the chest with the ancient Wiserboard out of the waters. He had studied it many times before submerging it in the fountain, but he could not discern how the pieces moved, or who was supposed to move them. He had a suspicion that the Duchess was one of the few who could tell him. Upon entering his domain, he removed his tunic and livery and rode toward the sanctuary alone. Etain would have at least a day's head start, but with her abilities she would be able to slip in and out of the castle unnoticed. He felt an invisible current drawing him back to Kingfountain. Part of him wanted to go to Brithonica and face Cinia again. Was she part of the massive game of Wiser unfolding in the world? If so, was she an ally
or an opponent.
His mood turned dark with the memory of how offensive he had been to her and her people. It had been deliberate on his part, but she had endured his provoking words with admirable patience. Was that patience an act? A way to lure him into lowering his defenses? Or was she truly a benevolent soul, a ruler whose people were utterly devoted to her? Her personality and temperament suited him well. Too well. Though he had ridden into Brithonica with no intention of marrying the Duchess, in their short encounters together he had found himself impressed by her and unexpectedly drawn to her. He had Elizabeth's permission to fall in love, but the wound in his heart was still a grievous one. As he rode through Westmarch, the sights and sounds becoming ever more familiar and comfortable, he thought with fondness of Taddon Hall. He had expanded his domains beyond what his father had accomplished. Yet, though his father's dominion had shrunken considerably, he seemed at ease in his new role in Brithonica. If Owen and Cinia did marry, Owen's domain would stretch across a vast seashore, bridging the lands that had long been separated by war. It would make him even more powerful in the kingdom, drawing resentment and bitterness from his rival dukes. He followed the coast, steering the horse wide of Avranches. The jagged coastline was hauntingly beautiful, but as he stared at the sea, he was struck with the knowledge that this very ocean had buried the kingdom of Leonaeus and drowned its inhabitants. The sea was a vast power, a relentless force that hammered away at the coastline, pulverizing rock into sand. It went by many names, but the most hallowed was the deep fathoms, a place where lost treasures lay hidden and buried, a place where the dead went to rest after they finished their worldly labors, a place that had existed before the world came to be. In the afternoon, Owen spied the sanctuary of St. Penrhyn in the distance. He had kept a punishing pace, and his horse was weary. He would need to change horses, but knew the Diconius would willingly let him borrow from his stables. The salty smell filled his nose and lungs, and the road became gritty with sand the closer he approached. He reached the sanctuary by late afternoon and found the grounds quiet except for the screeches of gulls. The clop of hooves on stone announced him, and the sexton came out to interview the new arrival. Owen slid out of the saddle. His disheveled appearance did not mark him as a duke, so the man didn't recognize him until Owen gave him a knowing look.
"My lord,"
the man gasped with surprise.
"we did not expect your arrival. There has been much commotion in the kingdom since you left. Have you heard the news? It reached us only earlier today." "What news?" Owen asked, tugging off his gloves and stuffing them under his belt. "The two who escaped from the tower, Lord Eric and Lord Dunsworth. They've been captured."
Owen blinked with surprise.
"I'd heard about their escape, that's why I returned. They were recaptured?"
The sexton nodded vigorously.
"They did not make it far before the Espions surrounded them. There's a trial underway. We've heard the king intends to put them both into the river."
It felt as if someone had punched Owen in the stomach. He was suddenly quite ill.
"This is grim news. Is the Diconius here?" "He awaits within. I will have your horse tended. Will you stay long?" "I cannot. I came to borrow another horse. Can you arrange it?" "Of course, my lord, right away." As Owen strode into the sanctuary, memories assailed him. What would have happened if he had helped Eric seize the throne all those years ago? He'd confronted him in this place. But if events had unfolded differently, he wouldn't have been present for the dreadful dead man's birth. Drew's birth. He had cradled the bloody infant in his hands and breathed life back into him. All of it had felt like the fountain's will. Why had events unfolded this way? Why hadn't the fountain commanded him to bring down Severn then? He reached the rim of the fountain in the center of the sanctuary, planted his hands along the edge, and stared down into the calm water. He could hear the sigh and roll of the ocean beyond the stone walls as the waves crashed violently against the rocky shore below. His troubles felt as inexorable as those waves. Perhaps there would never be a moment's peace in his life. Closing his eyes, he breathed in deeply, trying to calm himself. So many events had unfolded in his absence, and he was too far away to influence them. Oh, he could imagine Severn wanting Eric dead. Killing him in public would free Catherine at last. Would Severn finally rid himself of the ghost of his nephew by destroying the man he believed was only pretending to be him? Of course, Owen knew the truth. Piers Urbic was Eric Argentine. He always had been. Opening his eyes, he saw the chest submerged in the water. It had appeared suddenly, drawn to him through its mysterious powers. Owen hiked up his sleeve, reached into the cold water, and grasped the handle. He pulled it out and set it down on the edge of the fountain. After sitting down next to the chest, he withdrew the key he wore around his neck and slid it into the lock, twisting it carefully until he felt the click. The chest wasn't even damp. Though he did not understand why, the waters protected enchanted treasures from the deep fathoms. He lifted the lid and stared at the wiser-board inside. The ancient set had faces carved into the individual pieces. What struck him immediately was that some of the pieces had moved since the last time he'd looked at it, years before. The white wiser was back on its own side. He distinctly remembered seeing it in play during the Battle of Avranches. One of the knights that had been on the board before was missing. He swallowed guiltily. It was the White Knight. The image of Lord Rue's face came to his mind, with blood streaming from his eyes like tears. How strange that he'd been wearing black armor. He stared at the board, feeling hopelessly lost. He examined the pieces more closely. 2 kings were still present. The dark one was Severn, but who played the white? Chatrion? A dark knight was missing, one that had been there previously. Only 1 knight remained on the board. Then the white wiser began to move unbidden and untouched, sending a shiver of fear down Owen's back. He watched it slide across the tiles, moving in an unobstructed path toward the dark knight's position. His heart began pounding, and he felt an ominous sense of dread. The waters of the fountain began to churn, and the presence of magic hung heavy in the air. He quickly rose from the rim and backed away, his hand going to his sword. The waters churned, and a spray of mist came leaping from the once placid waters. A form emerged from the mist, a person whom Owen immediately recognized. It was Lady Cinia. His bones felt weak, and he experienced a sensation of utter vulnerability. The swell of the fountain magic that flowed with her was vast. He had sensed it before, when her power was dormant, but now it was active, living, and he felt like cowering before its majesty. Then the sensation subsided, like the violence of a wave that retreats calmly back from the shore to build up its strength. Some of the pieces began to fit together in his mind. She was there, standing before him, holding a pair of sandals in her hand. She extended her other hand to him and moved toward the edge of the fountain. Owen wasn't as afraid as he'd been moments before. He'd thought, for an instant, she'd come to destroy him. When he took her hand, she smiled and stepped over the edge of the fountain. He was expecting her gown to be soaked, but it was perfectly dry. Not even a drop of water came from her bare feet as she touched the stone tile on his side. "Thank you," she said with a pleasant smile. She set her sandals down on the edge of the fountain. "I'm sure you have many questions. We didn't have a chance to talk before you left." Owen stared at the wiser set and saw that the white wiser and the dark knight were occupying adjacent squares. She noticed his attention to the board.
Have you discerned the board's truth yet, Owen? She asked.
He looked at her warily, but with budding hope. Are we enemies? There was a delighted look in her eyes, and a slight flush came to her cheeks.
I'm not your enemy, she said simply. I want to be your ally, if you will let me help you.
Owen walked closer to her. Could he trust her? So much of his fate would depend on that. One wrong turn could destroy him, but he also felt it could destroy her. He wanted to test some of his knowledge, to make her prove she was trustworthy.
Can you see the future? He asked her pointedly.
Yes, she answered. My gifts from the fountain are romantic in nature.
Romantic?
He asked in confusion. She smiled at the mistake.
No, Owen. They are romantic. I can see the future and the past. My parents hid my gifts when I was little. I've learned to hide them also, to be very guarded of who knows of them. I'm trusting you, as you can see.
He nodded slowly.
And you are a wiser. A true one. That brings me answers to some of the questions that have puzzled me. You knew I'd be looking for you that morning in Plymouth, and you deliberately avoided me.
I'll admit I was teasing you a bit. Do you understand now that our lifting contraption isn't the only reason I don't need to take a horse or a carriage up to the palace? I can travel along the anchor lines quickly and efficiently.
Anchor lines?
Owen asked, perplexed.
She nodded again with calm deliberation.
Another secret. It's not often shared because wisers are killed in this world, Owen. We are too powerful and misunderstood. You see my true form on the set, just as I see yours.
She looked over at the pieces.
You understand now that the rows are geographical? This side represents Ceredigion, this one Occitania. There are anchor lines of magic that connect the boundaries between earth and sea and intersect with one another. There is a map I can show you that reveals where they are.
We've been on opposing sides,
Owen pointed out.
I know. It's my hope that will change when you learn the truth.
She gave him an imploring look. Owen bit his lip.
Are you asking me to betray my king?
He asked hoarsely. He wanted so much to tell her that he was willing to do it, that perhaps the fountain was using them both to change events in the world. She shook her head.
I think it's the fountain's will that you save your people.
He wrinkled his brow in confusion.
What do you mean?
She looked down at the arrangement of the remaining pieces in the wiser set. It appeared as if the game were winding to a close.
This particular game has been drawn out for centuries,
she said, her finger lightly touching one of the pieces.
This side represents the Argentine family. This side, the Virtus family. The game plays out over several generations. Severn is the king now, she said, touching the Dark King next. The problem, Owen, is that he was never meant to be king. And now he is defying the rules of the game. He violated the rights of sanctuary. He has threatened to harm innocent children again and again. The rules were set in ancient times by great wisers who had mantic gifts like my own. When they are disobeyed, the deep fathoms will reclaim the land.
She looked up from the board and into his eyes.
If you do not stop Severn, his choices will destroy your people. Left unchecked, he will continue to violate every custom, every boundary set up by the wisers. He wears the hollow crown which has its own magic, With its power, he can destroy his entire kingdom in winter. You know the legends of the sanctuary of Our Lady. How long will the privileges of sanctuary exist? Owen stared at her, his heart yearning to know more.
Until the river stops flowing.
Until the river becomes ice, she corrected.
Chapter 16. Alliance. Because of the wiser set, the king's deeds and misdeeds wielded control over the weather. He did this unwittingly, but the more evil his actions had become, the more the snow had fallen on Ceredigion. Owen nearly gasped aloud from shock.
I think you're beginning to understand,
Cinia said, giving him a prodding nod.
You must say it, Owen. I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you if you've figured it out. Knowledge about the game isn't forbidden, but I can't share the mantic truths with you directly. You must learn them for yourself.
Owen stared down at the set, at the king representing Severn. There were so few dark pieces left on the board.
Are you saying that the words were changed over time? That the protection would last so long as the river flows, meaning until it's frozen over?
Precisely,
she said earnestly.
The one who wears the hollow crown can make the river stop flowing through his violation of the principles upon which the sanctuaries were founded. When a ruler stops being just, when they are unfaithful, these are examples.
Owen nodded in understanding.
That is why Tunmore was so desperate for the set to be moved,
he said, beginning his habit of pacing.
This was years ago. He thought Severn was going to freeze the kingdom. He needed someone who was fountain blessed to move the chest to St. Penrhyn because he couldn't. Why here?
Cinia smiled with excitement.
Yes. Why here? What does your intuition tell you?
Owen snapped his fingers.
Because St. Penrhyn isn't part of Ceredigion at all. It is by tradition, but it was once part of Leonaeus. Once the set left the borders, the curse stopped.
She gave him a lovely smile and an encouraging nod.
You're close, Owen. It did not stop the curse. It merely slowed it. If you return the wiser set to Ceredigion, the curse will set in once more, and quickly. The game plays on. It must play on. Have you not noticed the winters in Ceredigion growing ever colder and bleaker these last 7 years? We each have a role to play. I don't want Ceredigion to be destroyed. I don't want its people to be trapped in a blizzard and frozen to death, just as much as I don't want my own people to drown.
Owen stared at her, feeling the awful weight of pending doom. The memories of the drowned cove of Edinburgh and the ruined buildings of Brithonica still made him tremble.
You've been helping me all along, haven't you?
He looked her in the eye.
When your people aided mine during the Battle of Avaranche, I saw the white wiser piece on the board. That was... You were there, Cinia?
He stopped his pacing and stared at her in shock. She reached out and grasped his hands in excitement.
I was. I couldn't tell you. Do you remember the storm?
You caused it? Through the water bowl, the grove. By the fountain, that was you.
Her smile was even brighter.
I was there. I have been helping you. The fountain needed you to protect the true king of Ceredigion. You know the prophecy of the dreadful dead man. You know who it is, don't you?
Owen nodded.
I do. And he's at Kingfountain Palace right now, if I'm not mistaken.
You're not, she added knowingly. Owen sighed and looked up at the support struts of the chamber.
And there's a good chance I'll be a dead man if I return.
Her hands were still holding his. He pulled away and wiped his mouth, his mind whirling with the flurry of revelations.
He looked over and saw the Diconius standing beneath an arch, his eyes full of reverence and awe.
"Don't be so sure of that," Cinia said meaningfully.
"Your man Farnes left a message that you'd been summoned back to the king." Should he trust her? If the Duchess could see the future, then aligning himself with her might be his only chance for survival. Assuming, of course, that she wasn't deliberately misleading him. It came back to the ability to read someone's intentions. Anchoret had decided to trust Evie after meeting her in the kitchen of Kingfountain. Owen had to make the same fateful decision. He glanced back at the Diconius.
"He cannot hear us," Cinia said. "All he can hear is the lapping of the fountain waters. He sees me as a manifestation of the fountain. He thinks you are having a vision."
Owen chuckled. "So do I."
"Do you trust me, Owen?" she asked hopefully. "I've tried to show you that you can. Neither of us wants our people to perish. But they will, Owen, if you don't stop the king."
"I believe you. Trust is difficult for me." Her look changed dramatically into one that was full of pain.
"I know it is," she said emphatically. "You've made many decisions without knowing the consequences. The fountain has guided you during those critical moments. Even knowing the future, I cannot tell you what will happen. If I tell you something out of order, it may influence your decisions. In the end, it's our choices that affect what happens in the world. You must be the one to choose, Owen. I will guide you as best I can."
"How can you trust me?" Owen said. "My lady, I killed Brendan Rue. I didn't know who he was, but I left him for dead. I think you already know this." She let out a mournful sigh and nodded.
"Let me put this simply. In order for you to change sides on the board, another piece needed to be removed. You are meant to be my protector now. If you choose to accept your fate, if you put on the ring he gave you, if you make a promise of fealty to me, then your piece on the board will change color. You will become a knight on the white side. I cannot make you do this."
Owen wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all. "Chatrion's side?" he chuffed. She shook her head seriously.
"No. King Andrew's side."
Her words cut him to the quick, melting his smirk away. "This is real, is it not?"
"All too real," she answered. "This game of Wiser is perilous."
She stepped up to the board, admiring the remaining pieces.
"The Wisers of old made the rules. The game wasn't called Wiser back then. It was called the Siege Perilous. The Wisers survived when kingdoms fell. Then they would offer the game to another man ambitious enough to rule."
She looked at him pointedly, but could not say what she was thinking. He saw the secrets hidden in her blue eyes, the longing to tell him that which she could not share.
"Do you have a plan, Owen? A way to defeat the king?"
"I've been working on one," Owen said, shaking his head at the vastness of the task. "It was rather simple. I'm afraid you'll laugh." She reached out and touched his arm.
"Never fear that."
He firmed his courage, deciding to make the leap. Everyone knows the legend of King Andrew. How he pulled a sword from the waters of the Fountain of Our Lady. No one else was able to touch it. He had that ability because he was fountain blessed. Something similar happened to the Maid of Domremy. Cinia's smile encouraged him to continue. She too pulled a sword from a fountain before helping to crown the Prince of Aquitania.
"The story repeats itself over and over," Cinia said. "Go on."
"I think I know where her sword is," Owen said. "If the legends bear true, it was also King Andrew's sword."
Lord Horwath had made him swear he wouldn't tell the Aquitanians. But did that promise include the Duchess of Brithonica, who had been Ceredigian's ally for so long? If he was going to accept her help, he needed to trust her. And he did believe what she had told him. The feelings from the fountain had been compelling, and he had learned to trust them.
There are ice caves in North Cumbria. Duke Horwath told me of them before he died. I think the sword is there. I thought to fetch it and bring it to Our Lady of Kingfountain. I have the power to put ancient relics into the water and remove them. So I hoped to trick Severn. To trick everyone, actually. I was going to say I had a dream that the true king of Ceredigion would be able to draw a sword from the fountain of Our Lady. That it's a sign the dreadful dead man has returned. And then I was going to arrange for it to happen. Basically, I was going to cheat.
Cinia stared at him with a smile of pleasure.
And why would that be cheating, Owen? Did not the wiser Myrddin do the same thing?
Owen looked at her, startled.
He did.
She nodded.
Andrew wasn't fountain-blessed, Owen. He simply surrounded himself with those who were. It was Myrddin who allowed him to draw the blade, and Andrew's greatest knight was a man named Owain. His heart shuddered at the words.
I've never heard that,
he gasped.
I've never heard that name in all the legends I've read.
Of course not,
she answered simply.
Because the record was lost when Leonaeus drowned. That version of the story stopped being told, the version that talked about Owain, and how he married the Lady of the Fountain.
A small pink flush rose on her cheeks, and she looked down, suddenly abashed.
But you know the story,
he whispered, his heart hammering painfully in his chest. She looked so beautiful in that moment, so vulnerable, like the butterfly she was named after. She nodded, still unable to meet his eyes. Then another question struck him, fast as an arrow bolt.
If you know their story, then you know how it ends, don't you, Cinia?
She was uncomfortable now. He could see her anguish in the curl of her mouth, her clenched fists and her trembling arms.
Tell me,
he insisted. There were tears in her eyes as she looked up at him.
I can't say it,
she whispered. But he already knew. Her look told all.
Owain betrayed her,
he said, feeling disgusted with himself even though he hadn't done anything. The same story had been told over and over, different men and women playing different roles.
Am I right?
He pressed. She looked at him steadfastly. Then she nodded once. Owen breathed in through his nose.
Are these stories preordained? Must they always happen the way they did in the past?
She shook her head no.
There is always a choice. Always.
He realized that so much in life depended on choices. He had chosen to forsake love after losing his chance with Evie. His choice had deprived him of opportunities. It had also prepared him for this one. Could he open his heart again? Could he risk the pain? But he already knew the answer. He had to. This was the decision that would help him serve the dreadful dead man. And he could not deny that the choice appealed to him for other reasons. That she appealed to him. Stepping up to her, he grabbed her hand.
Then I'm making mine,
he said, almost roughly.
You've risked everything to try and help me. I don't know why, truly. I've been nothing but rude and disingenuous to you. But I will not betray you, Cinia. What must I do? How can I join your side? You said I must swear fealty? I won't let my people be destroyed, not if putting the lad on the throne will prevent it. The road ahead will be difficult, but I will not stray from it. I promise you.
She dabbed tears on her sleeve and gave him an encouraging smile.
So will I.
You must
formally, plight me your troth, and I to you. Then the night piece will change color when you put on the ring."
"I think we need witnesses, no?"
Owen asked her. "Yes, that is the proper way." Owen took her hand with one of his and waved impatiently for the Diconius to join them. He felt light-headed, filled with a strange sensation of both utter terror and happiness. Having someone like Cinia on his side, having a partner and ally to help him counter Severn, made the impossible seem possible. He'd felt nothing but hopelessness while carrying the burden on his shoulders. Now she was willing to share it with him, to plot and maneuver with him. The Diconius reached them, his eyes wide with wonderment. He hastily knelt before Lady Cinia.
"My lady,"
he breathed solemnly.
"You do honor us. How may I serve you?"
His words were fraught with reverence. Cinia stared down at him, smiling sweetly. Then she turned to Owen and nodded for him to continue. While the proposal he'd made in Plumeur was likely binding because of the witnesses, he wished to make their betrothal more official by actually pronouncing the oath.
"I, Owen Kiskaddon, do hereby plight my troth to you, Cinia Montfort, to be my lawful wife and to become your lawful husband. I swear to be true and faithful to this pledge, on my life and on my honor."
The Diconius's face trembled with joy. He clasped his hands together. Cinia squeezed Owen's hand. She looked radiant, but there was a smudge of wariness in her gaze, as if she wanted to believe his words, but couldn't quite trust them. "I, Cinia Montfort, do hereby plight my troth to you, Owen Kiskaddon, to be my lawful husband and to become your lawful wife. I swear to be true and faithful to this pledge, on my life and on my honor." The Diconius rose shakily from his knees.
"May the fountain bless it so, and bind you to your oaths."
The knowing, encouraging look the old man gave him was confusing, until Owen realized, abashedly, that he was supposed to kiss her. When he turned to face the Duchess, she was blushing violently, looking rather embarrassed. Owen had not imagined his first real kiss would be in a sanctuary next to a gouty old man, a babbling fountain, and an ancient wiser set. He clung to Cinia's hand and pulled her to him. He was so nervous his heart was racing and his knees were trembling, returning him to the bashful little boy he had once been, and he thought, in a moment of utter terror, that he might actually faint from fear. Trying to rally himself, he bent his head lower and caught her fearful look, which no doubt matched his, and then he shut his eyes and tried to kiss her. He missed her mouth. In their fumbling way, they managed to kiss the corner of each other's mouths, and then both of them pulled away. It was tantamount to a kiss on the cheek. Owen felt humiliated. Cinia looked disappointed.
"Well,"
the Diconius said, clasping his hands in front of him,
"that was sweet. You are now officially betrothed. You have sworn your troth in the presence of the fountain and man. I wish you joy."
Cinia looked away, rubbing her hands up and down her arms in a nervous gesture.
"Thank you,"
Owen said, nodding for the Diconius to waddle away. This was not how he had hoped it would unfold. He gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing someone were there to flog him for his ineptitude.
"I must away,"
Owen said.
"I need to go back to Kingfountain to see what damage is done."
"The ring?" she said, looking at him hopefully. He was so scatterbrained he'd forgotten. He opened the pouch at his belt and withdrew Lord Rue's ring. She gestured to take it from him, and he gave it to her. She played with it, turning the gold band end over end. The ring was a mix of white and yellow gold.
There were carved, overlapping circles that went all around the ring and caught the light. Then she took his hand and slid the ring onto his finger, uttering a word in an archaic language as she did so. The ring fit perfectly. She held on to his hand, gently stroking it. Her eyes had lost most of the embarrassment of the failed kiss. "You needn't fear a return to Kingfountain," she told him. "Why do you think the king sent you that note?" He didn't need to ask how she knew about it. Not that she would have answered him anyway. "The problem is I have betrayed him, in many ways. But now that I think on it, this could be another one of his tests of loyalty. To see if I will return." She smiled and patted his bearded cheek. "You have more power over him than you realize," she said. "As with any game of Wiser, how you approach the end makes a difference. We've made this choice, you and I. Severn will make his own. We'll defeat him together. It will continue to be my hope that we can do this without killing him. Please know that. The king doesn't need to die to lose. He just needs to be defeated." She then escorted him to the edge of the fountain. "What will you do with the chest?" Owen glanced at it and noticed that the two adjacent pieces representing them were now the same color. "I think I should bring it with me. I could leave it in the waters of Our Lady. When I tell the king about the dream I had, I can say that it will start snowing as a sign. The chest will make sure it happens." She smiled at him. "You are a clever one, Owen Kiskaddon. I like that about you. How will you get the sword from the cave? You have an opportunity already brewing." "Indeed," he said. "Catesby is making a fool of himself. I just need to spark a little rebellion in the north. We'll need other allies as well. I have a feeling Iago will join us. Sending him a message will be difficult, though." "I can send him a message," Cinia promised. "Just write the note and leave it in the chest in the waters of the fountain. We'll be able to communicate with each other that way. Now, here is another trick about this Wiser set. Only certain people can move the pieces. The boy is the dreadful dead man. He can. So can Severn. But if he does, he can use the game to win. When you bring it to Kingfountain, have the boy move the pieces for you. What he chooses to do will influence how events play out in this world. Teach him the rules of Wiser. Teach him to play. With this set, we'll be able to defeat Severn and put the rightful Argentine on the throne." She closed the lid and then handed the set to Owen. "Now is the time for you to return. Come into the water with me. I will send you there." "I can be back in Kingfountain today?" he asked in surprise. She gave him a meaningful look and reached out to take his arm. "Lord Kiskaddon, I'm cautious writing this to you as I do not want to add to your overwhelming burdens. It is a difficult thing watching all that my grandfather built be ruined. Not a day has passed since leaving Dundrennan that we haven't heard of some insult, depredation, or foulness coming from Lord Catesby. It was a time that deserved solemnity and mourning. Feelings are flaming brightly, and we continually receive petitions to take up arms and reclaim my birthright. Please, Owen, there must be something you can do to stop Catesby from plundering it all. Every story I hear grows more wicked. Kiss my daughter for me. Elizabeth Victoria Mortimer Llewellyn, Queen of Adabirion." Chapter 17. Misprision. Owen had always wondered what it would be like to plummet off a waterfall. It would be like this. Cinia had gripped his arm, and they had stepped into the fountain of St. Penrhyn together, Owen with the Wiser set clutched to his chest. It felt as if the floor had vanished and they'd dropped into an abyss. It was nothing like jumping with Evie into the cistern at Kingfountain. If he could have screamed, he would have,
but it felt as if they were caught inside a waterfall on its way down, all white turbulent foam and surging power and free-falling, falling. There was no bone-jarring crunch, just stillness, a sense of floating, and then he had firm footing once more. The gentle ripple of water lapped against their ankles, although the wetness could not penetrate them. Owen's knees shook violently from the surge of power, his stomach more than queasy. He would have stumbled, but Cinia was still clutching his arm. A strange mist rose up from the waters, like an impenetrable fog. "I must leave you here," she said. "Severn may be able to sense my presence, though he will not understand why there has been a surge in the fountain. I must away back to Brithonica. But I will leave you messages in the chest, and you can do the same for me. I will look forward to it." He turned and gazed at her, taking in her lovely smile and the look of tenderness and excitement in her eyes. His sensations struggled to reconcile the fact that they had crossed from one end of Ceredigion to the other in a mere moment.
"This is one of your powers?"
he said, shaking his head in wonderment.
"I never knew."
"I trust you can keep it a secret," she replied. "While the mist is up, no one can see or hear us. This particular fountain is not in the main hall of the sanctuary. Set the chest down inside the waters, and then entrust it to the fountain. It will disappear from view from all who aren't fountain-blessed. And not even everyone who is fountain-blessed has the power to do so."
"You mean the king could see it?"
Owen pressed. She nodded. "If he came here."
"But you've seen the future and know that he will not?"
She gave him a warm look of approval and a single nod. "He will not come here." She glided her hand along his arm, a possessive gesture. "Write to me soon, Owen. I want to help you."
"And I'll need your help," he said with a chuckle. "Thank you, Cinia."
Before setting the chest into the waters, he opened it to examine the wiser board. Sure enough, the white wiser had moved across the board and was now adjacent to the Dark King. There was a white knight next to it. Cinia nodded to him but said nothing. He shut the lid and then settled the chest back into the waters. Just as his hands were about to enter it, the waters were repelled back, clearing a dry space on the floor of the fountain. It amazed and astounded him still. "May the fountain guide you, my beloved," she said, her voice full of longing. Her words caught him off guard. He had pledged himself to marry her, they had thrown the dice together to unseat a king, but the thought of being loved by someone, of being cherished, filled him with conflicting emotions.
"And you?"
he replied. She gave him an awkward look, then pressed up on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek, grazing his thick stubble. And she vanished in an instant, before he could kiss her back. He stared at where she had been standing and realized with a chuckle that she'd left her sandals back on the rail of the fountain of St. Penrhyn. He stepped away from the fountain, and the mist fell away, sloughing off like powder. His heart burned with purpose as he walked away from the fountain. There were few visitors in the sanctuary that day, so no one seemed to notice him. When Owen left the building, he saw a black smudge of cloud starting to fester in the northern sky. Owen entered the palace grounds through the Espion gate he had once used as a child. He did not want word of his return spreading too quickly. By his estimation, Etain would not arrive for another day or two. He had already left a note for her at the inn where they'd arranged to meet, explaining that he had returned ahead of her, and to look for further messages from him inside her tower. The sunlight was fading, filling the sky with the ink of darkness. Taking care to avoid people, he made his way to the Espion tunnels without being seen. Then he grabbed a lamp and maneuvered his way to the king's council chamber. The sound of voices emanating from beyond the wall made him slow his approach. He found the latch to open the spy hole and extinguished the lamp before releasing it. He pressed his eyes to the slits for a view inside the room. Severn was there, pacing back and forth, and so were several of the lords of the realm, including Catesby and Paulin. Kevin, Owen's second-in-command of the Espion, was leaning against the far wall, shaking his head and frowning in frustration. The air was charged with enmity. The voice of the king's chamberlain rang out, announcing dinner, and the mood changed as the meal was brought in. Owen sensed the subtle flow of the fountain coming from the room, which made him wary. Owen concentrated on the draw of the magic, trying to get a sense of the source. At first he suspected the king, but it was coming from deeper in the room. He dared not use his own magic for fear of revealing himself to the king and whoever else was there. Listening in eagerly to the conversation when it resumed, he discovered quickly that the fate of two men's lives were being discussed over seasoned beef.
"The Assizes have found them both guilty of treason, just as you wished," Catesby said to the king after the servants had cleared out. "Eric and Dunsworth are doomed. They both know it. I don't understand why we can't sentence them now, my lord, and throw them both into the river this very evening."
Owen's stomach lurched with dread.
"My lord,"
Kevin said imploringly.
"Shut it, man,"
Catesby snarled. "You had your chance to bring evidence. It's the king's decision. Why do you hesitate, my lord?"
There was a miserable look on the king's face. He was frowning, his face full of agitation.
"Don't press me, Catesby. I warn you." "Shall we not pen the sentence until Lord Owen returns?" Kevin demanded. "Let him see the evidence. Would it not be more just to add his voice to the council?"
Catesby had daggers in his eyes.
"I told you to be quiet."
"You are not the master of the Espion,"
Kevin growled.
"The evidence is murky at best. There were others involved who helped Eric and Dunsworth escape. It seemed as if—"
He hesitated.
"Go on,"
Severn said, much to Catesby's chagrin.
"The circumstances of their escape and capture are highly suspicious,"
Kevin said.
"Say more,"
Severn pressed.
"I dare not,"
Kevin replied, looking worriedly at the others in the room.
"You have an accusation to make? Then make it,"
Catesby growled.
"You think I was behind their escape? Faugh! Why would I care a green fig about them? I came all the way from the north to help since Kiskaddon is conveniently absent. When did you summon him back, my lord? How many days ago? He could have taken a ship. Why would he delay so long?"
"You have no idea how far he must ride,"
Severn said impatiently.
"Even if he left right after receiving Kevin's news of their escape, it would still take him another day to reach us. Give him time. He will come, I assure you, he will."
"My lord,"
Catesby said, a battle between impatience and forced courtesy playing out in his voice.
"you have a guilty verdict. Do you think having Kiskaddon's opinion will make your decision any easier? You must execute these two rivals. They are the last threat to your throne. Dunsworth could not fulfill the role of king without sending all of us to the river. He's much too damaged and dangerous."
"And it's my fault that he is, I suppose?"
Severn asked huskily. Owen tried to sense if the magic was coming from Catesby, but though it was the right direction, he couldn't be sure. Catesby put away his napkin and rose.
"You've been far more lenient than other kings would have been. Your brother used a poisoner to put Dunsworth's father to death. Is that why you hesitate? And what of Eric? Or should I say Pierce? He's the son of a fishmonger's wife. You should have killed him years ago."
Severn's gaze burned hot, and Owen was about to enter the room to startle them all, but some impulse held him back.
"What say you, Jack?"
Severn said, his burning eyes fixed on Catesby. Jack Paulin was busy devouring his meal, but he paused to wipe the grease from his mouth with a napkin, then said,
"I sat on the Assizes, my lord. The evidence may be murky, but that doesn't shroud the result. The two are a threat to your throne and your power. They must be put to death in the river. Go,
Severin said curtly.
all of you. Leave me.
Catesby gave the king a disdainful look and stomped out of the chamber. They all left, one by one, leaving Severin standing by himself in front of the hearth, his eyes lost in thought. It was the perfect opportunity to approach the king alone. But Owen still hesitated. Intuition plucked at him, warning him to wait, to see what the king would do all alone.
Are you still here?
The king said in a low, angry tone. Owen blinked with surprise. Had the king somehow detected his presence? Then he sensed the ebbing of the subtle power of the fountain which had filled the room throughout the meeting, and a man appeared in the farthest corner. He was a square-faced man with dark sideburn whiskers and thick, unruly hair, dressed in a jacket and breeches. He pulled a long-stemmed wooden pipe from his belt and began chewing on the end. Owen recognized him instantly, although his look and manner had changed dramatically. He'd last seen this man crouching nervously in a cell. It was Atane's father. And Owen realized immediately that he was the fountain-blessed one he had sensed.
Of course, my lord,
the man said gruffly, chewing on the stem.
You've done your work well, Dragon,
Severin said wryly.
Of course, it wouldn't have worked at all if Lord Kiskaddon had been here. He would have sensed you, just as I can.
Owen's heart seethed in uneasy anger. What was going on? The man shrugged with unconcern.
Best to get it over with quickly, my lord. Break it off quick and sudden, that's what I say. He'll never know. You seemed contrite enough. I think you fooled them others.
It may surprise you, Dragon,
Severin said with a cunning look.
But I do care about the lad's conscience. He won't accept the throne willingly. But I need an heir, and he deserves it. He deserves it without all the complications I've had to endure.
It's so kind of you, my lord,
the man said with a low chuckle.
You'll get a bonus, of course,
Severin said.
I said I'd pay you double what Maxwell was offering to rescue the lad.
Dragon clenched the stem within his teeth.
Money is money, my lord. I'm not picky as to who's paying it.
Of course not. I need a man like you around, Dragon. Do you have the Espion ring I gave you? Maybe I'll let you keep it a while longer.
Dragon smiled charmingly.
If you say so, my lord, if you say so, might I have some of these fixins? It would be a shame not to eat it up.
I'm not hungry. I must go prepare to console a soon-to-be widow.
Dragon smacked his lips and helped himself to the food trays, while the king exited the council room and shut the door behind him. The thief took a bite from a piece of succulent beef and smacked his lips.
Poor lass,
he said with a wicked grin.
He'll get her in the end. She's been wearing black for so long she looks like his queen now.
Chapter 18. Loyalty. As Owen stalked the dark Espion tunnel, his emotions churned. The implications of what he had witnessed made him burn with conflict. It appeared to Owen that Severin was going to position him as his named heir. The idea made his ambition squirm to life inside him. Owen Kiskaddon, King of Ceredigion. But Severin had told that to the thief. Was it even true? And if so, should Owen willingly accept the role and use it as an opportunity to abdicate in favor of Drew? That question brought forth another, one that poked at the very essence of Owen Kiskaddon. Would he have the strength to let go of power once he had a taste of it? He feared he might not, a thought that troubled him deeply. As he walked through the Espion tunnels that snaked through the walls of the palace, he brooded on how the years had altered him, making him more and more like Severin. His tongue had developed the same sarcastic sharpness. His moods grew ever darker, and everything smelled of treachery and deceit. No, Owen could not allow himself to play the role of the usurper. Perhaps everyone expected it of him, but he would defy that fate. He would not betray Cinia. He needed to get her a note about what had happened upon his return. Their plan to topple Severn had to start immediately. The end of the journey found him deep in the secret wings of the palace at the Star Chamber, where he hoped to find Kevin Amrian alone. He listened at the portal for a moment, then rapped on the door and opened it. The older espion was sitting in a chair opposite a desk stacked with a tottering tower of missives. He looked beleaguered and fretful as he glanced up at the intrusion, looked back down at the letter, and then started and rose from his chair.
"You're back,"
Kevin said with unfeigned surprise.
"I've not had word from you since you left. I'd begun to fear you'd come to harm in Brithonica."
Owen smiled at the remark and quietly shut and bolted the door behind him.
"Does the king know you've returned?"
Kevin pressed. Owen shook his head.
"Not yet. I wanted to see you first. I eavesdropped on the meeting you just had with him."
A relieved exhalation came out of Kevin's mouth.
"I'm glad you did. I've been trying to stave off disaster, but I'm afraid I've been failing. Thank the fountain you made it back. What can I tell you? What do you need to know most? Did you get my message about Eric and Dunsworth?" "It's why I returned so quickly,"
Owen said.
"Tell me what happened. How they escaped."
Kevin walked around the desk so they could face each other.
"That's the problem. I don't understand how it happened. Your orders were to hold Dragon for a few days, then release him and follow him. He escaped from his cell the day you left."
Owen's brow crinkled.
"How so?" "I wish I knew,"
Kevin said with surprise.
"The jailer came to feed him and found the chains in a heap on the floor. The door was still locked, but the man was gone. You saw his cell. It's not very big. The jailer's key went missing, so I had him arrested for being part of the conspiracy."
Owen shook his head.
"The jailer's innocent. I know how he escaped. But how? I told the king about it, and he blamed the espion for bungling things. He was furious, as you can imagine. Then shortly afterward, Eric and Dunsworth escaped, set free by Dragon, no doubt. I had every man available on the hunt."
Owen tapped his lip and started pacing.
"Let me guess. You didn't have trouble finding them?"
Kevin looked at him in surprise.
"You're frightening me with your clairvoyance, my lord. Did you have a portentous dream? You have been in Brithonica, have you not?" "I have indeed," Owen said with a smirk. "After your meeting with the king, everyone left, except for the king and Dragon."
The espion's eyes bulged.
"Dragon was there?" "He was in the room with you all the while. I sensed him but couldn't see him. The thief is fountain blessed."
Etaine's gift made so much sense now.
"He can turn himself invisible. A handy skill for a thief, wouldn't you say? So when you found chains on the floor in his cell..."
Kevin's eyes widened.
"He was still there. He'd managed to slip out of the cuffs, but he was waiting there all along. And he managed to steal the jailer's key in the hubbub."
Owen nodded.
"Dragon is working for the king now."
Kevin blew out softly.
I'm bewildered, my lord. All of our information showed that Dragon was working for Maxwell of Brugia."
Owen shrugged.
"Severn paid him off. I think he's using Dragon to create an opportunity to destroy his two rivals. Then he will be able to do as he's long wished and wed Lady Catherine. I must stop him." "My lord,"
Kevin said, looking disturbed.
"there's something else." "Why not ruin my evening completely? Say on, man. I can't be in a worse mood." "I think the king plans to replace you as head of the Espion. Whenever I report the news to him, He asks me many pointed questions about the Star Chamber and which men are the most loyal to you personally. I get the sense that he plans to cast you aside, like he's done to others. That he isn't comfortable with how much power you've accrued. I think he means to put someone else in the role. Do you know who? Owen asked.
Kevin shrugged.
It's not me. He knows I'm loyal to you. Now that I know he was behind Eric's escape himself.
He paused, looking disgruntled.
I fear what he may do with you.
Owen scratched his neck.
He sent me to Brithonica to get me out of the way. I see he appointed Catesby to lead the Assizes while I was gone. And you know how quick he is to do what Severn wants. What he's doing in the north is nothing short of rapine and plunder. Catesby hates you. He's envied you for years and sees himself as your replacement if you should fall.
He can have anything he wishes, Owen said snidely. He may be plundering Dundrennan, but he'll get his fair share.
He chuckled to himself.
I think the king will be very surprised to learn the Duchess and I are now betrothed.
You can't be serious,
Kevin said with a cough of surprise.
How did you manage that? Everyone believed it was a fool's errand, a pretext to start a war with Aquitania because you know Chatrion would rather let you spit in his eye than allow Ceredigion to occupy one of the larger duchies.
I truly believe the king intended for me not to be successful,
Owen replied with a grunt.
But what can I say? The Duchess was wooed by my many charms.
He stopped pacing and turned to face the Espion.
I may not be head of the Espion for much longer, but I am head of it now. I need you to send word of my return to the king, and tell him that a messenger came just ahead of me with news of my engagement with Lady Cinia Montfort. Inform him that I'm coming to his great hall to share the news of a dream. Make sure the other dukes know about it. I want everyone there.
Kevin's eyes gleamed with excitement.
What news, my lord?
Owen shook his head.
You'll see in time. I'm going to slip back into the city so I can make a proper entrance. I want all of Kingfountain to know that the Duke of Westmarch has returned.
The Espion nodded vigorously.
Are you going to try to save Eric and Dunsworth from being thrown into the river?
Owen clapped him on the back.
I'm trying to save everyone. Now go.
Kevin smiled with relief as he unbolted the door of the Star Chamber and quickly slipped away. Owen bolted the door behind him, his heart throbbing with the desire to hurry. He had to think fast and act faster if he wished to prevent the kingdom from meeting its icy fate. He took a sheet of paper, snatched an ink-stained quill from his desk, and scrawled a hasty note to Cinia.
My dear, things are unraveling quickly here, as I'm certain you already know. Severn wants Eric and Dunsworth executed for treason, though he himself arranged their escape. He intends to seduce Catherine as soon as Eric is gone. I'm enclosing another note for you to deliver to Elizabeth and Iago as soon as you possibly can. I will predict an invasion of the north in order to give myself an excuse to go there. I don't think Catesby will be up to the task. And Iago will find loyal and willing subjects ready to revolt. When the king orders me to put down the rebellion, I can then explain my plan in greater detail to Iago. According to the prophecy of the dreadful dead man, each kingdom will invade Ceredigion simultaneously. Help me manifest the prophecy. I hope you are safe and well. Would it be possible for you to take Genevieve with you and safeguard her in Brithonica? I will sneak her away from the castle to the sanctuary. You need only tell me when to meet you there. I've never written a love note before. Sorry that this one includes so much intrigue. I'm grateful we met at long last. I've thought of you often. Tell me something about yourself. Tell me we can win.
Owen stared at the paper, wincing over his choice of words, but there was no time to second-guess himself. He scrawled his first name, leaving off his titles and so forth, folded the note, and stuffed it in his tunic pocket. Then he withdrew another sheet and wrote a quick note to Evie.
I promised that I would keep your daughter safe. I've learned some news that forces me to act. I will safeguard her as I promised. You can trust me in that. But I need you and your husband to reclaim your rights and territories in the north. It is a matter of utmost urgency. The king must be stopped, or else the entire kingdom is doomed. Learn what you can about Edinburgh and how its people drowned. I seek to prevent a similar disaster here. I need your help. I will bring my army to join Iago's in the north, and then he and I can discuss this together in person. If there were another way, I would take it. But the king has forsaken my trust and his duty. I cannot stand aside and risk so many lives. I will look for your husband at the inn where we once met in Blackpool in 12 days' time. Have faith in me, my dear friend. Trust I'm doing this because I must.
Owen signed and dated the paper, then folded and stuffed it in his vest with his note to Cinia. He stood at the desk for a moment, staring down at the mound of papers. He wouldn't miss being the head of the Espion, he realized. The thought of letting another man carry the burden wasn't terrible to him. Something so much more was happening. Tension hung in the air, and he had a sense that the pieces on the board were already moving. It was as if the earth were groaning beneath his feet. He slipped out of the Star Chamber and was grateful for the cover of the coming night, which would help him flee the palace grounds without being noticed. If he did not hurry, he would be locked out of the sanctuary when they shut the gates after sunset. But no one paid him any mind as he slipped out of the palace and into the city, which meant he could push his way through the crowded streets as quickly as he pleased. Owen entered the gates as the mass of visitors started to leave, which earned him some strange looks.
My daughter is ill and I must make a wish,
Owen babbled feverishly to the gate warden who barred his way.
Make it quick, man, make it quick. The sanctuary closes after sunset, you know that.
Thank you, sir,
Owen said with a convincing look of humility, and quickly strode up the steps to the sanctuary. The main chamber was empty, and his boots clapped loudly on the stone floor. The waters of the fountain were at rest, and hundreds of rusting coins filled the basin. Owen glanced around and slipped into the side alcove he'd emerged from earlier. He brought the chest to mind, picturing it in as much detail as he could recall. And there it was, waiting for him in the waters. After tugging on the handle, he drew it out and set it on the side railing. He heard the sound of footfalls coming across the hall after him, so he hastily opened the Weiser set. The white Weiser piece was back across the board on the Occitanian side, indicating that Cinia had returned to Brithonica. He smiled at the piece. And then he noticed a tightly folded piece of paper waiting for him in the crook of the set. He hadn't expected a note from her so soon. He quickly took the 2 letters he had written and exchanged them for the one he took. Gently, he closed the lid of the set, and then broke the wax seal, embellished with a butterfly, on the note left for him. The handwriting was exquisitely done, each word and letter painstakingly and delicately flourished. My dearest Owen, by the time you read this note, it will be too late. Eric is dead. It's not your fault. It was his choice. I know this news grieves you, and I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. I will come for Genevieve in 2 days. Bring her to this fountain at noon. When you see the mist, have her step inside. I will keep her safe. Be you safe, my lord. Until we next meet. Cinia. Chapter 19. Poisoner's Grief. With a heavy heart, Owen went to the inn on the bridge where he had reserved a room for Atane. He didn't expect her to be there yet. She would arrive the next day at the earliest, but it was somewhere he could sit and think. Once in the room, he changed into a fresh set of clothes and washed his face in the water dish. And then he sat in a chair and stared once more at the note Cinia had left for him, his mood as dark as the night sky outside the window. Eric was already dead. He had not heard that news from Kevin, so he assumed the Espion did not know.
Had Severn ordered the executions upon learning of Owen's return? He frowned. It was technically murder if the king had arranged for them to escape so that they could be tried for and found guilty of treason. He stared at the burning wick of the table candle, focusing on it so keenly he could see the different colors in the flame. The door shut softly behind him, so quietly he nearly didn't hear it. Owen spun out of his chair and drew his sword halfway out of the raven-marked scabbard before he realized it was Etain, a dagger in her own hand.
"How did you get here ahead of me?"
Etain whispered in shock.
"When I saw the light under the door, I assumed someone was waiting to kill me."
His heart was still thudding like a galloping stallion.
"I wasn't expecting you until the morrow."
"I've not slept since I left you," she said, and he could see the shadow smudges under her eyes that confirmed it. Her body was still rigid with wariness. "How did you get here so quickly?"
Owen licked his lips.
"I see I caught you off guard. Let me explain. Would you put down the knife?"
She lowered her arm, but did not release her grip on the weapon.
"How do I know it is truly you?"
"Cinia brought me here."
He ran a hand through his hair.
"Let me try and explain this quickly. She's powerful with the fountain, Etain. She's a wiser."
Her eyes widened with shock at the news.
"She brought me here through the fountain of St. Penryn, and I emerged yonder at Our Lady."
He nodded in that direction.
"I stole into the palace and used the espion tunnels. Your father is working for the king. He's fountain blessed himself. Did you know?"
"No," Etain said, shaking her head.
"I had no idea."
He could see the truth of that statement in her eyes, and he heaved a sigh of relief.
"It's true. He was there in the Privy Council meeting. I could sense his presence, but his power rendered him invisible. I only saw him after everyone else left, and he emerged to speak privately with Severn. He arranged Eric and Dunsworth's escape and recapture."
The poisoner's face betrayed a sudden rush of emotion. She blinked quickly, her lip trembling.
"What is it?"
Owen pressed, walking toward her in concern. She was struggling to maintain her composure.
"What else?"
she said, her voice choked.
"I hardly know how to say it,"
Owen said weakly.
"I learned about the Wiser board from Cinia. Apparently, the Wisers of old set up the game on this particular board, bestowing it with an enchantment to control the destinies of kingdoms. The two sides are Aquitania and Ceredigion, and their rivalry has lasted for centuries. The problem is that if one side loses or breaks the rules the Wisers set up, their kingdom will be destroyed. Remember when Severn allowed Mancini to violate the sanctuary of Our Lady by dragging Tunmore out? That triggered some unnatural consequences, specifically the weather.
"There is a storm heading this way," Etain said. "Before nightfall I could see huge storm clouds coming from the north. They'll be here by tomorrow. Are you saying this Wiser board summoned them?"
Owen nodded vigorously.
"Remember the unnatural snow that happened all those years ago? It was induced by the Wiser set Tunmore was hiding in the fountain of Our Lady of Kingfountain. This Wiser game allows certain individuals to manipulate the pieces, but only if they have that right by blood. I'm to teach Drew how to play the game so he can move the pieces to defeat Severn. If we don't defeat him, Ceredigion will be destroyed under a curse of ice. The Duchess is trying to stop this as well. We've made an alliance. She will help overthrow Severn."
A distrusting look crossed Etain's face.
"She told you all this?"
"She did," Owen said. "It makes sense, Etain. I've seen evidence of it throughout my life, and the fountain told me that Drew is the dreadful dead man. He's the fulfillment of the prophecy, the only heir of the Argentine family that will allow the game to continue on. Every kingdom is going to attack us, that's what the prophecy says. Severn is the kind of man who would sooner let everyone be destroyed than yield the hollow crown voluntarily. Do you doubt it, Etain?"
She put away the dagger.
I don't doubt that, Owen. But the Duchess may have other motives for helping us. Is she really as benevolent as she's made you believe?
Her words stabbed a sliver of doubt into Owen's heart.
I think she's trustworthy, yes,
he said, infusing the words with as much conviction as he could muster.
So what is your plan, Owen?
Etain said after a moment's pause.
What happens next?
Owen wasn't certain she was convinced.
Do you believe me, Etain? Judging from your expression, you're more wary than usual.
She shook her head and sighed.
You caught me off guard, and I'm not used to that. I truly didn't expect to find you here ahead of me. I came here to make sure it was safe for you to return to Kingfountain, and then there you were. The first thing you told me was that my father is in league with Severn. Oh, and you must understand that he is the most untrustworthy man in all of Ceredigion. He is a liar and a thief. And he's not been faithful to anyone in his entire life. Tears danced on her lashes as she spoke. I think he saw me when we went into his cell. If he suspects I'm still alive, he'll try and find me so he can manipulate me as he's always done.
She was trembling, which surprised him. She knew 1,000 ways to kill a man, yet memories of her father, the thief, still haunted her. She clenched her fist and pressed it hard against her lips as she struggled to maintain her composure. He couldn't see the awful memories playing through her mind, but he sensed them. A tear trickled down her cheek. Owen hurt for her. How many times had she comforted him in his moments of grief and despair? Her failure to regain control of her runaway feelings sliced at him, particularly since he knew how keenly it would cost her. She was his friend, his confidant, the one person he had been able to fully trust over these last brutal years. He couldn't bear to see her suffer, so he stepped near and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. She stiffened at his touch, but then let herself lean against him, stifling a sob. He held her close, feeling the tremors shake her body. She leaned her forehead against his chest. The moment between them was bittersweet. He felt both drawn to her and afraid of her. Cinia had warned him he'd be tempted to betray their troth. Now he and Etain were alone in an inn. Night had fallen, and his dear friend was the most vulnerable he'd ever seen her. Then she lifted her head and looked into his eyes with a fierceness that startled him. She pushed away and lifted the cowl to hide her face. "I'll be back before dawn," she whispered. "Bolt the door."
I told Kevin that I needed to see the king and his counselors at once,
Owen said worriedly. She shook her head.
"You're not going into that castle again until I've made sure it's safe. Stay here."
Owen barely slept that night. Every knock, every footfall startled him awake. Hours later, Etain's soft knock roused him from a fitful slumber, and he rushed to the door and unbolted it. She swept in, all business, her look grim. It was still dark, but the dim light in the sky marked the coming dawn.
"What did you learn?"
he asked cautiously.
"The king is having the bodies dumped into the river this morning, at dawn."
Owen's stomach lurched.
"So Eric is dead,"
he whispered.
"Dunsworth too?"
She shook her head.
"Dunsworth was allowed to drink himself into oblivion. He's passed out. I saw the bodies as they were being strapped into canoes. They'll be launched from the quay on the palace side. I told Catherine you'd meet her there."
"You saw her?"
Owen asked. She nodded.
"She's grieving. You can only imagine. I told her you'd bring her son so he could watch Eric go into the river. She knows about the boy. I made arrangements with Leona to fetch him and dress him, and they're expecting us in the kitchen. The king knows you're coming. They'll be expecting you at breakfast in the Great Hall. He plans to name you the heir of Ceredigion today in front of the hall. But it's a ploy, Owen. He fully intends to marry Catherine, and any son will supersede you. The announcement will allow him to strip you of the Espion and half of Westmarch."
Owen gritted his teeth.
How did you find all this out? Who knows you're back?
She shook her head. No one. I dosed Catsby with nightshade. When he awakens, he won't remember telling me anything. He's going to run the Espion now, and he knows all about Dragon. He's your chief adversary. If I were to advise you, I'd ask Iago to invade the north. The people hate Catsby so much they'll welcome him with open arms. Thus begins your rebellion. The king will command you to subdue them.
Owen smiled. That's my plan exactly. And the first steps have already been taken. But first I must tell the court about the dream I've had. It's time to rock Severn's throne. This will be my most impressive dream yet. Thank you, he said, smiling eagerly at her. You've done well. I couldn't manage any of this without you.
Glad you realize that, she said with a smirk. I'll disguise you so you're not recognized when we fetch the boy from the kitchen. I brought you a tunic to wear, she said, opening her cloak and revealing a small satchel. Inside was a black tunic with the white boar insignia. She helped Owen rebuckle his scabbard after he donned the disguise. She cinched the buckle and stuffed the added leather through the band. Wish we had time to shave you before going, she said, shaking her head. Severn's knights aren't bearded. I'll have to use magic to disguise you.
Owen nodded, and they left the inn together, walking rapidly across the bridge. Somewhere a rooster called, the sound barely noticeable amidst the rush of the waterfall. Owen tugged on his gloves as the chill of morning crept into his hands. He looked at Atane and saw puffs of mist coming from her mouth. It's not normally this cold, he said, looking up at a sky thick with gray clouds that hid the stars. It's already happening. She shuddered and nodded, holding her arms to her chest for warmth as they walked briskly. Atane showed her espion ring at the gatehouse, and then they slipped into the woods to approach the palace from the secret entrance. It was dark, and the woods looked menacing in the dimness, putting Owen in mind of the woods in Brithonica where he'd found the silver bowl and the marble slab. Memories of his battle with the Black Knight made his insides crawl. When they reached the kitchen, Leona and her husband were feeding the boy a buttery roll in the corner. The kitchen was empty but for them. The boy looked tousled and tired, and his brow furrowed when he saw Owen enter. He said nothing, keeping his thoughts to himself. "Hello, Drew," Owen said. "Would you like something to eat?" Leona asked him. Her husband patted the young man's shoulder, and Owen noticed how silver his hair had become of late. "I'll have breakfast with the king," Owen said, although his stomach did complain at his refusal. "Come with me, lad. There is a place I would like to take you." Drew looked at him for a long moment before nodding. Owen tried to hide his disappointment that the lad wasn't as demonstrative with him as he'd been with Lord Horwath. But then Owen's own unhappiness had made him a poor uncle figure. He promised himself that would change. After stuffing the rest of the roll into his mouth, Drew stood and followed Owen and Atane out of the kitchen. They walked around the edge of the castle wall toward the yard leading down the hill to the quays. Owen and Evie had wandered the grounds together as children, and he found he still knew the way. "I'm cold," Drew said, chafing his arms. "Here, walk between us," Atane said, drawing him up next to them. "That should help." Drew gave her a suspicious look, then turned his gaze back to Owen as he walked. "Where are we going?" "There's something I wanted to show you," Owen said. "You won't understand it now, but you will later." "I'm tired," Drew complained. "So am I," Owen said, trying to curb his impatience. "But a knight must learn to fight even if he's cold and tired." "That's true," the boy said thoughtfully. They had to cut across a lawn as they approached the gatehouse leading to the docks. He made a subtle gesture to Atane, and she summoned her magic to disguise him as a common soldier. Her magic seeped from her like a delicate breeze. 2 guards wearing the badge of the White Boar stood watch at the doors. Owen could hear voices rising from the dock beyond. One of the guards held up his hand, warning them to slow their approach. "Shh," the guard said, shaking his head. When they reached him, Owen caught sight of the scene beyond the lattice-work bars of the gate. His heart skipped fast. 2 canoes had been set down on the path, and the soldiers who had hefted them were milling around. Catherine was kneeling beside the boat that contained the body of her husband. She wept over it with grief and misery. A white mist came from her mouth as she gasped and swallowed and sobbed. Owen's heart pained him to see her in such a state. Severn had done this. Etaine's eyes narrowed with simmering fury. Drew wrapped his little hands on the bars and watched the woman who, unbeknownst to him, was his mother.
"Poor lady,"
the boy whispered.
"She's my friend."
"Give her time to mourn, lad," the soldier said softly to the boy. The soldier looked at Owen, though he didn't recognize him through the disguise. "He jumped down the tower stairs last night," he whispered with a grimace. "Broke himself on the floor, like Tunmore. Poor fool, knew he was going in the river today. Poor fool." Owen joined Drew at the gate, his heart wrenching with pain. He clasped the boy's shoulder with his hand. The lad had a dark countenance, a look of sadness.
"Why did you want me to come?"
Drew asked, looking up at Owen, and then started when he saw a stranger's face looking back. It was time to finally tell him the truth. That was why he'd brought him here. "It's all right, lad. It's still me," he whispered. Before he could continue, he heard the unmistakable shuffle step coming from the path behind them, the halting limp he had known since he was Drew's age. Severn was coming. Chapter 20. The Widow's Spite. Owen's heart jolted at the sound of the king's shuffling footsteps, and Etaine's eyes widened with fear. They could not see Severn amidst the shadows, and it was not likely he could see them yet, but he would be at the gate in moments. There was little time to react, and Owen needed ideas. He was still under Etaine's disguise, but with any luck, the king would be too distracted by his task and the noise of the river to notice someone using the magic nearby. What could he do to conceal Etaine and the boy? His mind raced as he heard the king's footfalls approach. The guards posted hadn't noticed it yet, and Owen seized on the first idea that bloomed in his mind. "The king sent us on ahead," he said to the guards. "Open the gate for him. He wanted to see the bodies put into the river this morning." He gestured quickly for them to open the doors. The soldier looked startled and then listened as the sound approached. "He is coming," one of them grunted with surprise. "Come on, be quick about it." The 2 men wrenched on the heavy barred door, and Owen nodded for Etaine to drag the boy into the gap between the door and the wall, letting the heavy bars conceal them both. Owen kept his back to the approaching king and directed with a gesture for the soldier to stand at attention after finishing the maneuver. "Long live the king," Owen said in a crisp salute. The soldiers milling around on the other side suddenly scrambled. Several bent down and hoisted up the canoe with Dunsworth's comatose body. The man did not so much as grunt. "My lady," one of the guards near Catherine whispered in a pleading voice, "the king comes." Owen heard the boots coming up behind him and felt the skin on his neck prickle. He adopted the persona of a rough soldier, hoping it matched his disguise. Be quick about it, the king comes!" "Shut up, you fool," Severn snarled to Owen as he passed, not giving him a second look. Etaine and Drew could be seen beyond the gate, but the shadows were thick enough to conceal them. Owen's heart raced with fear, but so far his strategy was working. "Beg your pardon, my lord," Owen mumbled apologetically and stood aside. Several soldiers bent down to hoist the staves supporting Eric's boat, but Catherine still knelt beside it, cradling her dead husband's face with her hands. "My lady," one of them pleaded, glancing worriedly at the king as he crossed the threshold of the gate. "A moment longer, I beg you," Catherine wailed, consumed by grief. Owen watched as the king slowed his approach. one hand gripping his dagger hilt. "You heard her. Leave it alone," the king barked with anger. The soldiers hastily retreated from the bound corpse. The dawn was quickly driving away the shadows. Owen gestured for Atane subtly, preparing to send her and Drew away. This was not how he planned to tell the boy about his true parentage. Catherine looked up at the king, her eyes wet with tears, her mouth twisted with grief, and the look she gave him was like spears. Any fear she'd had of the king lay broken. Her eyes were so full of hate they made Owen want to retreat. "Of course you would come," she said in a broken voice, "to witness your handiwork. You've long wanted my husband dead, my lord king. Now it is done. He is broken. He is no more." "He leaped from the tower, my dear," Severn said coldly, "because he was not man enough to face the river. He knew the fountain wouldn't save him." Catherine straightened, her fingers stiffening like claws as she dug them into her black skirts. "How dare you speak of courage? He had more courage than you've ever known. At least he'll rest from his torments now. The deep fathoms will bring him peace." "Then you should thank me," the king said with a coughing chuckle. "He'll soon be in a better place. At least you are rid of him now." Her face contorted with fury. "I never wanted to be rid of him. He was my husband. Can you not understand this? I was his wife." Severn took a dragging step forward. "But you were fit to be a queen, not a pauper's bride. You are worth more than he ever gave you." Owen felt the magic of the fountain begin to churn all around them, tendrils of it wrapping around the king's voice. Severn scooted closer to Catherine, and Owen saw his hand tentatively start to nudge toward her. For a moment, all he could do was look on in mute horror. He gave Atane a sharp look, and nodded for her to escape with Drew. Her eyes riveted to his, she nodded back. It would mean the loss of his disguise, but with any luck, the king wouldn't pay any attention to the guard he'd so casually dismissed. The poisoner's hands tightened on Drew's shoulder, and she started to draw him away. But Drew clung to the bars, straining against them, eager to witness what was happening. He would not leave without drawing attention to himself, which they could not allow. "Do you think I would ever have you after what you've done?" Catherine said with astonishment and outrage. "Send me back to Adiberian. Send me back to my father. Why must I remain your prisoner a moment longer? You have tormented me long enough. If you were a man, you would leap into the river yourself. Your people fear you. You are a coward and a knave and deserve to drown more than either of these poor mistreated wretches." Owen had never seen Catherine so passionate before. She stood like a lioness, facing the king with the very power and indignation that had earned his respect. The king's voice was full of mocking. "You think the destroyer of these two should go into the river? Then take my hand, Catherine, and we can go into the flood together. You were the cause of their fates. Why did I hate your husband? Because of you. Why was I pleased to hear he'd escaped? Because it would prove to you what a coward and traitor he truly was. Any torments he underwent in the tower, I put him through because I knew they could not compare to the torment I daily endured by having you at court without being able to have you. Love killed your husband, and you are the cause of it." The king continued to approach her, like one would approach a dangerous animal, one hand on his dagger, the other tentatively reaching toward her. He was very close, and Owen wanted to warn her to get away from him. He'd warned her many times that the king's magic was amplified by his touch. In her distress, she was not realizing the danger. What could he do without giving himself away? "You blame me?" Catherine said with open contempt.
You are always quick to blame everyone else for the failings of your character. I cannot love you, Severn."
"The angel speaks my name at last," the king crooned.
"Would my words were poison to kill you," she replied in kind.
"But they are, he said pleadingly, his voice filling with emotion. "I've offered you a crown. I've offered you my love. I would give all that I possess to claim your heart, but you will not have me. You, who shine as bright as the sun, even in widow's weeds, could never care for such a misbegotten lump of deformity as myself. Even the sun refuses to shine on me these days. Dogs bark at me when I pass. I, who am hated above all, who would give everything for one sweet kiss from those lips."
His fingers encircled her arm, and Owen felt the king release his magic in a flood against her.
"You have never been hated, Catherine. Everyone who sees you must love you. How could I prevent myself? How could I stop my heart from feeling? Yes, your husband died because of me, but it was you who drove me to it."
She spat in his face. Owen stared at her in surprise and wonder. But the magic of the fountain did not ebb. It grew stronger. The soldiers shrank back, unable to stop gawking at the scene in front of them. The king did not release her arm, and Owen watched as Catherine began to tremble. When the king spoke next, his voice was low and full of emotion, a sound like triumph.
"Even you spit at me?"
"Out of my sight,"
Catherine stammered, her resolve beginning to crumble.
"You infect this place with your presence. This was hallowed ground moments ago."
"Your presence hallowed it,"
Severn whispered powerfully, his voice becoming stronger as his will crushed against hers.
"I pray the fountain will curse you,"
Catherine said, but with less violence and passion.
"It already has. For your sake,"
the king said. He slowly knelt in front of her, still clinging to her arm, and grunted in pain at the maneuver.
"Do not weep, fair lady. Your eyes were made to love. Love me."
His words caused a shudder of magic.
"I hate you. I cannot. I could never."
"Your lips were not meant to scorn,"
he said soothingly.
"Teach them to rescue instead. Only you can rescue me, my lady. Only you can tame the boar. If you cannot forgive me, then destroy me."
He jerked free the knife from his belt and pulled her closer to him, so close her skirts rustled against his crouching knee. He planted the blade in her hand and closed her fingers around the hilt.
"Take this blade, and have your revenge."
With his free hand he tugged loose his tunic strings and exposed his chest.
"Sheath it here,"
he said, tapping his heart.
"End my suffering and your confinement. Rid the world of this savage beast. Nay, do not hesitate. Look at me. You hold power over my life or death. It was loving you that drove me to my worst. Tame me or finish me. I would just as soon go over the falls this morning than spend another moment seeing such hate in your eyes."
The king was using up all his magic. Owen sensed the vast dam giving way, the force of the flood insinuating Severn's thoughts into Catherine's mind. Owen gritted his teeth. If he had been closer, his magic would have prevented the king's from working against her. Her will melted before such power, and the king's dagger dropped from her hand and clattered onto the cobbles. Severn's voice was thick with triumph.
"Take up my dagger. Or take me."
Her shoulders slumped with despair.
"I will not kill you, though you deserve it."
He shook his head.
"Then do it with your words. Tell me to leap into the river, and I will."
Owen wished she would look over at him.
If he could have caught her gaze for a moment, he would have nodded violently. Yes! He did not believe the king would willingly destroy himself. This was a ruse, a deception, a way of conquering her heart. This was unlike any battlefield Severn had faced before. "Did I not tell you earlier to jump into the river?" she asked tremulously.
You were insulting me. Bid me the command now, and I will do it.
The fiery look on the widow's face was passing with the rising sun. Birds were chirping playfully from trees nearby. It was such a strange scene to witness. She wiped tears on the back of her hand. Owen noticed that the king's hand had slowly traced down her arm and was now nestled in hers. The magic was ebbing, but the spell was done. "I wish I knew your heart," she whispered, her fingers tightening around his.
"I've already confessed it with my tongue. Will you forgive me, Catherine? Will you be my queen?"
"That you will know later. Cannot a widow be permitted to grieve?"
"You've been a widow these many years,"
he said ardently.
"Put aside your grief. Accept what is yours by right. All that I have I give to thee. This heart, my crown. Take this ring from me. Say you are mine."
He quickly withdrew a ring from a pouch at his belt. It was all planned. Owen stared at the king, so shrewd and cunning. His heart ached for Catherine, who had never truly been given a chance or a choice. He saw the tenderness in her eyes. The castle had been breached. She would relent at last. Unless Owen could stop it before the wedding. "I will take it," she said, accepting the ring. Owen noticed the other guards gawking at the scene, some in disbelief and some with impressed amazement. The king strained and started to rise, wincing with pain. Catherine's expression softened with sympathy, and she took his arm to help him up. She did not loosen her grip on his arm once he had come to standing. Severn bent his head, looking at the ring in her hand.
"Put it on."
Owen glanced back at the gate and saw that Atane and the boy had vanished. When he looked back, Catherine was admiring the ring on her finger, the gold band winking in the light. She looked up timidly at the king's face, and he saw her heart in her eyes. All the hate and anguish was gone. She rested her cheek against Severn's chest, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders.
"Let us pay our respects to the fountain's offering,"
Severn said. He nodded to the soldiers to hoist up the boats and started marching toward the end of the dock. Catherine glanced back at her dead husband once more before the guards lifted the boat cradling his body. Her expression was no longer wounded. It was as if the grief had left her. Owen watched Severn's slow walk alongside Catherine as they followed unhurriedly behind the guards. His heart simmered with fury at what the king had done and how he had wooed her. His lips twisted in resentment and defiance. Severn may have won the lady, but he would not keep her long. Chapter 21. The White King. The palace corridor resounded with the thunder of Owen's boots as he walked firmly and purposefully to the throne room. Servants steered away from him, and his path was marked by the muted whispers that followed him. The Duke of Westmarch had returned to Kingfountain, summoned by the king because of all the treasons in the realm. There were rumors in the palace that the young man from Taddon Hall had had another dream. When Owen reached the main doors leading into the throne room, he saw it was packed to nearly overflowing. Perfect. The familiar bubbling of worry and doubt rose up inside Owen's chest, threatening to suffocate him. As he passed the guards, he felt the subtle presence of fountain magic and then spied Atane in disguise near the doors. Per their arrangement, she had positioned herself there in advance,
and though she looked like any of the elegant, noble beauties in the room, he saw through her disguise. The subtle nod she gave him indicated he should proceed with the plan. The crowd parted before him, clearing a path directly to the throne itself. Owen saw the numerous tables lined with food, and for a moment he could almost see a younger version of himself there, nervous eyes gazing at the crouch-backed king, nervous legs trying to escape him. This time, Owen would be confronting him directly. The king was already sitting on his throne, hand on his dagger hilt, his posture calculated to diminish his deformity. Lady Catherine stood near the dais, and even at this distance he could see the new ring glittering on her finger. As he approached, he caught sight of the 3 other dukes of the realm, Catesby, Paulin, and Lovell, clustered together in a corner, whispering urgently to one another. Catesby's eyes were full of loathing as he watched Owen's approach. Paulin whispered something behind his hand to Catesby. Lovell sipped from a wine goblet, not paying attention to the conversation, but watching the king and his conquest. To one side of them stood Kevin, his keen eyes taking in the scene with interest. It was tradition to kneel before the throne of kings before speaking. Severn had dismissed Owen from that obligation years ago because of his service to the crown. But Owen deliberately dropped to one knee and bowed his head before the king.
"I told you he'd come,"
the king said snidely to the other dukes.
"Did I not? But lad, you could have changed into some new clothes. You haven't shaved in weeks by the look of you. Have a bath first next time."
A few tittering chuckles came from the huge assembly. Owen ignored the jab and began to summon the fountain's power into himself. He knew Severn had used up most of his reserves in his confrontation with Catherine, but Owen wanted to impress this memory on the king and all others who were present. Before he spoke, he caught sight of Evie's daughter standing alongside one of the trestle tables with Drew. The two were positioned quite close to each other, and Genevieve was whispering something in Drew's ear as she watched the long-absent Duke kneel in front of the king. Seeing the two of them together sparked something unexpected in his heart. It was no accident those two had been thrown together. The water wheel was circling up again, ready to dip and plunge back into the river.
"My lord,"
Owen said respectfully,
"you summoned me home, but I come with urgent news." "Stand,"
Severn said, gesturing for him to do so.
"So the espion tells me. But before you share this news, I wish to announce publicly my faith and confidence in—"
"My lord," Owen interrupted, rising quickly to his feet. A sudden chill of silence swept the hall at Owen's declaration. Rarely did people defy the king or gainsay him. Owen saw the king's gray eyes narrow in consternation. The young duke took several strides forward, drawing on the power of the fountain to bolster his words.
"There is a prophecy,"
Owen said, his voice rising.
"It is native to Ceredigion and has been passed down in various forms for centuries. It is the prophecy